PhD. And I think that is also true until today. You come here, you get the opportunity to work with those people who are at the top of their skill set and career. So, you know, you could work with the National Institute, for example, in Tanzania. You could work with Muhimbili College and so on. And these are in town and best places to go if you're just looking at a nice place to go and work. But you come to Ifakara, you work with the top science globally. It was, you know, 96, you could meet with the top malariologist in the world in Ifakara, but you will not see him or her in Dar es Salaam. So that's the thing until today. Being with Ifakara is exceptional. That very, you say, you dance and mingle with the boys and girls that call the shots.
Yeah, thank you very much. Fredos. Yeah, Fredos, don't skip it, please.
So. Thank you so much. So, about my story or?
Yeah, I mean, what's motivated you to be who you are at the moment?
Okay, yeah. That's a difficult one. But okay, so I think for me the most important is that I've been lucky in many ways. A few times in my life I met individuals who were willing to give me opportunities, take risks. I interact with them today. One of them is in the audience here, Dr. Jerry Killeen. Many of you don't know when I met Jerry, but I didn't have a national ID at the time. Maybe I did already, but I went to high school in Western Kenya, and I finished high school, and I wanted to do some jobs. So I was looking for a regular job, and in Western Kenya, I went to a high school called Mbita Boys High School. And very close there was an organization called the International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology that has been established by a famous Kenyan scientist called Dr. Thomas Odhiambo. And they had an electric fence. It was an agricultural institution with a little bit of public health system in there. They had some great scientists in there, one of whom was a guy called Dr. Bart Knowles, who many of you know, who later hired Jerry Killeen. I was looking for a hot job, and I would go to the gate and wait for the foreman to come, and usually people would give him a bribe, and he would select the people who bribed him, and he would give the rest of us a slasher, so we had to slash some bushes there. But one day I was lucky because one of Jerry's and Bart's PhD students, a famous guy called Professor Wolfgang Richard Mukabana, was doing a PhD on host-seeking mosquitoes, and he was looking for volunteers to sleep in tents because he studied the attractiveness of Kenyan men, of African men, to mosquitoes. So why are some people bitten more than others? So he was looking for young people to sleep in tents, and he would release mosquitoes and see who is attracting most mosquitoes. And I found myself as one of these volunteers, and one thing led to another. But in that system, I would attend their meetings, and Jerry and Bart, surprisingly, they allowed me into these meetings and even allowed me to make PowerPoint. And everything happened very quickly thereafter. So I wrote my first publication before I went to the university for undergraduate school. I never got to publish it, but I published it during my undergrad school because Jerry said, if I were you, I would focus on publishing that paper. So this was a long time ago. I think, and then Jerry, for some reason, ended up in Ifakara. He will tell the story himself, hired by Christian Langela. He came here, when he arrived here, he had a mission. He said, in 10 years, I want to replace myself. This it very rarely happens because we've had a lot of medical entomologists come to Ifakara since 1980s. It's only when Jerry arrived in 2004 that he said he wants to replace himself in 10 years. So he invited a number of us. Dr. Issa is there, Dr. Ladslaus, many of us, to come and do masters with him or PhDs. I was an undergrad then. I finished undergrad, and Jerry allowed me to come and do elective course here, attachments. So I arrived in Ifakara, and he drove me and Japhet Kihonda to Lupiro. And he didn't tell me, but the following day he left for Switzerland. And Japhet and myself slept in a tent for 24 nights. Slept in Lupiro for 24 nights. During those nights, I did human landing catches every night. You know human landing catches? You sit on a stool like this at night, you fold your trousers, you wait for mosquitoes to come and bite you, you catch them, you check if they have malaria. And I did this for 24 consecutive nights with a guy called Japhet Kihonda and a young American lady, an incredible lady called Maya caught us. And we went to the tent area at 8 a.m. and slept up to 2 p.m. and then started again. We slept during the day, and I published my second paper at the time. And then I went and finished my undergrad school. And then Jerry invited me back to, he didn't invite me back, he said, I have some job for you in the United States. So he sent me to the US to attend a meeting on his behalf. Incredible man, this one here. So I wasn't a student of Ifakara. He somehow just believed in me. So he sent me, he said, he had a project with the University of Yale University. And he said, I want to send you to the US to do something. So he sent me and a Dutch student to the US. I had to look for a visa in Nairobi. I had not been to Ifakara officially. And I went to the US, and one thing led to another. And later that year, he invited me to register for a master's degree and work with him. And since then, I've been here. And I think I continue to be here. Thank you very much, Dr. Jerry Killeen. Right.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Fredos. Dixon?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I guess you'll be surprised why in the middle of this for big people.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was employed by Jerry as well back in 2007. When I came to Ifakara, I find Fredos around. But what I want to tell you is I never wanted to be a medical entomologist. I wanted to be a medical doctor. Unfortunately, it's not what I am today. But I'm doing what I'm doing because I love to do it. When I came to Ifakara, same thing happened what Fred was explained. Jerry sent me to Lupiro. I slept in the experimental huts. And at times I came back and I called back home like, I'm not going to do this job. I'm going back to Dar, and then that's it. But then I kept going to Dar, come back to Ifakara. Every weekend I go to Dar, come back to Ifakara. But with time, I meant to survive what I'm doing today. Anyway, I got my PhD in medical entomology from the University of Liverpool. But you'll be surprised, it was a 4 years PhD program. I only spent 2 weeks in Liverpool in my entire PhD program. All the skill I learned it in Ifakara. The message behind, if you want to be a field entomologist, you don't learn it in Europe. You learn it where the problem is. And I spent my significant time, basically it was a full time with a few courses outside Ifakara, but in Ifakara. So every time when people ask me, where did you do a PhD? I did my PhD in the UK, but I've never been in the UK. Another funny story is, I came to that when I was 13. I started learning English when I was 16. But what drives people is what you want to learn in your life. You can basically be what you want if you put an effort to be where you want to be. So don't, at times people say, I'm in Tanzania, there's not that opportunities, but I think we're in the institute and we are surrounded by people with so much knowledge. And I think it's a personal effort to push a little bit of yourself and say, this is what I want to learn, let me talk to someone. And these people can guide you. And it's only you who get to where you want. So So I'd like to encourage everyone, especially there's a critical mass of, people who want to grow, and you have all that opportunity in front of you. Thanks.
Yeah, Jerry.
Of course, I'm very tempted to start telling stories, but that could go on for a while. So I think that's a job for the Mbuzi party later. But some key things I think, and both, actually all gentlemen here, kind of just bring up stories that were formative in my whole kind of figuring out who you are and what matters to you, because it doesn't come instantly, and for me, the big thing about the whole Ifakara family experience is that life is tough, right? There's a million reasons to give up. Always. Like, we all got to always have a perfectly good reason to make a living some other way. And what that means is that the only people who stay are the people who buy into the whole culture and the value system. And I think that's what we're struggling with in the organogram. Is actually those are not focus areas, those are value systems, they're priorities, they're things that we try to embed into everything we do. And I think the move and then the pandemic made it easier for me to have time to think through what it all mattered. And after 2 years, I was able to give my inaugural lecture at UCC, and I just tried to get across to people, what's it all about? And what I got back to, there's 3 key things that you need to do if you want to get into be successful in a career. The first one is make sure you have some fun, right? Because if you don't have some fun, you won't last long, right? Secondly, stay safe, right? You can't help anybody if the usual risk is actually that we all lose our minds and freak out and give up. But you can also get malaria, you can get squashed by a hippo, all that kind of stuff that's all on the cards. But the third thing is never forget what it's all about in the first place. Why did you get into this in the first place? And so we've heard a lot of that over the last few days. It's about the pregnant lady who's out in the rice fields, and when she gets malaria, she's 5 kilometers from the health center. She's nauseous. She can't keep the tablets down. She needs a quinine drip. And those scenarios will always be there. So ultimately, we've just got to make sure she doesn't get sick in the first place. So that's what it's all about. But the other component of what it's all about the people who are going to change that, right? So that's been a major kind of focus for my career, I guess. And it started at the start. So Fred, I can remember Fred. I've been waiting 23 years for Fred's voice to break. And so here we are today. But I can remember the first time I met him. And I listened he showed me his graphs, and he told me about his objectives and his methodology and his plan. And I was a new guy. I was a new kind of Mr. Fix-It generalist, trying to help everybody with the writing and their stats and beta. And I said, okay, that's great. So now I understand that. So are you doing a master's or are you doing a PhD? And Fred said, well, actually, I'm in high school. And I said, what? I said, what? Who is this guy? And so my experience has been that we have this huge reservoir of talent, in rural Africa that for so long has been focused on trying to get the rice harvested, just getting on with survival. But now, the opportunities are there, and we can see all the talent coming through. But it doesn't just take talent, it takes enormous resilience. And when I look at Dixon here, I can't look at Dixon without thinking of Roho Yapaka. I mean, Dixon skipped a whole bunch of steps in his career development that looked like some reality TV show where they tried to, it's kind of like, I'm a scientist, get me out of here. There's a million reasons for Dixon to give up. And then Salim, we've had some interesting times together. And I've learned an awful lot from Salim. But, some of the stuff that's happened to Salim just belongs in the malaria capers. And you're still here. And all that inspires you, and that's what it's all about. I found it much easier to explain it, I think, in relation to Haiti. When I tried to explain to people back in Ireland, or why do my family allow me to travel so much? In Ireland, this is considered grounds for divorce. Why? So in Haiti, at least, it's easy because you can show people photographs of the smoke rising from the city and the protesters burning tires and explain that your work routine requires that you get out of bed early and do your work before the protesters wake up, have a cup of coffee, and they take their shift. So we don't have the smoke. Fortunately, we live in a stable setting here in Ifakara and in Dar es Salaam, and thank God for that. But ultimately, it's tough going. It's tough. It's difficult. Everybody in this room, everybody I saw present yesterday, has exhibited enormous commitment. And at a level that we just don't see in high-income countries, frankly. And like a lot of students in UCC find me very scary because I don't have much patience for it. So you can imagine. So I would just say it's about the people that we're trying to help, but it's also about people who are trying to change their lives. And that's what this whole family is about.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jelly. Yes. Yeah. So now let's dive a little bit deep in our discussions. So, Ifakara Institute, depends on grants. So 80%, more than 80% or 90% of our funds come from the research. So just a few things. Can you just, Dr. Salim here, just point out one or two grants which are very memorable to you? If you wish, you could put a statue in your sitting room about just that particular grant, because it was very important in your career. Just one or two, and then how do you measure the success or impact of that grant in your public health? Just very brief.
Okay, very briefly. So the first grant that I worked on when I came to Ifakara, that was interesting because we were testing a new drug for malaria, which is now the most used anti-malaria in Africa and so on. But at that time, we were comparing it with chloroquine. And the unique thing about that experience is that, one, it showed me how to do trials. I'd been to school, so for those who are interested to be epidemiologists, they need first to understand and get the basics of the trade, and then get the experience that is relevant for them to develop the skills. It's one thing to know what is written in the textbook. It's another to be conversant with the art of that discipline. So I came to Ifakara and I was given an opportunity to do a trial. And this trial at that time was the first to be done with this new medication. And just to see the difference it made, the new treatment in the children that were almost dying. At that time, because chloroquine was not working, it was very, very powerful. And then the mixing and connecting with people, not only in Tanzania, but also elsewhere internationally, and gaining additional skills from very basic things like how to control the management of a trial to how to do a PowerPoint. Because then, with that experience, I was given opportunity to work with a professional group that was doing PowerPoints for a big company. So that for me was like, wow, it's like you jump from, this is all about Tanzania, blah, 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 to, how you do international presentation with big people. That's why I started with, going to Ifakara, you mingle with the top guys. The real top. If you say, who were the malariologists in '96? And you can count 5 or 10 people, and these guys were at the top of their game.
Yes, Feroz. What did you say?
Thanks. Same question?
Yeah.
Thanks.
The same question to you.
Thanks, Salim. I will use the opportunity to highlight also a very important aspect, which is institutional ecosystem support.
Yeah.
The most important for me, of course, first grant, first research project also as the issue. And in our case, it's very unique, actually. We have a shared history on this with Dixon here and others. For a long time, it wasn't easy for people who don't have PhDs to apply for grants. I think in 2007, the Gates Foundation announced what they call the Grand Challenges Explorations. And in 2008, we attempted this, and the grant was awarded. So this was a $100,000 grant application before a PhD. I think I had not even started a PhD at the time. And I was very happy about it. Our head office had moved to Dar es Salaam. Dr. Salim Abdullah was our director at the time. And I remember that I had to sign this contract and send back to the Gates Foundation. I was in Ifakara. Incredible support. Adeline Herman was Salim's secretary at the time. And Adeline gave me a call and said, don't worry about it. Salim will bring it to Ifakara. I said, you mean the director will bring it to me? I said, yeah, he will bring it to Ifakara. So I don't know what you were coming to do in Ifakara, but I remember you came in an aeroplane, and I met you at the airstrip, and you gave me my contract signed back. And I just scanned it and sent it back to the Gates Foundation. And that was like for me, the beginning of institutional support. The idea that even if it's a little money, that you have the relevant institutional support necessary to do this. So I think this has been really, really nice for me. Many other grants have happened since then. Nowadays, I'm more excited about the grants that our colleagues, the young students here, receive. A number of them have gone on to receive. We learned a nice trick from Jerry on how to support students to do Welcome Trust fellowships. You may not believe it, but I think between me, Jerry, and Sarah, we have supported close to 20 Welcome Trust fellowships in this institution. And this was started a lot. Jerry did a lot of this in the beginning, and then he said something in passing one day. He said, you know, these things are undersubscribed. And he said, okay, these are undersubscribed. Okay, so we started to try. And in the first rounds we were applying, we just kept winning these things. You know, the students were just so good, and I can count all of them, you know, Keba, Arnold, I don't know, Manu. The last ones we got were Doreen, she presented yesterday, Emmanuel Mwanga. But so far, the only one that failed was these guys, Alphan Go. Yeah. He was the only one whose Welcome Trust application failed because he joined to do a master's to do a nutrition project in Honorati's group. And because he was a statistician, we invited him to join us. And he was supporting us. He did a nutrition program with us. We supported him for a master's fellowship on nutrition. And it didn't go through, and then he became a mosquito guy since then. So I think these are very nice for me, the first grant, and then the grants now that the students are getting. Dixon was our last, I think now I can claim I'm your senior. Dixon was our last, this is my last sponsee. He has an incredible Welcome Trust career, what do you call it now? I forgot it. Intermediate fellowship. I used to have an intermediate fellowship. I should tell this story if you give me 1 minute. Because Dr. Nico Govella, whom you know very well, a very successful scientist at Ifakara, and Dr. Prosper Chaki and myself attempted to apply for the Welcome Trust Fellowship at the same time. And Jerry was very worried. He said, there's no way the trust will give us 3 grants. One of you must drop out. And I said, I will drop out because I was the junior one. But then I thought, well, maybe I should apply for a different scheme instead of dropping out. So I applied for a different scheme, which unfortunately was a more senior scheme because there was no other option. But as luck may have it, we were all successful at the same time. So I think that those have been some very, but the point I'm raising here is that institutional support is an incredible factor and a very, very important factor in getting these grants going through.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you very much. I guess what Dr. Salim and Fredos have said, before you apply any grant, there's so much behind that you need to fill in, you know, to tick the box. If they were successful because You know, they had published, they established themselves in terms of professional excellence. And we all need that before even make an attempt. So Fredos appointed my intermediate fellowship. There's 4 people in this country. I'm not bragging, I'm part of them. So it's Fredos, Julia Makani, and Kasanga who had an intermediate fellowship. And at times when I wanted to apply, I wrote to all of them. Luckily, Fredos was around, so we can always interact with this peer-to-peer mentorship. But I wrote to Julia Makani, who presented yesterday. I wrote to Kasanga that I need some tips on what made you successful. Unfortunately, I didn't get some reply, but I didn't give up. But before that, and Jerry is here, Jerry will always tell you before you apply for Welcome Trust, give me 200 words. What exactly do you want to apply on? And all the people I joined with in this institute, Maganga being one of them, Deo Maliti, all of them they got a Welcome Trust fellowship, except myself. And I felt bad because, you know, you join with your peers and all of them go for Welcome Trust. Welcome Trust was a big thing back then. Everyone wanted to have a fellowship for masters. But then I was like, no, I'm going for another master's program. And I went to University of Dar es Salaam. And my journey along the way, I remember it was unsuccessful. My master's got dropped because the project was shipped to Kenya. Then I requested 20 million. Jerry advised me. I went to Salim. He was kind. They approved the 20 million for me to finish my master's at University of Dar es Salaam. And I remember when I went to Dar, Salim actually took me to Mzee Lugendo. Is this a letter you sent? You know, you go finish your school. And I did. But what I'm saying is you fail a lot when you apply for grants. I failed when I was with my first colleague, the Maganga and Deo Malit the like. And then I applied for international training fellowship with Kaindoa there. He got it. I didn't get it. I applied again. And they called me. You know what? I think you're applying even for something that we don't think you're fit for. You have established yourself, you should go for higher scheme. And that's when I went for intermediate fellowship, and that's what I have. But the message behind is your first grant, you're likely to fail multiple times, and don't give up. I guess that's how life is. You need to learn to, when you fail, learn to come out of that failure quickly and put that effort again, and you'll be successful at some point. Thanks.
I think it's funny, a lot of us have similar kind of recollections about what were the crucial things, and the Roho Yapaka thing just keeps coming back to me again and again. And what I remember from those days is I know a lot of people think I'm Darth Vader, and sometimes I am, you know, that's just how I am. But one of the more difficult things was telling people in advance that, listen, you know, we've had some successes. It can't go on like this indefinitely. And there's large amounts of luck involved. So the people who didn't get the fellowships, it's not that their applications were worked, it's just that your applications goes on the desk of a human being, and you don't know what they've had for breakfast that morning. They don't know, like people think that the review system is this fantastic, beautiful, pristine system, and it's not. It's done on airplanes, on the landing coming in. It's done in between meetings, right? And the way that proposals get selected, it's not always entirely fair. So getting people ready for the real world and all those harsh realities is one of the more difficult parts of the job. Fortunately, my own experience was pretty good training for that. So the grant that changed my career entirely, it wasn't a huge grant. At the time, I had a lot of money. I had a lot of money from USAID and from Gates, but it came with a huge amount of political baggage and some enormous whales trying to swim around in my little pond. And actually the grant that really saved my life and my career and just set up the direction, again, it was a fellowship. It was a Welcome Trust Intermediate Fellowship. It set me free. I had a little pot of money where I didn't have to ask anybody about anything or get any approval. I read the award letter about 5 times because I couldn't find any requirement to report to anybody. And at the time, like, Dickie, when you did your master's, you guys were reporting monthly to Europe, right? And nobody would send money unless they got their monthly report, right? It was that level of micromanagement. So my Wellcome Trust Fellowship allowed me to just do things my way. And I did a lot of things that upset an awful lot of people, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. It was flexible money. It's the money that paid for Prosper's PhD, it's the money that paid for Nico's PhD, it's the money that gave me the mobility and flexibility to say no to stuff and to move institutions when I needed to. So like those grants at the make or break stage of your career, the ones that set you free and allow you to operate independently for the first time, to enter the peer group of independent scientists, those are gold dust. And I totally agree. The PhD certificate doesn't matter a damn, right? The 2 big milestones in a career are your first paper and your first real grant. And then the rest is up to you.
Thank you very much, Jerry. So, round of applause for this. Yeah. So I think we are halfway through the session. So again, we'll proceed with the next session, which is on mentorship. So,
thank you very much, plenary speaker. Dr. Fredo Sokum, you have given us a very, very interesting story about yourself. So my question to you is, did you have a mentor who guided you and led you to where you are today?
Yes.
Okay, good. So
Yes.
that's very good. And how did a mentor help you to achieve where you are today?
I suspect you're asking what do I think mentors should do?
No, that will be the next question.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yes. Mgeni pia ana roho ya paka sana. It's a very strong one, this one. He used to be a nurse. He's a registered nurse, if you didn't know. Tried everything, and that was now a super PhD. Thank you so much, Mgeni. Yes, so I had a number of mentors. Many of them unpredictable, not one. I think I've mentioned a few when I was telling my story. I've been supported by so many people, and I'm super grateful for that. I think one person I would want to highlight is Dr. Sarah Moore. I don't know if many of you know Dr. Sarah Moore. She's based in Bagamoyo. Incredible scientist. Dr. Sarah Moore was also hired by Jerry. Everything rolls back to Jerry. Dr. Sarah Moore was Jerry's postdoc, and Tanya Russell. And Sarah Moore was supervising me, and Tanya Russell was supervising Dixon. And me and many other people. Sarah has been incredible, I think. She went on to also be my PhD advisor, and has continued to be a friend and a mentor, and I still ask her many questions. Now she asks me questions too. So now we are friends, and so I think that's been a great mentor. Jerry Clean is right here. Jerry is increasingly, the older he becomes, the more emotional he gets. He used to be hard-faced, this one. He used to be really tough. He would sit behind you like this on a computer and say, how did you do it? Show me. Yeah, if you said, I did these statistics myself, and then he would sit behind the chair and say, show me. How did you do it? Yes. He was very, but I think it was helpful. Very helpful. So, and then we have had many other mentors around the world. I mean, Bart Knowles allowed me at the very beginning to go into the institute, allowed me to even present. I was an high school kid at the time. And then, of course, I've been lucky to have incredible parents as well. God rest his soul in peace. My dad died in 2004, but it was an incredible. My dad was a teacher, an English school teacher, and he said, when you are in class, you must ask 3 questions every class. You must answer 3 questions. He was a primary school teacher, an incredible guy, this one. And he said, in every class, you must ask 3 questions. You must answer 3 questions. If the teacher doesn't ask, you must talk, say something. So I've become a talkative guy since then. But a super champion of mine, we didn't have many high school. I think I was first. I shouldn't talk about this. That's nonsense. But yeah, professionally, a lot of great mentors. I want to say one thing though, and I think this is a question that you didn't ask me, but is important. I have had some strange experiences, and I think I've learned one thing, that mentorship is primarily parenthood. Okay? And that first of all, you're a human being, and then you are a scientist or a supervisor or that. But first of all, you're a human being. A student of ours told me the other day that she wants to go for maternity leave. She's a PhD student. But she's not sure that Ifakara will allow 2 maternity leaves in 3 years, because the law does not allow. And I said, if any HR person asks you why you are going for a second one, then you don't need to be here. You know, because first of all, we are a human being, and then we are mentors, or we are mentees. And lastly, peer-to-peer mentorship. And that is super incredibly important, super important. Peer-to-peer, the support that Dixon can give me and that I can give to Dixon, the support that you can give to Olu, or Olu can give you, or you can give me. That for me, I think, in Ifakara, for example, I have not stayed in Ifakara for 3 years now. We have a large team here. They support themselves, mostly. I come in once in a while by video, but mostly it's Jumanne teaching people how to dissect, Halfan teaching people how to do statistics, and everybody else teaching people how to do mathematical modeling and all that. So 3 things: peer-to-peer mentorship. Mentorship is like parenthood, and then just be a human being first of all, and then take your other.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, this goes to Dr. Salim. Yeah, at HI, so the situation is that someone may join here as a junior at the BSc level, and this person may, by chance, that may go to degree and masters, and some goes to PhD. And it's very unfortunately that if this person, after PhD, there's no safe landing. Some of PhD graduates, they may not, come back to where they are and get the grants and grow. So my question here is, could you please give us your insight on mentorship, and how do you think this can be integrated at IHI?
Well, I think mentorship, as Fredos has just described, is many things. And the first and foremost is the support that you get from the people that believe in you, that will want to see you grow. And as Ifakara, the institution, one of the great things that we've grown, always expecting it to be there, is the support that the institution itself provide to the people. So I give you, when I came here, the acting director was Dr. Mshinda, who started as a lab tech, and he went all the way to be the director of the institute, and he supported my career in terms of, okay, you come, you do this work. He came to find me in Dar es Salaam and so on. So that was very nice. And then encouraged me to go on. And the other part is to have somebody else who's not here that will be your second mentor, that will provide you with insights that you will not get by just looking at what is happening in your immediate environment, and open up the possibility of you doing things that you would not think for yourself that it is possible for you to do. So I was lucky, from the very word go, it was Marcel, and everybody knows Marcel, he said, you come and join us in Ifakara, and let's see if you can do a good job. And then the rest is history, because from there we did some of the best studies with some of the best people in the malaria field. I want to say one thing. It was mentioned about not giving up, and also to be able to take positively if there is criticism being raised. Because I know Jerry says all these discussions here, if people present, is friendly flyer, because nobody's standing up outright and saying what you're presenting is rubbish. So it's like, but you get it. Somebody can stand up and say what you're saying is completely rubbish. And I remember one occasion when it was the first World Malaria Vaccine conference in the UK. And then I was going there as a junior postdoc and presenting the design for the trials, for the vaccine trials. And then even before I finished the slides, two people were standing and they're saying, oh, this is rubbish. So for me, it was like, what the world is going on? But then I started to realize, okay, you need to know, to have very good insights of the thing that you are going to talk about and so on, and also not to get to panic when somebody says what you're saying is rubbish. In the end, it was not about me. So it was about the whole program and so on, and people were debating at the global level that, okay, you make your results look nice, and that way of doing things is not correct. But as a student, as a postdoc, junior postdoc, I didn't know that. I didn't know that people are arguing about that. But later on, because it was said in public and I went back and started to understand what is the issue. What is the issue? And today, we went 100% around. People who were standing and shouting in public meeting, they're doing the same.
Thank you very much. Dr. Jerry, one of the sentences that Dr. Salim said, that he was lucky and that Professor Marcel, So my request to you is that how can we get rid of such kind of sentence by lucky, and that establish a system within IHI that will help everyone within the unit or the institute have this opportunity? And what aspect would you prioritize while moving forward?
Well, I think that's a very simple question to answer, and that's just keep doing what you're doing. When I joined in, we talk about, Fred, you mentioned only 36 PhDs, right? When I joined in 2003, Salim was still wrapping up his PhD. Hassan was the only Tanzanian PhD holder in the institute. I think the only other two were myself and Patrick, the two pale faces in the team, and the ethnic minority, and that's where we were. But where we are today is not some magic formula that came out of the air. That's the product of all those years of doing all the small things correctly, right? And those accumulate and they pay off. And now we're sitting here in Ifakara. It's still a dusty, bustly little rural town. And we're having a scientific conversation and a conversation about scientific mentorship that is world class, and that people would from anywhere around the world be lucky to participate in. So it's just a matter of keep doing the same. I'm looking at you, McGinney. You're a mentor now, right? You're part of the. There's a lot of people in this room now. And I can remember you coming in the doors like kids. Grace, where are you? And I can remember you as a little young thing. right? You're now expert peers. You're part of the expert peer group. You're mentors, right? Just keep going. All that happens is you get grayer and you get more experienced, and you just keep doing it. The value system is there. The formula is correct. Don't change. Nobody should change anything. It's just, it's now time for the next level, because now there's enough mentors and PhD holders that people just need to learn how to share space and how to do it in a collaborative manner, because we've got the critical mass now. But there's another phase to come, and that's where all of you guys join the system.
Thank you very much. We as organizing committee, we are here to serve and we are listening. So I would like to ask Dr. Salim Tenga, please, to come in front. Dr. Salim Tenga, I've asked doing what you want to do nicely. What is your take on that?
So I think what I can say is that women, sorry, I need to speak on behalf of women. I really need to raise women's voice, because it's only men who can really speak about their story with success. But even women, we have a success story behind us. So the woman you see here, Dr. Salim Tenga, joined Ifakara in 2003, coming from Care International. And in Care International, we were mainly pursuing implementation activities. I did not have a very good background on research, but I was very much inspired with monitoring and evaluation. You know, implementation programs, they have a component on monitoring and evaluation. So that really inspired me. And I said, I really need to learn more about evaluation, and that's why I decided to join IHI. So what I've learned, based on the question that I've just been asked, is that really women, we have the capacity and opportunity to advance and be very much successful if we are given that opportunity and if we are incubated, or if we have a positive environment to support our career. Because I remember the first small grant that I won at Ifakara, I think it was in 2006. We had this in-depth network. Those people, you can remember, Jerry, in-depth network. So I joined an in-depth network team as a very young scientist, and there was an opportunity to apply for small grant to address equitable access to health. And I had an idea. I told Dr. Rose at that time, if you can remember Dr. Rose, I said, perhaps I can write something on how to address the issues of equity around voluntary counseling and testing. At that time, HIV was really a flavor of the day. You can understand it. It was all about HIV, and voluntary counseling and testing. So I thought perhaps I can write something on that. To be honest, I had never written a proposal before. So it was really challenging. And they said, okay, you can go ahead. I attended this in-depth network in Accra, and we were expected to present our ideas, our proposal ideas. So they said, okay, there are some few people who were selected to advance, to proceed with the next stage. So I was among those people who were selected. So when I came back, I said, oh my goodness, what if I fail to succeed in that proposal? How will these people view me? So, there is that fear of unknown among ourselves, especially women, when you are in the middle of men who are giants and they are performing better. You see, how can I catch up with all these giants? But let me tell you something, women. Once you know what you really want to achieve, you stand a better chance to perform very well. Don't always be intimidated by the success of other people, including men. Because once you realize your potential, just be determined, be focused, and know that you have an opportunity and a chance to do better. You need to identify the positive vibes, who really encourage you, who really speak positive about you. Ignore the negative noise and concentrate mostly on the positive aspects of yourself.
Thank you.
And so, just to end up with this story, one thing that I'll never forget about this. When I was wondering, what am I going to write? And honestly, I've never written a proposal before. What if I fail and everything? I had people who surrounded me. So we used to come to Ifakara by train from Dar es Salaam. I think you can all remember. So we took this compact, a super compact compartment in the train. And we started now working on my ideas. I remember it was Oscar Mukasa. You can remember Oscar Mukasa? Okay. Oscar Mukasa, Dr. Masanja, Dr. Rose Nathan. So we started talking about my proposal, and they were like encouraging me, say, okay, let's start. So what do you really want to write on? So that is where we started. What do you really want to write on? So we started like that. Imagine, before we reached Ifakara, I had my specific objectives, my overall objective, the methods, and everything. It was just me to put all things together and come up with a proposal. And guess what? We submitted this proposal. To cut the story short, we submitted this proposal, and I was able to get the grant of $90,000 US. That was my first grant that I won. And guess what? Here I am. Just recently, I won 8,000 US pounds, my grant. You can imagine moving from getting 90,000 US dollar to 800,000 pounds. That is a very great move. And what is the success behind? I ignored all the negative vibes, the negative noises. I realized my potential that I can do regardless. So that is my take for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sally. So my question goes to Dr. Dixon. So Dr. Dixon, what can be the role of senior scientists to help the junior scientists to acquire grants? Hello. Yeah, so my question goes to Dr. Dixon Tojera, and we want to know what could be the role of senior scientists in broadening opportunity for junior scientists to acquire grants within the institute.
So I always say scientific is a collaborative enterprise. And all of us, whatever you name yourself, I guess seniority comes with labels and what you have achieved in your life. It's not a question of being senior. I think once you're in a scientific space, you must live with a collaborative spirit. I guess it's our obligation to support each other. So it should not be Dr. Salim Abdullah, Jerry, Dixon, Fredros, Salim Tenga, to help whoever named himself junior. I think the power of success comes from peer-to-peer support. What we look at probably at the end is, is fine-tuning. If you look at Ifakara, the way it's structured, I won't call it support. I will call it rather it's our responsibility to make sure that we cascade our success, whoever is at a certain level, to other people who are at a lower level. The other point is another role of us as seniors, you mentioned, whatever that means, is there is some position in this that comes with advantage of having an opportunity to understand how the landscape of funding is. So if I put Dr. Olotu here, who is working on vaccine, is acting DOS, Professor Masanja, who is our CD Fredros, Jerry, probably there is some contact they have. I believe they have a rich network where, you know, it's not a question that they call, but they understand there is this opportunity for funding. And I think it's an opportunity for us or for them at that level to realize, okay, there is this funding. There's 5 people in this institute with a certain skill set, and I think they need to be paired and learn that portfolio. And then maybe someone contacted me. There's also this opportunity. I need to look at 2 or 3 people with that skill set, and they can learn that grant. So it's basically how, you know, that's what I call allocative efficiency. How do you use what you have to make sure that you achieve, you know, multiple outputs? So basically, you look at the people you have in-house and you allocate that resources that you know they'll be there for sure. So I'll summarize. Basically, one is, it's not about being senior. It's about ourselves, you know, helping each other. 2, it's those people who are in position and the connection to know that there is opportunity for funding, to realize the people that they have in-house and allocate those opportunities to those people. That's how we maximize our gain forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So can you please be very, okay.
Little contribution. I think one of the most difficult skills that I find to learn, but is really important. Well, first of all, you have to have a sense of humor about long-term development trajectories, particularly with some of the most self-driven individuals. You know, and I have to be forgiving because, you know, I'm not the person to throw stones. So people who drive themselves to their absolute limits are not always reasonable. They can sometimes be volatile. They're always stressed. So like for me, I treat it as an occupational hazard that I might say something reasonable to somebody or misjudge a joke or something, and then they totally explode, and there's fireworks, and then so what do I do next? Or Nico didn't talk to me for 6 months. He turned up at a barbecue in my house and told me, "Gerard, I am very happy to eat your food and greet your family, but I don't want to talk to you." I said, "That's fine." Right, that's all in the job description. So come in and have a good time, and when you've cooled off, maybe we can talk about that thesis draft again. So one of the things that you've got to manage the relationship during the PhD, by necessity, it's quite a vertical relationship, because at the start, the supervisor does know a lot more. That changes, and as you get towards the end, it gets collaborative, and then a really good PhD student is leading, but they're stressed, they're frustrated. You know, I totally understand if a PhD graduate wants to kill me for at least 2 or 3 years after the process, because if I'm doing my job, I'm stretching them to their absolute limits, because actually, how much they like me is less important than how successful they are, right? It's not my job to be their friend. I had to have a chat with Sam about that at one point. And so one of the things I've learned is there's 2 tricks. First of all, there's a little opportunity that you have after the thesis is submitted and the person actually graduating, where you can stop being the bad cop. And so I take the opportunity to be the good cop and turn the examiners into the bad cop. And there's a chance to kind of rebuild the relationship a little bit. But the other thing is to take that opportunity while you have somebody's ear to plant advice that they might not appreciate. And they might ignore. And then 3 or 4 years later, get a phone call that says, "Ger, do you remember you said this to me?" I said, "Yes." "Well, I didn't listen, and I did the exact opposite of what you advised, and now I'm in trouble. Can we talk again?" Right? And so that's what I think of as preemptive advice. Like, if you're going to be a senior, you can't expect to always be popular. You can't always be friends. You can't. Your responsibility is to the development of the individual, and sometimes that really needs a sense of humor. You know, particularly with the most self-driven. I mean, Sarah enjoyed the kind of the rocket ride with Fred. I got Samson Kiwara for my sins, and they're amazing experiences, but they do require a sense of humor about the amount of pressure that's in the system, intrinsically, but also extrinsically. And that's just my thoughts.
Thank you.
Sorry, so one thing that I forgot to emphasize is that self-motivation is also key. Sometimes you may live in an environment where you don't really feel motivated. Don't rely on other people to motivate you exclusively. Try to find your own ways to self-motivate yourself. That is very, very important. Because sometimes you feel like you are confused. You don't know where do you get support. You feel like you are lost, completely lost. And everything becomes negative. You know, the process of career development is not so easy. And you find people very much successful, but they hardly tell you how they have become successful. You just hear from the panel. This is the time that you hear how they have evolved to be who they are. But in the process, you don't hear all these stories. You don't hear them. So what will motivate you? So it's very important to find your own way and motivate yourself. Don't over-rely on the motivation from other people outside. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sally. Yeah, Dixon, any final message you would like to leave to very junior scientists here with regard to public health career? Just in 1 minute, briefly.
In the context of Ifakara, we are living in a very competitive environment. And unfortunately, not with people outside us, but among ourselves. So basically, if you want to survive in this institute, you have to stretch yourself as an individual. I usually call it self-efficacy. Always learn to understand what exactly is happening in terms of the space you are working in, and try the best to gain all the technical skill around that space, and more important, understand what are the competitive nature you are. So, you know, myself, I'm a medical entomologist. Fredros is the same. We used to have Ladislaus, we have Lisa Limo, Jerry's here. Every time there'll be a call, all of us, we can go for it. But you know, Jerry and Fredros are likely to probably to be there to get it than myself. But also, you know, now you need to learn where should I create my niche in this institute, and that'll be more important. So, regardless of you are medical entomologists, you are clinicians, you are epidemiologists, within those big categories, try to find a space which defines you and give you an advantage to succeed. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Give mic to Dr. Fredros. Maybe can you please a final advice to?
Thank you very much.
In 1 minute, please.
Yeah, in 1 second. Do your best and be nice. Isn't it, Annette? Just do your best and be nice. Yeah, just be nice to yourself, be nice to others. Maybe I can add, have fun, isn't it? Don't forget it. Just have as much fun as possible. This morning I went running with two of my colleagues, and one of them was asking me how you make choices of what to do, or take up a job and stuff like that. I said there are times that choice depends entirely on how much they're paying you. But after a certain level, that choice should depend on what you really want to do, what you enjoy, what you're interested in. Because at Ifakara, most of you are above, I don't know, 80th percentile of income earners in Tanzania. At Ifakara, most of the people here already earn more than 80% of Tanzanians. That's a true statement. You're not poor people. So, in other words, you have the freedom to make a choice that is independent of finance. And I think then that means just choose something that you think you will enjoy doing. You will make a lot. So, those 3 things. Do your best. Be nice. Have fun.
Yeah, so I think quickly, Julie McCanny yesterday mentioned about don't give up and don't walk alone, work with other people. And I will emphasize that work with peers, those we said about mentors. But one of the things that I also helped me in my career is to learn from those who are below me in education, in age, in everything. And they taught me a lot about life, how to be the best, etc. And the last comment I want to make is for everybody to do an internal assessment of the strength and what are the weaknesses. So in order for you to be successful, you need to be able to overcome your weaknesses. And some of the I just give a specific example, like, you know, I do clinical trials, and then with clinical trials, you need to be meticulous, very meticulous, and follow the details of the work to be done. So I know my mind is firing all over the place most of the times, and then I do things random. So the only way to overcome that, I learned to develop these algorithms that force me to do step by step for everything that to be done. And, you know, because I rely on that, and I overcome the weaknesses that I have because I understood this is my weakness, and I do something about it to be successful.
So I think we should cut now from here with our panel. We could take this 4 or 5 hours discussing. There's a lot of stories to talk about. So we'll go for a few questions from the floor, like 5 or 4 questions. So you can raise your hands. You point directly. You want to ask a question to Dr. Salim, Sarah, Sally, or Jerry. It's an opportunity now to talk to someone who you've been for.
Okay, thank you. So based on what Fredos explained, the question comes because he said, like, you know, the cash that people in Ifakara earns is on the maximum earners on this country, which is good. You know, we should be not bragging about that. So my question is, internally and internationally, how would we balance between keeping ourselves, serving our country, serving our continent, vis-a-vis the potential we could have outside, which might pay as much compared to what we earn here, but keeping the focus that we need to serve our country, we need to serve our continent? How would we overcome the big salary coming from outside for me to stay here?
Yes, Fredos.
You may not realize it, but you will struggle to find an international organization that pays you better than a successful IHI scientist. You may not realize it now. But if you are a successful Ifakara scientist, you will struggle to get anybody to pay you better than you earn here. And you know, several years back, many years ago, we were earning very little money here, and Salim said, we are going to make this internationally competitive. And I think, Onurat, you remember at the time, I heard you say the other day that the payments had to be backdated, because I think when you authorized the increased salaries, it didn't take effect for about 6 months. So one time you go to the bank and you find 20 million, like it's backdated. But short story, Ifakara Health Institute is one of the best paying institutions internationally.
Great. Thank you very much, Fredos.
Yeah, let me just keep it there.
Yeah. So Ifakara is the best paying institute in the whatever the space is. So Jerry, you want to add something?
Yeah, I do actually, because it brings up another topic I want
30
to.
seconds, Jerry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Instinctive decisions. There's right and there's wrong, and then there's what are you all about. And there will always be, like, Salim could have been off at WHO years ago, but he made the instinctive decision, which made my life hell as a project leader at the time, to triple the salaries overnight. And basically put the ball at our end to find more money. It's the most stressful thing I've ever been through. Was it the correct decision? Absolutely 100% correct. The working culture at IHI changed overnight. And that's just one example of the many instinctive right and wrong decisions that have been made by Salim, Hassan, and Honorati over the years. And that's where I get my mentorship about how do we run things as an African family.
Thank you very much, Jerry. So we have a question from online, Dr. Samson Kiware. Can you unmute yourself and ask a question? Dr. Samson, can you hear me? Wait.
Thank you. So my question goes to Dr. Sally. As you said, you were talking for I would like to know, how did you balance your personal life and your career advancement? I believe you have a family, and I would like to know what supporting system did you use to achieve all your goals?
Yeah, over to you, Dr. Sally.
Yeah,
Work-life
that's a tricky question. I think now gives me an opportunity to really acknowledge the support I get from my lovely husband, because he has played a critical role in supporting my career, regardless of my frequent travels, engagement with a lot of activities. To be honest, this Chagaman is really Chagaman. I really support him. But anyway, so let me tell you something. You know, there are a lot of things that sometimes you need to sacrifice if you really need to make your way. Sacrifice is an element. You will never do away with sacrifice. Time to spend with your family, with your children, with your husband, and everything. But if God help you to get an understanding person and the understanding family, at least you are able to make your way. It's not always constant for everyone, but sometimes I think it's just, it comes by the grace of God. That is what I can say, you know. I know others, they don't believe in spirituality, but I do. I do believe in spirituality. So this is where I can say. But what I can say is that once you know you are self-determined, and if you are constantly explaining to your family what you are aiming at, that you see, Gideon, you are going to school because your mom is constantly in the office working. You see, Gabriel, you are going to different places having some recreation facilities because your mom is working hard. So if you are able to explain what you are doing to your family members, they appreciate what you do and the benefit they get out of your sacrifice, at least you are good to go. This is what I can say.
Thank you very much,
yeah, thank you.
Dr. Sally. A little bit fair to the people online. Dr. Samson, can you please start talking?
Hello?
Yes,
can you hear me?
Yes,
test. You can hear me? So I have a question. But by the way, I really appreciate the discussion. Great stuff. I have a question to Jerry. Jerry, I almost wanted to kill you, but I also want to say thanks for the mentorship and all that. So 2 questions to you, and others can jump. Is you know, having PhD students, right, where these PhD students can have different supervisors, and sometimes they don't agree on each other, or they might have some person relationship issues. So as a PhD student, how do they navigate through these multiple supervisors, mentors who might not agree with each other? And the second question is on us working with people from outside, you know, outside the continent or whatever. How do we know that they're not just looking into taking advantage of us, especially when it comes to either applying for grants together or working on different projects? How do you know that for sure they really want to collaborate with us and not taking advantage of us? Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Samson. Who can react on that one? Quick. Yep. Use this one.
was the first one? Competition within supervisors. That's actually good for PhD students. It can go too far, and then you need to talk to, like, every university has a system for saying, listen, my supervisors are crazy, you know. But it actually learning how to handle that yourself is a really important part of doing your PhD, right? Because that's our job as scientists. Scientists suffer from imposter syndrome specifically because the critical skills requires that you question everything, right? So if you have a supervisor who says jump left, and another one who says jump right, and another one who says jump backwards, the only solution is to make up your own mind, right? And to take your supervisors with you. And so normally I expect about, certainly by the second or third year of a PhD, that my trainee is and saying, listen, I listened to what you said, I listened to what that person said, and I think you're both wrong, and I think this is the correct way. Now that's difficult, but it's like Salim said about, you know, you're not always going to be in the safe sandbox of the PhD. Eventually you got to go out and present, and not everybody out there is so nice. So actually learning how to deal with those conflicts is all part of the growth process. And like all my postgraduate students, often the co-supervisor will say the exact opposite to me, and then we have to have a conversation. And then it's very important for the supervisors to show the student how grown-up people handle a disagreement and reach a consensus. Yeah. And that's really got to be a responsibility for the supervisors. Samson, your second question, I love. Very short answer. Judge people by what they do, not what they say. Everybody knows the same standard spiel, and we're going to be hearing more of it now that localization is the big thing. There's going to be lots of wolves in sheep's clothing. The first thing I do with anybody is I open up PubMed, I type in their name and their key area, I take a look at the list of publications, and that's all I need to know about that person. You know, if you only see Anglo-Saxon sort of Mzungoid names, you don't want to, there's a reason for that. That didn't happen by accident. If you see somebody with no middle name publications, that's a top predator. Don't go anywhere near them, right? Talk is cheap. The only way you can evaluate people is on how they spend time and money. End of story.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Yeah, I think we should end here, unless there's a burning one.
So I think one thing, based on the question that I was asked, I forgot to emphasize something. So, you know, the world is evolving quite a lot. And the people who are highly affected is our children, mostly our children. So it's very important, at the middle of all these scientific works that we do, let's not forget to have an ample time with our children, to make sure that while we foster our career, we don't forget on the growth of our children, and especially their welfare. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sally. Thank you, everyone. I think we will have a presentation on career development from Jerry, I think, just after tea sometimes. So people will ask some question at that point as well. Thank you very much, our panelists. You can just have a flow. So I think the committee here told me the tea is ready. So I'm taking part of the MC now. So you guys should go for tea.
Sorry, just to finish, there might be some questions that maybe you want to pose to the plenary speakers here. So I kindly request anyone with a question, you can just submit to the abstract submission email, and we will get back to you. Thank you very much. Yes, this is the time for tea. Please, where is Abilai today? You know how to say it. My friend, we still have 20 presentations to do today. So 30 minutes is enough. 30 minutes. Katia, please a picture there. Annette, we want a picture. Picture. Annette. Yes.
Of glass, we use a fire. Now, why is a fire important? Our closest living relatives, the baboons, climb up the tree not far away, and their day ends when the sun goes down. Ours doesn't. What do human beings do? Now, this might look like a whole bunch of drunken debauchery and total disgrace that I believe once Salim sponsored one of these events via Nico and ended up breaking my foot, which he took great entertainment out of. But why do human beings do this? This is how we share knowledge. Tunapiga bla bla, sindio. Hatukosi maneno hapa Tanzania. This is a concept that we understand. So, fire allowed people to basically get 3 or 4 hours in the day where we talk and we share experiences. And you might think that's just fun. It's actually how we do some very important things that have been really well studied, particularly in animal populations, but they're also relevant to human populations. And it just so happens that my next door neighbor in Cork is this gentleman called John Quinn, who happens to be an expert on collective learning and social learning and navigational cultures. Okay? Now we get to see this all the time. These storks that fly from Europe to Tanzania, you know, every year, how do they do it? How do they get so far? Well, there's a lot of things that they do that aren't obvious unless you look very carefully. So they fly in a flock. There's a number of reasons they do that. One of them is that actually each individual bird sees a different picture from any other individual. And so they can actually map out airflow and thermals and all that kind of stuff. So as a group, they're collectively more intelligent than any individual. And that's what we're doing right now. Okay? So when we all discuss stuff, we're actually contributing knowledge into a shared knowledge pool, and that's formalized, and that's why people form villages, we form cities, we like to go to discos and bars and universities. We're fundamentally sociable, and we like to talk. So this is how we share information. And this is very well documented in animal populations, and there's a number of different mechanisms. One is that a whole bunch of animals will try different things, or a whole bunch of people will try different things, and they learn from all the mistakes and figure out the best one. The other important one is leadership, and that's very important here. And so I keep hearing about young scientists and young scientists and young scientists, but I think this meeting really has brought it home to me. Not everybody's a youngster anymore. Like, we really have a hard-hitting, impressive senior team. There are 36 PhDs in this institution. Not everybody is a struggling. Now we've got mid-career and seniors, okay? And it becomes very, very important because leadership matters, and leadership determines where we go and whether we get eaten by the lions, okay? So if you feel like sometimes that you're a little bit of a wildebeest, just you don't quite know where you're going, but everybody else seems to be going somewhere, that's actually quite an intelligent thing to do. Leadership becomes very important because leaders teach the others, okay? And those storks that you saw, they rely heavily on leadership. There might only be 2 or 3 birds in that flock that actually really know the way, and everybody else depends on them, okay? And so that's been very well documented in the Serengeti, that these guys' ability to survive and travel is dependent on the size of the herd and the survival rate of the herd. So in other words, herds that have strong leadership, that live a long time, actually do very well, and they travel further and they grow more. And if I get hit by a bus on the way back to Main House today, and there's one thing I'd like you to remember me for, let's call this the Killeen hypothesis, okay? So this is a standard ecologist's graph of what's called the alley effect, okay? All animal populations that rely heavily on social functions, for learning, for mating, whatever it might be, they have non-linear growth trajectories and collapse trajectories. So you think about things like hunting dogs, for example, in your area close to here. They do okay if life is difficult, but once life gets very difficult, the whole population can crash very fast. What that also means is that the reverse is also true. If you have a population that's been suppressed or oppressed, like, you know, excellent African scientists have been for decades, if you take that pressure off and the good times come in, the other side of that coin is that you can see unprecedented growth. And as I look around here, that's what I'm seeing. Right? This is so when the good times come, and they don't come by themselves, you got to manufacture them, there is an opportunity for unprecedented growth. Now, after 20 years of frustration and anger, I'm actually very optimistic and hopeful, and a lot of it has to do with this lady. This is Samantha Power, okay? This is the lady who's driving USAID's localization drive. She's an amazing woman. You should really read about her. And what's different about this initiative is that she openly says, we don't know how to do this, but we're going to find a way. And it's going to take time, but we're going to find a way. Now, what is local, for example? What's a real institution, local institution like this one, as opposed to a subsidiary of one of the usual Beltway bandits in Washington? But assuming that those opportunities not only come, so now they're here, right? We do have big Gates money. We do have big USAID money. We have the senior team, right? All the potential is there to move on to the next phase. It's important to play the game right? Because there's an art to managing scientific communities. And this schematic that I've put together is based on what I learned from Glasgow. I'm glad Fred brought it up. It's like, Glasgow are our friends for lots of very good reasons. And Glasgow have been hugely successful for very good specific reasons, particularly in how they manage emerging independent investigators. So this is policy at Glasgow, and in some other places. But this is like really, this is what Dan Hayden did to Glasgow. In Glasgow, you've got a head of department, and then you've got you've got a few like senior investigators. These would be the established investigators who would be like the professors and all, you know, the people who've got permanent jobs and they're professors. The next layer down is the emerging investigators. So these would be people on fellowships or with their first kind of million-something dollar grant. You know, the middle range of funding. These are the Lucanellis. These are the Francesco Baldinis. In her time, it was the Heather Ferguson of this world. So Why did Heather never leave Glasgow? Why has she grown like that? Because in Glasgow, as soon as you get your first grant of your own, and you've got people working for you, that's treated as your group, and you, sir, you report directly to the head of department. You are treated as an independent peer. You're welcomed into a peer group of leaders, and it doesn't matter if you're 30 or 65, you're peers. Okay, and what I'm finding as I get older is it's easy for me to treat anybody younger as a peer. Sometimes they find it difficult to get used to the idea. The transition can be a bit difficult, but in Glasgow it's policy that that's the way you're treated. And I was talking to, I think, Halvan, and he said, yeah, I noticed that Jason has his groups meetings, and then Mafalda has her group meetings, and they're all still friends, and they can sit in on each other's meetings, but she's treated as an independent peer. She sits in on departmental meetings, etc. It was the same for Heather in her day, okay? That's really important, because it means that the group it's an open tent. Everybody is welcome as a senior peer, and it's an inclusive approach, and it motivates people. There's nothing's going to demotivate an independent-minded scientist faster than having their independence compromised. The system, I had a bit of experience, which I think in one institution I used to work for, they described it as building on our strengths. And what building on our strengths was, meant that basically the senior people recruited junior people who had aligned interests so they could actually merge them into their groups. And in this system, the emerging investigators are treated as subordinates to the senior investigators. So their independence is lost. They can't access the head of department. They can't, if they do write their own grants, they're treated as grants that actually belong to the senior person. Okay? Independent scientists hate that, because it really compromises their ability to compete and do their own thing in their own way. So this is kind of the kiss of death, certainly in the UK system, and that's why Welcome Fellowships are portable. So I had to do this. I had to move my Welcome Fellowship because I fell into one of these systems. Okay? Now, absolutely worst practice is when if the department or the school or the college decides to turn the entire thing into their own personal research group. Okay? And I've seen this happen. And one of my Malawian colleagues referred to these folks as the Mabutus of academia, right? The ones who cannibalize just the junior emerging investigators, but actually even senior professors. And then lots of people, again, that's why, grants are portable. So that if you can't do your own thing in your own way, you can actually move it to another institution. And that's why it's really important to be nice to your emerging investigators, because you need them, first of all, to compete, but secondly, to add diversity. So this is an old famous ecological paper, just showing that butterfly populations on small isolated islands with small populations and low genetic diversity, they tend to go extinct. Okay, and the same is true of science. If you're operating in isolation with a very small number of people, your science is going to become a monoculture, and you can be very vulnerable to the winds of change in terms of donor priorities. So there's strength in diversity, and you've got to look for diversity in each other. You can't, the biggest mistake in the world you can make as a scientist is to think that you know everything. Right? Because what you're saying to your peers is that nothing that you know that I don't know is important. Right? It's the highest form of disrespect, but it happens a lot and people run away. So I work a lot with mathematicians. Now I'll never be one. I aspire to meet them somewhere in the middle, but I can never be a mathematician. I need to work with people who have complementary skill sets. And then if you look at the skill sets that we need in a business like this, nobody can be all of those things. We need each other. We need the diversity. And we need to value that diversity. In terms of concrete ways to make this work, anytime funders will listen to me, this is what I tell them. Don't merge projects into programs. There's a number of reasons for that. The first one is that projects are the grants that set people free. Projects are the ones that allow the emerging investigators to bloom and to come through. Programs are great seeding collective decision-making processes. So let's say when you've got a program, something you share together, let's say it's a PhD program, you've got a committee, it means you've got to take all your investigators, you put them down, and we sit in rooms together and we talk about stuff that maybe we're not comfortable with. We've got to disagree with each other. We've got to share that information and reach a consensus decision. And we all learn more and we make better decisions. And that's been clearly documented in human beings. It's not just in animals. If you get it wrong, and I know I would think of some of the larger big program funders, is that you wrap all the projects up into a big program and then you cut off the emerging investigators' access to funders independently, and then everybody works for one person, and it's quite a vertical arrangement. You don't actually have to collaborate to make decisions. Concrete, specific things. So I've been through 3 large-scale consortia. 2 are a hopeless mess. Okay, the one that worked looked like this. We had a management committee that consisted of all the work package leaders. Okay, so all the people responsible for delivering on the science had a place on the committee, and we had a vote. Okay, and crucially, when we had our meetings, we locked the funders out of the room. It's very difficult for an emerging investigator to pipe up and say something when you've got a senior program officer from a major funder sitting in the room. They need a little bit of space and to make a genuinely collaborative decision. And it's something I'll give Hilary Ranson huge credit for. You know, it wasn't all fun and games in those committee meetings, but we got the right decisions. I once voted against my own motion after I'd listened to my colleagues, and on several occasions, we outvoted the PI. And we made decisions that she was totally against, but she accepted them. You know, it worked. And it gave, I was pretty young at the time, it gave me an opportunity on the big stage to learn all these tricks and to really become part of that bigger club. The system I've seen that doesn't work, and this is actually, this is a very important part. These are caribou. These are the, or reindeer, you might know them as. This is the mammal that does the longest migration on the planet. Now the Inuit know that the ones at the front know where they're going. These are the older, more experienced individuals. The one at the back have no idea where they're going. They're just following the crowd. The ones in the middle are learning, and the ones at the top are the leaders of tomorrow. So the Inuit, by tradition, never harvest the ones at the front. They harvest from the back, because they know if you take the ones from the front, the whole herd may die in the Arctic and never return. Okay? Now, there's some other people who understand the same thing, but they want to kill the herd. And so they're going to be harvesting leaders, particularly as we're all very successful in this room these days, right? So this is what doesn't work. The younger, less experienced emerging investigators never get to have a quiet moment to say their thing without the donor breathing down their neck. Then it basically becomes a conversation between the donor and 1 or 2 senior PIs. And that becomes an informal management club. And it doesn't just block the access of the emerging investigators to the donor, it can actually poison the relationships with them. Because you've got to, if you do pipe up, you've got to be the grumpy one, and you've got to take on the donor and the PIs all in one go. And it doesn't work very well. My big take-home message for all of you folks is that money comes and goes. You know, don't lose friends fighting over it. And ultimately, all the collaborations I've seen over the years have gone one of 2 ways. You know, you always start, the money comes in, everybody's happy, everybody's great friends. And then by the time ethical approval comes through, you're already behind schedule, the pressure starts to mount. And there's always an opportunity at some stage for everybody to kind of get the knives out. And then only one of 2 things happen. If people came into it and their only common interest was the money, then these things go nuclear and break down. If there's respect and friendship and fun, like you guys, party tonight, have some fun, right? You get through all the difficult moments and you end up with a long-term collaboration. You know, and I think of the Glasgow folks when I think about that. Now, there are bad actors out there, particularly as you guys are now coming into real money, who are going to try and derail you. And they're going to exploit, they're going to go after the weak points. And one of the challenges you've got to deal with is that the kind of career trajectory that it takes to become an independent scientist is amazing and wonderful, but it's certainly not comfortable, right? It's extremely stressful. And stress creates cracks, and we're not always entirely reasonable all the time. And so it's very easy to seed tension amongst hard-working scientists, particularly the emerging investigators who they're not there yet, right? And then we have particular challenges that are unique to like developing scientific communities. You know, that we can't afford to let people go and then recruit in from a skills base. I mean, I love Ifakara, but it's not San Diego, it's not Barcelona, you know, it's not a glamour destination. So we rely heavily on career progression of our own family members, right? Which means you've got to learn space, you've got to learn to share space with your seniors over long periods, maybe decades. Whereas in Europe, the idea that you would still be in the same department as your PhD supervisor is like, nobody would agree to that. And my European colleagues would pass out. So we're good at this at Ifakara, is to share space amongst generations. And, you know, the seniors, you know, have been quite good at being less, not behaving like too much like seniors, and creating space that allows, you know, emerging investigators to stick around and grow. Now, there's a lot of money at stake. The last independent review of the USAID localization effort concluded that if you use a rigorous definition of what's local, only 6% of USAID money actually reaches a local institution anywhere in the world. And I think it's lower for Africa, okay? The people who currently hold on to the 94%, they're not gonna give it up quietly. And they're gonna play games with you. And so here's a stereotyped, anonymized illustration of the kind of games I've seen played multiple times, okay? If this is your system, and you've got, you know, a very senior person in the organization, you've got lots of junior folks, but there's one key investigator who's really showing talent, the well-motivated person, to answer Samson's question, will identify that person and invest in them. This is the person who can be genuinely independent, okay? That's the good actor with the right intentions. The bad actor has two strategies. The first one is to just basically give the money to the boss, right? And if you're the boss, be careful about this. Give the money to the boss, you know, tell them how wonderful they are, you know, and that basically was gonna kind of stifle the career of this person who's waiting to break through and have their challenge. So if you're one of the bosses, say no to these things and pass them on, okay? But also ask questions about this person, this intermediary. What games are they trying to play with you? The worst one I've seen is where that person identifies this emerging talent, sees them as competition, and says, okay, who do we have in the organization who's dumber and easier to manipulate, right? They get the money to them, they promote them up through the system. This drives the emerging independent investigator absolutely nuts. It creates friction within the system. And then you've got somebody who's up here who will never be independently competitive and will be reliant on this individual for the rest of their careers. Now, I've anonymized it in the interests of not finding myself in court, but many of us who've been around a while, we've seen these scenarios played out time and time again. And what those folks are doing, they want to harvest the leaders from the top of the herd. So if you're one of the leaders, or if you're one of the junior folks who suddenly gets an offer of a subcontract in an area that you know nothing about, and you're thinking that your hidden genius has been recognized somehow, ask questions. Is this really as well-intentioned as it sounds? Or are people playing games with us? So be nice to each other. Resist temptations to, like, be nice, respect space, what Dixon was talking about. You know, if somebody has a niche, let them have it. Respect each other's space. If one of your colleagues comes in and shares a formula for Coca-Cola someday, don't set up your stall selling Pepsi the following day, right? This isn't good for collegial relationships. And what I'd say to you both is, why would you make Coke or Pepsi individually when you could make something much, much nicer, you know, together, right? So thank you very much for your time and patience.
Thank you so much, Professor Gary, for that very stimulating presentation. So I will allow maybe 2 questions for the professor, hopefully. While we take those questions, Ismail Nambunga, could you please come forward, the next presenter, and be ready? Questions, please.
Thank you, Jerry. I have a question on the trajectory side, the one which seems to be exceptional. Is that sustainable ones?
Eventually, it's got to flatten out somewhere, but that's usually in your 40s as a, like there's a limit to how many, if you talk about a number of papers, I would say, well, my personal limit has been about 12 papers a year, right? So I flattened out sometime in my 30s, I think early 30s, but that was at quite a rate. So your target should be somewhere between half a dozen and 12 papers a year, depending what your field is. But if you can do more than that, then hey, go for it. But make sure you've earned your place on everything. Because it's great having your name on a paper until somebody asks you something. And then and then people start to ask questions about the rest of your CV. Make sense?
Any other questions? Excellent. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Professor.
Happy to discuss in private later.
Yeah, so good morning, everybody. My name is Ismail Nambunga, and today I will briefly presenting to you one of the aspects we investigated during our cross-country survey for Anopheles funestas, where we investigated the association between mosquito body size and number of eggs laid across different ecological zones. And this is very important aspect to understand because one, it can broaden our knowledge regarding mosquito behavior, and the second, it can help us to optimize the intervention. How we know that mosquito lay eggs, and number of eggs determine the density of adult mosquitoes. If the density is high, meaning that the biting risk also increases, which in turn can accelerate the transmission dynamics. So it is very important to understand this aspect. So according to Thawa et al. 2020, malaria transmissions across different ecological zones varies, and the transmission intensity is very high in the region around lake zones as well as around the southern part of the country. And the main vector that mediates transmission is Anopheles funestas, where we have the evidence from lake zone and the southern part of the country. It is the southern eastern part of the country where this vector contribute to more than 85 transmission, ongoing transmission. So there is an urgent need to understand the biology of this mosquito species, so that we can develop effectively control interventions against these species. So why it is important to understand this association? As I said, one will improve knowledge about vector biology, and the second will help us to optimize the vector control strategies. So to achieve this, what we did, we visited 10 districts across the country, and these districts were, some of these were found in the lake zones, others in the coastal region, others in the southern part of the country, others in the western part, and some of them, which is Kilombero and Ulanga, were in the southeastern part of the country. So what we did, we do mosquito collection from both the location, indoor and outdoor. So after collection of mosquitoes, we separated them individually into paper cups so that they can lay eggs. So we provide some conducive environment for mosquitoes to lay eggs. So once they lay eggs, we counted the number of eggs that have been laid by each individual mosquitoes. Then at the end, we dissected these mosquitoes. I mean, we detached their wings so that we can measure, as we know that the wing size correlate or is a prox of mosquito body size. So after that, then we try to see the correlation, like if the size of mosquitoes increases, could also the number of mosquito eggs laid increases or not. So we wanted to see this, to see if there will be a consistency across the different ecological zones in the country. So here are the brief results that I have. So in the lake zone, we identified that in 2 districts where we visited, there is a positive significant association between number of eggs that mosquitoes laid and their body size. As you see in the graph there, there is a positive correlation, but for indoor collection in one of the districts, there is no any positive significant association. But when we moved to southern part of the country, one of the districts in Mtwara region, we identified that there is this positive correlation between number of eggs that mosquitoes laid and their body size. But in the rest of the district, there were no significant association, though there is an indication that there is an increase in number of eggs produced by mosquitoes as their body size increased. But in coastal zone where we visited in Muheza district and Bagamoyo, also we didn't observe any significant association. I mean, statistical significant association between number of eggs laid . So when we visited in the coastal zone, we didn't observe any significant association between number of eggs laid by this mosquito species and their body size. Though also there is an indication of increasing in number of eggs laid by this mosquito species as their body size increases. However, in southeastern part of the country where we are now, in Kilombero district, for indoor collection, we observed that there is this positive significant association, but in Ulanga district, we have also this significant association, but it is for indoor collection. And here now we had we call, so in western part of the country, well, in here we visited in Katavi, we observed that for mosquitoes that have been collected inside the houses, there is a negative association between number of eggs laid by mosquitoes and their body size. However, when we did outdoor collection, we observed that there is a positive association, though in here I don't have any biological explanation as to why, as the size of mosquitoes increased, there is a lower number of mosquito eggs laid. So to conclude on this, I can say that the association between mosquito eggs laid and their body size is not consistent across the country. And so from here then we can say that we should design our intervention strategies based on these geographical areas, given that So this association, which is very important factors to understand disease dynamics and optimizing the package of interventions, are different across the country. So I would like to acknowledge some of the participants who involved in getting this information. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Ismail, for the presentation. A couple of questions quickly, if any. Meanwhile, Dr. Deborah, please, if you could.
Yeah, congrats, Ismail, for a wonderful presentation. As well, we all know that the physiological response of a mosquito is somehow determined by the environmental factors. Did you also consider like environmental factors such as temperature? Like, did you collect any environmental data? The second question is, were these measurements taken at the same season in all these areas, or they were taken in different seasons? Thank you.
Thank you, Yumane, for the questions. To respond on your first question, we also collected some environmental data like temperature and the humidity. But you know, this is a preliminary analysis, so I think in the final model, as we are continuing with doing analysis, then we have those variables to see if different climatic conditions also influence the number of eggs that mosquitoes laid. So, and in the second question, you know, this one, what I can say is, you know, we did the collection throughout the year. So we were not able to say, okay, we have to do this during dry season or in rain season. So to respond on your question, we didn't consider a seasonality. So we did it throughout the year.
Dr. Masanja.
Yes, thank you very much, Ismail. I was just wondering that you were saying we will need to design interventions, different interventions based on the information you've just collected, which is the body size and I think it's the eggs?
Yeah, number of eggs.
The number of eggs. And I was wondering, what kind of interventions are you thinking? Because if you were given the audience to talk to the program manager, utamshauri intervention ipi afanye?
Okay.
From the information you've gathered, have you thought of the intervention?
Yes. So to respond on that, as Eli explained, like number of eggs produced influence the density of adult mosquitoes. Also, if the density of adult mosquitoes increased, the biting risk also increased. So if these mosquitoes have been infected and became infectious, then they can transmit, right? So what we can do, we can target these mosquitoes while in the aquatic stage, like maybe larviciding, habitat manipulation, environmental management. But also we can also target these mosquito species while in the adult mosquitoes. So we have a lot of interventions here. So my colleague Letus, for example, yesterday talked about ATSB. And ATSB, you know, is non-selective, like it can kill any mosquito that attempted to go and feed on sugar. So for me, I can say, I can propose to target this mosquito species while in the mature stage, but also in the adult stage, like a lot of intervention like ATSB. So all those kind of interventions can be applied for the purpose of decimating the density of this mosquito species so that we can lower the transmission intensity mediated by these species.
Asante Ismail. Another question?
Ismail, congratulations for a nice presentation, nice work. Before, I want just to comment on your work, but before that, I want to just double check. Did you collect blood-fed mosquitoes from inside and outside the houses, and then measure or quantify the body size and the fecundity? Or you collected the unfed and you blood-fed them to measure your parameters?
Of course, we collected the blood-fed mosquitoes, and for indoor collection, we did it by using Procopac as well as mouth aspiration methods. But for outdoor collection, we did it by using resting buckets as well as double net. You know, what we noticed is, even in double net, mosquito can use it as a rest, you know. So sometimes mosquito fed somewhere and go there to rest, then we are collected.
So my comment is, in addition to what has been suggested to just quantify the microclimatic conditions, if you habitat where you're collecting mosquitoes, you need also to improve your work by to identify other factors that might affect the blood feeding success of the mosquitoes, including the bed nets that could be used inside or whatever they are doing outside the houses. So the comment is, you also need to measure the blood size. You only know that body size is directly proportional to the fecundity, but the blood meal size is the most important because it is directly proportional to the body size of the mosquitoes, okay? The less the blood meal, the less the number of eggs, okay? So it could be they do get less blood meal. That's why in some of the areas, okay, where you see the negative correlation, there, those are the places that the blood meal size could be affecting your correlation of body size and the fecundity. So you need to improve on that to ensure that where you are saying you cannot explain your observations, that could be an alternative explanation. It's very important to measure that. Okay.
Thank you.
I've been informed there's a question online. So let me quickly read so you can respond. So a question from Dr. Esther Elisaria. Excellent message. So the question is, are there eggs related to mosquito size, adult mosquitoes? That is, if does it affect survival and reproduction?
Thank you for the question, but you know, according to our study, we didn't measure that parameter. So I don't have a concrete answer to explain about that, because we didn't measure those parameters.
Okay, thank you. A round of applause. On to the next presenter, Dr. Deborah. So she will be followed by Hamis Kunambi. Please get ready. Dr. Deborah, you have 8 minutes.
Hello, thank you very much for this opportunity, and good morning all of you. I'm Deborah Sumari, and I'll present briefly our current study which is ongoing in Bagamoyo, which is a child health and infection with low density malaria. Back to malaria. We all know that malaria is going down in many places in the world, especially in Africa, but also the case of burden in 2 to 10 years of age is still a problem, because it is not gone down to almost finishing up, but we can see then some residual malaria in this particular age. So the case of low density infection is just like the herd of a hippo in the river here. You see that what is known is basically quite minute comparative to what is not known, and as using our detection standard diagnostic tools, it is easy to diagnose and see what is known, which is minute, compared to what is known according to the symptoms and density of infections. So there are many more infections which are left under the sufferers which are undetected, and basically these are contributed by the standard diagnostics that we have that are insensitive to low level of infections. And if we don't treat these, because we don't detect them, it ended up with low infection which can persist for months and years perhaps. Yeah, so the challenges in low transmission has been attributed and researched in several areas. Just to mention a few, SOTIN was done, and there was a comparative technology which we use PCR, and also among the research that was also reviewed, and some of the colleagues that we are collaborating with at the moment, they actually saw our work in Bagamoyo, and actually this contributed to the projection and the production of this study. So we can see that PCR is still a good detection method that can detect low density infections. And I was very impressed with the work done with ESA, and I actually went in the evening to go to the vector sphere. And there was also, for this work, collaboration among ourselves. And I would like to talk more about his work in the infrared, and because it's targeting what we are looking for. So the current strategy actually missing the chronic and low infections, as I've said, in the community and in the health facility level. So the current standard of care are practical, but they are missing those areas with resistance or transmission setting which are low. We are actually missing the clearance of malaria in the community, as well as in the health facility. We are focusing on passive case detection using RDT and microscopy, as I've said before, which are missing these low infections, particularly in low settings. So the current study is aiming to determine the impact on of detecting and treating low malaria infections in a long-term child health and well-being. So we specifically are going to assess the impact of standard passive and case detection, including active case detection using molecular testing against the standard PCD, which is the current technique which is being used for a long-term and the health of children. And another one, we will assess the impact of PCD using molecular versus the standard PCD in a long-term health, as well as evaluate the cost effectiveness of ACD and PCDM. We'll also have secondary exploratory objectives to assess the immunology assays, the anti-malarial humoral responses and malaria cell-mediated responses with respect to treating low-density malaria infections. And we also assess the general immune response to vaccines and other antigens, and they will also have to assess the impact of clearing low malaria infection in the issue of malaria immunity, because there is it is known that when you are having malaria for a long time with a low density, you have immunity. But there is also another myth that if you keep these low density infections, they are contributing to the other chronic infections to emerge. So the study actually signifies that it will be the first to evaluate the efficacy, safety, and the cost effectiveness of targeting these low-density infections in children. And we'll also use the active and passive case detection in low transmission settings, which we'll see if it contributes to the improvement of health in children, and also will improve long-term health of children, cognitive assessment, and socioeconomic potential of children who are living in endemic areas. The study is a 3-arm open labeled randomized control trial, which is conducted in Bagamoyo, Kiwangwa, and Ifakara wards. And we are going to recruit about 600 children of the age of 6 months to 10 years. And the enrollment will be done in these 2 wards, and the lab test will be done at Kengani Clinical Trial Facility. A quick study profile is we'll have children recruited. Those which are eligible will be randomized into the 3 arms, and those which are meeting exclusion criteria will be excluded. And as I've mentioned before, the PCD will be the control arm, will be ACTM, and will be a PCDM. So for the case of the control, we will assess fever episodes, and those which are receiving standard PCD, which is actually standard practiced, they will be positive RDT will be treated, and then we will also collect some samples for PCR later on for research only. But on the ACDM arm, those which are positive will receive artemether-lumefantrine, and those which are negative will be tested for PCR, and if it comes positive, will be treated. And actually, these are going to be followed for a certain period of time. And on the third arm, PCDM will also use the molecular technique for the negative RDTs. And this will be done in a monthly schedule, followed up for 2 years to assess the outcome and potential, these confounders that we'll find out from the PCR results. So the study line is, this is a 5-year study, and we've already done the preparatory phase. We are now in the intervention phase, of which we are assessing the ACDM at the moment, and we'll go to PCDM, and then we'll do the cost analysis. Yeah, and you can see here the ACDM is in 6 time points. Here you can see, and the PCDM and the ACDM right here. So what we are expecting to be our outcome is we'll have a direct measure of health impact of detecting and treating low-density malaria infections. And we also expect the findings will be recommended as a practice to regard to active and passive case detection in low transmission settings. We actually know majority of areas, as I've asked the Bishanga yesterday, most of the areas are in the stratification of being low to moderate, and sometimes we can see a drastic change of this malaria stratification. And we also use a high sensitive malaria testing to detect and treat low density malaria infections in ACD and PCDM arm, and hence we expect to reduce pediatric burden in low malaria infections, which will be associated with long-term assessment of all cause of morbidity. And also we'll have a potential ground to convince the policymakers on the practice and use of ACDM and PCDM case for the assessing the low density infection. And we also have a capacity building opportunity. It is fortunate that I did an interview for a PhD student, and we'll enroll a PhD student soon. Last week I did that. And we have an opportunity of having a master student, so this can be a call to young scientists here. We can contact and see how we can accommodate that one. Having said that, I'd like to thank the team, because we had, this is the team of the Bagamoyo, Kingani people, and we had our collaborators from University of California, San Francisco, who's the USPI, Dr. Michelle. We have Dr. Ali Olotu, who is the Tanzanian PI, and we have ASA Swiss TPH collaborators, and those from Stanford University. Having said, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Deborah, for the presentation, for observing time. We just have time for 2 questions, please.
Thank you very much. It seems it is fantastic project, and you'll follow the children for 2 years monthly. So I want to know what is the expected loss to follow up of these participants, and what strategies are there in place to reduce this loss to follow up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. In a clinical trial, we first need to we have to sensitize the society that you are going to do your research on. So the thing is, we go in a stage-wise. We start with the village leaders. We explain to them. We first explain in a very layman language the advantages of conducting that study in that area. And we tell them what's the problem and how is this study going to help their health, to help their health and the well-being of their children. And once they understand, we also demonstrate, because in coastal areas, they are very much sensitive with blood taking as a sample, but we usually go there and show them the quantity and the volume and what we are going to do with the blood with their kids. So we sensitize them, and when we come to sensitize the participants, because we are dealing with kids here, we sensitize their parents and guardians. And we let them decide by themselves. And good thing, we have already started, the work is now in the enrollment phase. And we have dropouts, and the dropouts are not because of them understanding what's the importance of this study to their health. Rather, most of them are moving from the catchment area of the study. Is it 10? We expect like less than 10%, basing on the the previous studies that we have done in that area.
Just 2 questions, so I'm sorry, ladies. We just have to go.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Deborah, for the good presentation. I just have a question concerning the lower malaria infections, the low density infections. Do you mean area with low malaria transmission, or do you focus with a patient who has lower malaria density? Given that the case of asymptomatic to children, I think, is very rare to have asymptomatic cases in children. It's because of as an adult, I can have a pre-immunity being exposed to malaria. So it's possible to have a circulating parasite in my blood that does not go to high parasitemia. But for the children, it's just take like 5 to 7 days after getting the infections to have a clinical or a critical clinical cases for the children. So what do you think will be the probability of detecting the lower malaria infections to the children, given that we are sure immediately after the infection, it will only take like 5 or 7 days for them to be critically ill or to become symptomatic and isolate themselves to the hospital? Do you think 5 days or 7 days is enough for us to detect malaria and lower malaria infections in our population?
Thank you, Isa. Actually, low density malaria infections, it can go for so many days. I've done that work here actually in children of school age from 5 to 10, which is the age that we are including into this study. And just a preliminary result that we saw in this ongoing enrollment, the children who are below the age of 5, they can have low density infections and remain asymptomatic. And we're actually following up, but they remain for the particular time because of the area. First of all, it is of low density infections, and the current technology, I mean the detection of these malaria parasites is quite missing them out. So sometimes they are coming later with the manifestations of the disease symptoms, but rather they are being treated as other causes of fever, because the first symptom is coming with the fever and you know those symptoms, but later when you do with our current standard diagnostic tools, they don't get them up. So we ended up, maybe we mistreat the kids. So that's the thing we want to show to the people, that it's not necessary that you rely on the current standard diagnostic tools.
I'm very sorry, Dr. Fedros. You'll just have to find time with Dr. Deborah later. So, moving on to our next presenter. Meanwhile, we have Ampurire Patience, who is the next presenter. Please be ready.
Hello. Good morning. since we have started our conference here, we have been hearing about the Anopheles fenestas, worrying about their current effectiveness in malaria transmissions. And entomologists were struggling on how the best way to control this Anopheles fenestas. So today, okay. So today it's my pleasure to share the semi-field findings, my semi-field findings from these studies, my master studies, how best to control Anopheles fenestas. My name is Amis Kunambi. I'm a master's student from Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology, which is in collaboration with Ifakara Health Institute. I'm here to share my findings from my master studies, which was focusing on assessing the visibility of auto-dissemination of technique in controlling Anopheles fenestas under semi-field setting. To begin with the introductions, as we all know, long-lasting sensitized net and indoor residues have been consistently used as a core interventions to protect population at least against malaria populations. And these core interventions have significantly contributed to reduce the malaria cases and the death. However, the gain achieved by this core intervention, specifically in reducing malaria cases, has now threatened by the ongoing secondary resistance and changing in biting behavior among the malaria vectors. In order to sustain the gains, WHO has recommended the new additional tools to sustain these gains to complement the core interventions. Auto-dissemination of pyriproxyfen is a new larviciding technique which utilizes the obligate behavior of blood-fed female to act as a vehicle to carry and transfer pyriproxyfen from the contaminated resting surface to breeding habitat and cause the mortality of the existing immature stage. This technique has well studied and was first studied to control the breeding container mosquitoes and especially Aedes aegypti, and later on the interest was expanded to control malaria vectors. And speaking of the malaria vector, as I'm speaking here, we have the evidence of controlling Anopheles rabies, which was conducted here in Tanzania, and also we have the evidence that this technique to control the Anopheles gambi from Kenya. But we don't have the evidence how best this technique can control Anopheles fenestas. So I'm standing here to share with you the evidence on how best this technique can control the Anopheles fenestas under semi-field setting. To do that, we are designing the controlled observational study under semi-field settings. Within the semi-field, we set up 2 identical chambers, and within each chambers, we set up a artificial breeding, water basins of 1 liter volume as artificial breeding habitat, and 10 liters clay pots as the artificial resting site. This we are set at 5 meters between. But the clay pot in the treatment chamber were dusted with 2.5 grams of PPO fodder, which contain 10% active ingredient. I'm here to say, sorry, that that's a mistake error. I written the 2.5 milligram. It was 2.5 gram. In this experiment, in all replicate, we are using lab layered female Anopheles fenestas with 5 to 9 age. During the experiment, we initially blood fed the female mosquitoes and we ensure that the females were full fed. And then we sampled 300 females and exposed them
to the treated and untreated clay pot for 30 minutes. Then after, we remove the cover just to allow the female to exist from the clay pots and find the place for ovipositions. So the artificial breeding container found in the chambers were monitored to observe the presence of eggs. And then the eggs lady were further monitored its development to adult. So during this experiment, the mortality and adult emergence were recorded. And thereafter, we do this experiment. We did another experiment. We did another similar experiment where the blood-fed mosquito were exposed to clay pot for 48 hours. During this experiment, you observed very small eggs laid by ovipositing female, especially in treatment chambers. This signaled the possibility of female to be sterilized by the PPF. So it took us to do a further experiment to investigate this sterilization effect of PPF by autodissemination of pyriproxine, or through autodissemination of pyriproxine. So we conducted another 2 experiments. The first experiments, we dissected the gravid female from exposed and unexposed, just to examine the shape of developed egg, whether the shapes develops maturity or developed unmatured. And also we did another experiment, which is a vision experiment. Here we wanted to have the close observation of oviposition event over 3 gonotrophic cycle. Our interest here is to see if the effect is reversible or irreversible. So the subsamples of mosquitoes were taken from the chambers and transferred to the small net cage, and the oviposition event were assessed over 3 gonotrophic cycle. The results in PPF transfers, we observed that the raw adult emergence rate in the treatment chamber as compared to control. And this observation was similar. It was observed in 30 minutes exposure and 48 exposure. Speaking of emergence of inhibition, during the 30 minutes of exposure, we had the 78% adult emergence inhibitions and the 81% of adult inhibition for those mosquito exposed for 48 hours. What does this tell? This tells that regardless of the time the female spent inside the treated clay pot, the female were able to transfer sufficient pyriproxine to the breeding habitat and cause adult emergence inhibition. Yes, speaking of the egg lady, also we have observed a very few number of egg lady in treatment chambers compared to the control chamber, and this is for both oviposition exposure time. Speaking of the effect of PPF on egg development, we have observed a high percentage of females with the unmatured eggs in the treatment section as compared to the control section, and this is for both exposure time. Speaking of the oviposition experiment, we observed high reduction of hatchlet of laid egg by ovipositing female in treatment chamber as compared to the control chamber across all gonotrophic cycles. And in conclusion, this study has demonstrated high degree of sterilization and adult emergence inhibition following the autodissemination of pyriproxine. And also we observed that the effect of PPF through autodissemination of pyriproxine is a lifelong effect. So we recommend this technique can be a promising supplementary control, especially for the spread of insecticide resistance vectors. So, however, further studies should be done to assess the visibility of this technique to control wildy population. Having said that, I would like to acknowledge the IHS institution and NMST for admitting me to undertake this master study, and also lastly, I would like to thank my mentors, Dixon Wilson Letojeras, autodissemination team, and OMC team, and my colleague. Thank you for listening.
Hassan, thank you. Just one question this time, if any. Nimewapendelea sana upande huo.
Thank you for a very nice presentation. So I have a very general question. Suppose our Honorable Mama Samia was listening to our conference and she called Dr. Masanja asking which method of vector control should we take today because she want to put money on that. Which one are you going to recommend?
Thank you for the nice questions. I will recommend the lava source management. On my side, it's the best interventions because through controlling mosquitoes at larvae stages will ensures the control of exophilic, endophilic, resistance vectors. So lava source management is the best lava source management, and through this using the either chemical larvicidings or microbial larviciding together with this autodomiciliary technique as a complementary control interventions. Am I answering?
I think that was an open question. Thank you.
Asante sana.
A round of applause, please. So our next presenter, Ampurire Patience, will be followed by Christian Tete.
Hello everyone. My name is Patience Ampurire. I'm a master's student at Nelson Mandela Institute of Science and Technology. I'm doing a master's in public health in collaboration with the Ifakara Health Institute. I'm presenting my master's project, which is an ongoing work, and some of the preliminary results from the qualitative activities that have been generated so far. So it's investigating perspectives of men and women who are working in vector control towards gender inclusivity in Tanzanian institutions. As we all well know, vector-borne diseases are a very serious public health concern. They account for more than 1 billion infections each year and more than 1 million deaths. Vector control programs that are inclusive and adapt to various cultural and environmental conditions, they have been proven to be more effective and sustainable. And examining risk-borne prevention using a gender lens has actually been suggested by some of the researchers as a means to increase efficiency, effectiveness, and sustainability of vector control programs. And also increasing participation of women and promoting them to positions of leadership can actually increase uptake of some of these interventions. As I have seen in some of my discussions, especially here in Tanzania, I've been told that some of the cultural tribes that you have here, for example, the Maasai, like you are not actually allowed to interview a married woman when you are a male interviewer. So some of these cultural aspects should be taken into account as you're programming your, the interventions that you're going to deploy in the community. My main objective is to investigate perspectives of men and women who are doing work in vector control institutions in Tanzania. I have 3 specific objectives. The first one is to assess gender composition and policies in Tanzanian institutions which are doing vector control. The second one is to explore gender-related experiences among men and women who are practicing vector control. And the third one is to investigate perceptions and recommendations towards gender inclusivity among men and women who are doing vector control. Why did I choose vector control as a field? Basically, vector control is a field that has been historically known to be male-dominated, specifically for various reasons. One is the nature of work that we do in vector control, and also the historically known reasons that women have been disadvantaged in their communities and also in the opportunities that are provided to take up academic opportunities and also career opportunities. But in the past decades, as we have seen, we have had many women who have gone into, taken up career opportunities, gone into employment, but we do not know much about what happens when they actually go into the workforce. Are the experiences better than they were before? Are they the same? When more women come into vector control, are the experiences also improving, or they are deteriorating, or are they the same? And also, to inform change, it requires looking beyond looking at existence of gender differences, but rather understanding the underlying factors that perpetuate these gender differences in the different fields that we are in. This is a mixed method study. It is an exploratory mixed method study. I have 3 methods. I'm doing a desk review of institutional records, some which are publicly available, and those which are not. I'm contacting the HR office to provide for me some of this information, like on policies, the gender representation in the different departments of vector control. And then I'll also deploy an online survey to the people who are doing work in vector control. I've so far done focus group discussions and in-depth interviews with leaders who are working in vector control or heading vector control units. And then the focus group discussions have been with the people who are actively doing activities in vector control. Some of the findings that we have so far seen, when the participants, some of them were asked what they understand by gender. Some of them said gender is the same as sex. So to them, gender is either a man or a woman. To others, they say gender is more than sex. So it can be either someone's sex, and in addition to that, there are gender responsibilities that come with one being a male or one being a female. And then others said gender is someone's sexual orientation or identity that they identify themselves to be. And of course, they said as far as Tanzania is concerned, most of the times when you talk about gender, most people will understand it as gender is male and female and the different responsibilities that are expected of them in the society. And of course, when we ask them about gender inclusivity, most of them said it is equal rights and opportunities for everyone, and others said fair treatment of persons regardless their gender. Others said it is mostly a term that is used when you're talking about women. So they mostly talk here gender inclusivity when you're advocating for women inclusion, women opportunities, women empowerment, and the sort. And others, of course, said it is also looking at a balance of both genders in the different roles and activities. And others also said it is a Western agenda of funders' interest. Gender inclusivity in vector control, basically it was looked at, considering the work that we do in vector control, it is hard to include both genders in specific activities. An example was given for human landing catch, where people are exposed to mosquito bites. Sometimes you cannot know if a woman is pregnant, so you cannot sometimes include women in certain activities. And then also some field activities where you go to remote areas where the sanitary facilities are not available, there is no clean water, people have to go several days without showering. So it can be very challenging to include a woman in certain activities. So mostly they, basically sometimes they exclude them, not necessarily because they don't want to include them, but because the conditions cannot allow. And then also cultural barriers that do not allow women to overstay overnight in the field, sleep. We are together with male colleagues. Some cultures do not allow their wives to sleep there. Of course, then also perceptions. Some men said ladies are lazy. Others said when you give women activities, they say, no, I cannot do that, that is for men. Others said that employing women is an added expense, because you have to edit a lot of things in your environment. You have to include facilities that you did not have. And also others said some women ride on a sympathy vote where they just expect opportunities based on their gender. Experiences from basically from women. Women experiences, some of them said their achievements are underlooked. Others said they are accused of sleeping their way up to the top. Basically leaders that they do not consider their competencies, but rather they are said that they gave something for something. And then the family work balance was the major challenge that women encountered. The society norms that put some roles to be for women and others for men. The field conditions which were unfavorable. They are not represented majorly in major decision-making positions. And then sexual harassment. The men's experiences, the major one was paternity leave was a major concern for the men. They said it is short, it should be revised, and also they said working with women on certain activities, especially field, can be challenging. And then to do with policies, most institutions, they did not have a formal gender policy, but they had certain things in their regulations that talked about gender needs and gender responsibilities. But when I interviewed the employees, they were not aware of such policies. They did not know what they talk about, and they didn't know how they should go about this. There was also no clear pathways for reporting some of these gender disputes like sexual harassment, and some of the efforts were not institutionalized. And some who had experienced sexual harassment, interestingly said they would not report it because they do not trust the system to be fair to them. Some of the recommendations, they recommended gender trainings, career guidance, mentorship programs, gender-sensitive facilities like breastfeeding rooms, resting rooms for pregnant mothers, flexible work schedules like part-time or work from home when you have maybe a woman has given birth or a spouse has given birth. Technological advancements like in IRS you can have pumps which are a bit smaller that the women can carry. Having movable sanitary facilities like shower enclosures where the women can shower when they are in the field. Yeah, things like that. I want to acknowledge my supervisors, Dr. Fredros Okumu, Dr. Lina Finda, Dr. Damaris Matoke, and the District Entomologist Project, and Ifakara colleagues, and Nelson Mandela, Cohort 6.
Thank you very much. So because she was over time, we won't be taking any questions. Okay, just a quick question, please.
Very interesting presentation. Thank you so much. So in your background, you mentioned that historically, vector has been known as a male thing. So was that based on anecdotal evidence, or there are some published articles on that? And we are very much curious on who did you interview? Is it the staff working in vector, or yeah? But very nice presentation. Thank you.
So this is published that vector control as a field, and entomology, specifically field entomology, has been a male-dominated field right from when it started in the 1950s and then right to the 80s, 90s when we started seeing some women coming into vector control. And even when I interviewed some leaders in these institutions, they acknowledged that they started seeing their first females in the last 2 decades. So that is in the 2000s and then the past 10 years. That's when they started seeing an increase in the women who are coming in vector control. So the people I interviewed for the IDIs, I interviewed leaders. So that would be either a departmental head, a project leader, a branch director, or anyone who is leading a vector control unit. And then for the focus group discussions, I had discussions with people who were actually doing the vector control work. So I interviewed field field assistants. I interviewed people who are doing evaluation of vector control tools, so people who are working in the lab. And then I also interviewed vector control officers for the government, people who are doing surveillance and monitoring in the field. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Christian Tetedwamo, and thank you for the opportunity to share some findings from our process evaluation on the mass dog vaccination delivery strategies that are happening in the Mara region of Tanzania. So I'll be presenting under the topic, development, feasibility, and potential effectiveness of the mass dog delivery strategies, some lessons for optimization and replication. So for rabies, there is a proof of concept that transmission can be interrupted through mass dog vaccination, and that is based on the dynamics of the transmission of the disease. First, because over 95% of infection to humans are from domestic dogs, and secondly, the majority of these dogs are available or are accessible for parenteral mass vaccination. Then also rabies as an infectious disease has a very low basic reproductive number, and just by vaccinating 40% of the dog population, we can attain herd immunity. But where vaccination campaigns are happening just once in a year, then the campaigns must strive to reach at least 70% of the dog population to ensure that in between the campaigns, the vaccination coverage does not drop below 40%, where transmission can resume again. But achieving 70% coverage has been very difficult, and that is because of these factors. First of all, there is low awareness among the population, and participation is very low, usually below 50%, and that is because of the fees that are charged. People have fears of dogs. People don't know how to handle their own dog or restrain them and take them to the vaccination centers. But there are also operational issues because the campaigns are planned and centrally delivered. It means that the vaccination teams have to travel, on long distances to reach the targeted communities. And sometimes when there is bad weather and they could not reach these communities, it's difficult to have other resources to plan to reach them again. But certain development in the area of rabies control, such as the discovery of the thermotolerance of the Novivac rabies vaccine and the feasibility of storing it in locally made cooling devices, just as in the cases of rinderpest and smallpox, has opened up the possibility of decentralizing the delivery of mass dog vaccination campaigns to the levels of the community. So a community-based continuous mass dog delivery approach was designed and tested in the Mara region. And because this approach is new to mass dog vaccination campaign, we use a mixed method process evaluation to generate lessons to guide the optimization of the approach. So our first question seeks to document the development process and implementation process of the approach to see how that impact on the delivery and whether it was feasible to deliver the approach in the context. So we use the MRC's guide on how to develop and test complex interventions before you roll them out on a large scale. So this approach, this framework has two steps. In the first phase, there are two sets of activities. You develop the intervention based on the current evidence available, and then you give it to the stakeholders who are going to deliver it to get their inputs. Then you refine it. Then you take it to the second phase where you do the feasibility study in the field. So we found that the intersectoral approach adopted to develop the intervention fostered uptake at a policy level. But we also observed that communities were missing at the discussion table. And overall, the intervention or the community-based approach had 45 components, and it was delivered with almost 70% fidelity. So I pulled out some of the components here and how they were delivered. One of them was that the district level veterinary officers were supposed to introduce the implementers, the village level implementers, with letters in order to ensure that they had cooperation from the village leaders. And that was delivered as planned. But there was one component where the village level One Health coordinators were supposed to work with Mambalozi to do things like estimate dog population and also find dogs that mix the previous run. That was not done because of weak community engagement. So these people thought that the project was coming with a lot of money, so they don't know why they should be working without getting any of those monies. So this is what Mambalozi is saying, that, well, you went to the workshop and received big allowances and you have come to tell us to go and work. So they did not cooperate. Then also, the vaccinators were supposed to muzzle potentially aggressive dogs. They did not do that. One, because they did not have trust in the muzzles that they were provided, and also because they thought it was time consuming. So one of them said that it was difficult to use the muzzles. The dogs were too fierce. So they just choose to do their own thing. So in the course of the presentation, I'll show you how they went around this barrier. So if you quantify how much work they were to input to deliver the strategies, it does not really predict how much or the vaccination coverages that the various strategies achieved, suggesting that there was some such moderating effect of contextual element. So we pull out some of these contextual factors that may have acted as barriers or drivers of innovation. And the fact that the campaigns were free motivated people to participate because it was continuous. It provided more time points for people to have their dog vaccinated. The involvement of local people also helped. Of course, weak community entry. The design of the various strategies had implications of how long people have to walk to reach the vaccination centers, the frequency of vaccination campaigns, and also dogs, whether the dogs will be quiet whilst they are inoculating them. Then with respect to, let me say that we group these factors into those that are related to the intervention, those that are context related, and those that are related to the implementers. So there were several factors that I just classified them under these themes. But usually if you go to the vaccination center and you begin to see children in uniforms, then it means that you are probably around midday of the day. So this is how the implementers chose to restrain dogs instead of using the muzzle. So dog struggling whilst being vaccinated was a huge issue in the process. So these and other factors that affected the process, we asked the next question if they could be addressed through community engagement. And so we, in the course of the program, we got some small grant to do community engagement. So we did engagement and did a before and after evaluation. These are some of the activities we carried in the process of the engagement. And because knowledge of dog behavior and handling was a huge issue. It's widely cited as one of the factors to participation in mass dog vaccination campaigns. So we explored the odds of people. We actually scored people on their knowledge of dog handling and dog behavior, and look at their odds of scoring high on this parameter. And we found out that yes, there are some population-related factors that that actually had impact on people's scoring high, and hence their ability to participate in mass dog vaccination campaigns. And interestingly, if somebody said, I sent my dog for vaccination in the last campaign, that is associated with a decreased odds of scoring high. But that makes sense because the regression is predicting that there's a small increased odds associated with being older. And as documented by Sambo and Sikana, it's usually children who take their household dog for vaccination. And that means that the people who usually send dogs for vaccination, have little knowledge of dog behavior and that. So the behavior of the dog had huge implication for whether the person is able to restrain and send the dog for vaccination. And then also, people's ability to restrain dogs and send them for vaccination is a huge conversation in participation in mass dog vaccination campaigns. And that has been widely documented, from Southern America, Asia, Africa, and right here in Tanzania. So yes, we scored the participants, and the results show that yes, through community engagement, we can actually, because my time is up, let me just run through. But we use the normalization process theory to check, well, this approach to mass vaccination campaign prove that it can sustain adequate vaccination coverage and interrupt transmission. But the question is, can it be easily adopted and used by the veterinary system to conduct mass vaccination campaigns? And yes, through all the constructs of the theory, it shows that it is feasible to adopt this new approach. So the conclusions are basically just the same as I run through. But just permit me to acknowledge these people who have been very key to my PhD journey. This is Professor Kazuala. He was one of 3 founding members of Aspire.
Thank you, Charles.
Okay. And then also Dr. Mbaruku. He was the head of the TTP rabies in IHI when I got into the system. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
And regular distribution of deworming drugs, which are done to actually reduce the infection intensity and infection of this parasite. So why and where are these prevalence coming from? One of the things that we can hypothesize is what we call the efficacy of recommended antiemetic treatment, which is currently at the moment the mebendazole and albendazole. And as you can see here, hello?
Can you hold on, please? Because
yes,
we'll use a different method that now we have to project your slide on this from our side and let you proceed. Because
okay.
Your screen is not
all right.
moving.
So okay. So should I stop
wait a minute.
sharing?
We'll get this instruction from our side.
All right. Thank you.
So, Dr. Mbrimi?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, now do you see your slides from our side? Do you
Let
see
me
what's,
try
no,
to,
it's from, we have shared now on the
okay.
screen. Do you see them? Do you see the slide?
Yes, I can see. I can see the map of Denmark.
We will be the one
Oh,
controlling
no. Yeah. Okay, you'll be the one controlling them.
Yes, we'll be the one controlling it, and you will go along, okay?
Okay.
So we're going to slide.
Okay,
2.
great. So
okay, okay, continue.
So probably I should start again. So
yes, we're on slide number 2.
So these are the results. Okay, another one. Go. Okay, great. So these are salt-transmitted helminthes are made up of 3 parasites, namely Ascaris lumbricoides, Trichuris secura, and hookworm. And normally they cause disease called salt-transmitted helminthiasis, a very less known diseases compared to malaria, HIV, and TB. I think these diseases, you've been hearing them for the past 2 days there. But these are actually, unfortunately, they're very common in case that they are infect up to 20% of the world population. Next slide. Next, please. Hello? Yes, another one. Next one, please. So, so why are we studying these diseases? You can press another one too. Exactly. So the reason why we start these diseases, one of the things we actually have to understand this called morbidity, which is for these social transmitted illnesses, there is a correlation between what we call infection intensity with morbidity, meaning that the higher the infection intensity, the higher the morbidity. However, a lot of people actually have we call light infection intensity. Hence, they don't experience different symptoms, basically, even when they're infected. However, for severe and what we call moderate and severe infection intensity, it can cause some of the short consequences, such as abdominal pain, diarrhea, anorexia, and fatigue. And if it increases, then you can have malnutrition, anemia, poor cognitive development, and also loss of productivity. Next. So actually, after hearing about the consequences of this infection, the next thing is to have to understand how these diseases are distributed. And as you can see here, these diseases are what we call systematic distribution, whereas as you can see here on the map, the darker the red, they have the prevalence. And as you can see, most of this country have different things that they share in common. The first one is geographical factors, which is warm climate. The second one is high poverty rate. Another one is inadequate sanitation, and the last one is a lack of quality healthcare. Next one. So unfortunately you can press another one again. So unfortunately for some of the region actually are more infected compared to the other region. And as you can see here for the case of Pemba, whereas 75% of is currently infected with at least, and moving to and for the case of children is even worse, whereas we have approximately 80% of these children actually infected with this parasite. And these prevalence are even more shocking, considering that there have been almost 30 years implementation of what we call preventive chemotherapy, which is large and regular distribution of deworming drugs. So why are these prevalence high? So if you can move to the next slide, please. The next one. Yeah, just completed, yes. So one of the things that we actually came to understand is so the drugs that are currently used in what we call mass drug administration, which are mebendazole and albendazole. So the efficacy is quite low, whereas as you can see, for the case of mebendazole, only 42%, it has only 42% cure rate, meaning that if you have 100 children infected with parasite, only 42 of these children will be cured. For the case of albendazole, it's only 31%, if you can press again. So this low cure rate actually calls for more robust and more efficacious, what we call treatment or therapies. The next one. And now here enters emodepside. You can press already, yes, which is a fairly new drug, currently used in animal health industry, and it's used to treat helminth, especially in cats and dogs. So emodepside belongs to the member of cyclooctative peptide group, and it has shown an excellent laboratory activities against those larval and adult forms of trichuris and hookworm. And it does so by inducing what we call muscle and nerves paralysis by binding to these presynaptic latrophin receptors and also polarizing this, what we call slowpoke channels. Another one, please. And actually, so there is an ongoing phase 2 clinical trial that is being conducted for looking at the efficacy and safety of emodepside against onychomycosis. But here today, I'm going to show you the results of what we demonstrated for the first time the efficacy and safety of this emodepside again, in adults infected with Trachyris and also hookworm. Next, please. So this study was conducted in Pemba Island, and this was in collaboration with Public Health Laboratory, which Ivo did Canary. Next one. So in this trial, so this was a randomized, what we call a randomized phase 2 seamless adaptive single-blind trial. Whereas in this superiority trial, we recruited and randomized 442 adults who were aged 18 to 45 years and who had Trachyris and hookworm infection or hookworm infection. And these were divided into or assigned to 8 treatment groups, beginning with placebo, and also increasing dose of emodepside from 5 to 30 milligrams, and also 4 milligrams of albendazole. Next. And now we're going to the good stuff, actually. So here I'll start explaining it to the curates of Trachyris. And just to let you know, these findings were recently published in England Journal of Medicine. And here, as you can see in this graph, on the y-axis, here we have the cure rate in percentage. And also on the x-axis, here we have different dose, beginning with placebo, different dose of emodepside, and also albendazole. Next. And also we have different, on the blue circles, we have observed cure rate, which actually generate observed in the field. And also on the gray one, we have predicted cure rate. These are generated from the Emax, which is nonlinear model. And also the dashed line, this is a predicted dose response curve. And as you can see at the very lowest dose, which is 5 milligrams, emodepside showed high activity, meaning that it produced 83% cure rate, which is, can you press already? Like 2 times, which was significantly higher, or you can see was very high compared to placebo, which was 10%, and albendazole, which is standard treatment regimen, which was 17%. And increasing a dose slightly to 15 milligram, can you press next? We can see the emodepside cured all of these participants who were infected with this Trachyris. Can you press next? So this achievement has never been basically achieved before. So press go next. So for the case of the hookworm, as we can see here, so we have what we call a dose-dependent increase of the cure rate based on the increase of the dose of the emodepside. And basically, emodepside achieved a high cure rate, whereas 15 milligrams and 30 milligrams achieved 81 and 95 cure rate respectively. Next one. So for the case of the safety, you can press pause. Yes. For the case of the safety, so there's no serious adverse events reported, and this was during the 3, 24, and 48 hours follow-up after treatment. And however, we also had adverse events, but most of them were mild, followed up by a few moderate adverse events. And also these reported adverse events, most of them were headache, blood vision, and dizziness. Next one. So in conclusion, we found that a minimal dose of emodepside was highly efficacious against Trachyris. As you can see, 5 milligram dose was enough to achieve 83% cure rate. Increasing to 15 is also to 100% cure rate. As well as 25 and 30 milligram of emodepside were highly efficacious, producing more than 90% cure rate against both Trachyris and also hookworm infection. And also most adverse events were mild and transient, meaning that short-lived, and we did not have what we call serious adverse event. So conclude on the last slide. So this trial were made possible with the cooperation of these 3 partners. And asante sana, and I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Anyone with a question from the audience?
Yes, thank you for a very insightful presentation, Dr. Mrimi. So my question is, I was pondering about the trends of the efficacy of albendazole and mebendazole before the introduction of this new and potent drug. So does it mean that ever since it was rolled out in the health system, albendazole and mebendazole, it was as effective as it is right now, or there was some kind of a resistance that happened in such a way that it has become less effective? Because it actually is quite strange that all these years we've been using albendazole and mebendazole as a treatment for helminthiasis, and it hasn't been as effective as we hope it would be.
Sorry, could you repeat again? Because I lost you for just a minute. Just a quick repeat again, sorry.
So in short, I was wondering about the efficacy.
Yeah.
I was questioning the efficacy of albendazole and mebendazole before the findings in
Yes.
this study. Has it always been like this, or is it because of a resistance or not, since it has been widely used in the health system?
Yes, that's a very interesting question. That's a very good question, actually. So we have done extensive what we call literature review, one of our colleagues, and apparently in 1993, when albendazole and mebendazole came into the action, the efficacy was really high. I mean, was apparently 79 versus 83%. But I think as days actually they came along, the efficacy reduced significantly, and now as you can see, we observe around 17 up to 31% efficacy. Although what we don't know, that's the first answer. We don't know if it's a resistance or it's only reduced susceptibility, or it's just the drug pressure, because it has been used massively in this region for almost 30 years now. So there are ongoing work now to explore if this is due to the resistance, or it's just due to reduced susceptibility of the parasite itself, or reduced efficacy of the drug itself against this parasite. But yes, it is, and it's really shocking, and I think it's something we need to act on upon very soon.
Thank you, Mrimi. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that marks the end.
Thank you. So, the food. Food is ready. Welcome for lunch, please. Yes, so I just forgot to mention, when should we come back? We should be here around 3 p.m.
Are doing is just to go to the medical store and they buy some medicine. Others who are just visiting at the health facilities when the facilities are not congested. So either early in the morning or in the evening, where already the patient have been going home. So the other, oh sorry.
Thank you very much, Irene. So I think that's the end. So if you have any question, please. We are
So
only
maybe we
going to
can
be
start
entertaining
from there.
one question.
Yeah.
So, and the question must be burning a lot. Any question? All right, thank you very All right, no question. All right. So a round of applause for Irene. A round of applause for Irene.
So I'm going to share with you about the Sauti ya Vijana project, a mental health intervention to improve HIV outcomes in Tanzania youth. So the added burden of living with HIV during the developmental stage can be devastating, despite the established role of mental health on the ART surveillance, but still there is trickling lack of resources devoted to the mental health, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. So young people who are living with HIV, they are facing with a lot of mental health challenges. As you can have a look on the picture, there is a stigma, lack of social support, depression, and the other challenges. So in our project, we are using 3 modalities, which is cognitive behavior therapy, motivational interviewing, as well as interpersonal psychotherapy. So the main goal of our project is to provide the developmental appropriate mental health intervention to help young people to cope with the life challenges, to instill hope for the future, and find motivation effectively to use their antiretroviral medication source to lead the improve the HIV outcome. So specifically is to determine the effectiveness of HIV as a standard of care to improve ART surveillance and the virological outcome, to illustrate the mechanism of change, to explore to how and to whom the intervention is most effective. And the last one is to evaluate implementation outcome, including the cost effectiveness of the HIV intervention guided by the consideration of the framework research. So this is multi-centered randomized control trial, and it is done across 4 regions in our country. So it is done in CDCI, Ifakara, Mbeya, Mwanza, and Moshi. So we are enrolling young people who are living with HIV aged 10-24 years old, who are full disclosed of their HIV status, and those who have been receiving antiretroviral medication for not less than 6 months. And we exclude those who have active psychosis and developmental delay. So this is a snapshot of Sauti ya Vijana project, where we'll be looking on the conceptual factors on demographic, environmental, health status, resources, as well as the caregivers' health status. So our main focus will be on self and the social regulation. So this will be done through 10 sessions that will be delivered to those young people who are living with HIV. We'll be looking on the stress, wall, and the coping mechanism. They'll be discussing their difficult memories, cycle of support, stigma, disclosure, value, and moving on the positive life. So at the end of the day, we expect to have primary and the secondary outcome, where in the primary outcome, we expect to have HIV suppression, and then the secondary outcome, we expect to have ART surveillance, as well as the mental health well-being. So this is the end of my presentation. I didn't share the... Yeah, so I didn't share the result because it is ongoing project. So maybe next time I will share the results.
All right, thank you very much. So we are going to entertain one question. Please don't go yet. So do you have any question? Okay, okay, round of applause for the representative. Thank you very much for keeping to time.
For sure. Now I would like to welcome Evans. Ah, no, sorry. Evans Mahundi. Yeah. Karibu.
Good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon. So I'm Mahundi Evans from Heart and Lung Clinic, to which it has been presented before with Dr. Katende on the NCD platform. So I will be taking you through this sub-study that is done with the mother cohort study. That's peripartum cardiomyopathy in Lulu, Tanzania. So literally peripartum cardiomyopathy, we're talking about diagnosis of mothers who have a left ventricular ejection fraction of less than 45, or okay. Okay, sorry. So we are talking about diagnosis of mothers who have a left ventricular ejection fraction less than 45, and then who also, this is between the last month of pregnancy up to 5 months after delivery, with no any other structural heart diseases. So with this study, it was a single-centered study, to which was done here in St. Francis Hospital, and it was included all the mothers with that kind of ejection fractions, but also it excluded only patients who did not sign the informed consent. And we were trying to evaluate how much the ejection fraction could suffix in terms of performance. And then on the primary outcomes, what we did was we were trying to assess the in the outcome process, the primary outcomes you're trying to check on the recovery rate of systolic functions above 50%. And the secondary outcomes, it was about medication adherence, death, and also weight of newborns. So in the enrollment process, we were able to take around 207 patients, and out of these ones, only 110 patients were analyzed. So coming to our results, overall results were, there were 32% of patients who were in the hospital. These are hospitalized patients, and only 45% of these patients were on cardiac medications. And most of them were a median of 15 to 45% of left ventricular ejection fraction. In our primary outcomes, the median follow-up was up to approximately 9 months, and then which it showed a recovery rate of 69% of recovery. So in our group A, it showed that the baseline recovery up to 54. The full for patients who ejection fraction was 30 to 50% was up to 78, which showed a good progress. And on predictors of primary outcomes, it showed that with every 10 years increase, the odds ratio in the multivariance analysis showed that it was significant. And also in the left ventricular ejection fraction, if you had a good left ventricular ejection fraction, it showed you a better recovery rate. So this was the outcomes, which we had the patients who were on medication on follow-up with 55%, and mortality was 7% for both children and the mothers. So in our discussion, this is the first longest and largest follow-up study in sub-Saharan Africa, and limitation was only on follow-up, which it underrepresented patients with patients.
Thank you very much, Evans. So as usual, we are expecting one question. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your good presentation. I have only one question. How often do you give feedback to the participants or the district authority?
Thank you. So I would only answer it in terms of, this is the managerial perspective. So most of the data that we collect is being transferred into the managerial perspective. They are the ones that are responsible in giving feedback into the government, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evans. A round of applause for Evans.
Veronica is here already. So Veronica asked only for 1 minute. They have a new department on sequencing. She just wants to talk a bit about that. Then 1 minute, she will go straight to her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a research scientist from Bagamoyo Molecular Biology Labs. We establish a new generation sequencing, and we are focused on antimicrobial resistance, mainly on multi-drug resistant tuberculosis and drug-resistant HIV, and we also aim to focus on malaria. So if you have more projects on sequencing, targeted sequencing, whole genome sequencing, in our institute we are now able to do that. So we don't ship sample outside. So we can utilize this platform here in our country. Thank you. But today, my research focused on the impact of human neutrophils function on Mycobacterium tuberculosis viability and in vitro granuloma formation. TB is caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis bacteria, which is transmitted through inhalation of infected air droplets. And the pathogenesis of the TB is evolved through the formation of granulomas, whereby multiple immune cells can be infected, and together they interact to encapsulate the bacteria to either control the infection or cause the actual disease. And my research focused on these neutrophils, the biggest cell with nuclear with multiple lobes. Our objective is to understand the role of neutrophils in TB granuloma in TB naive participants, and to assess this objective, we adapted the 3D granuloma model, which consists of the peripheral blood mononuclear cell and MTB embedded in the extracellular matrix. And after 7 to 8 days of infection, we could actually quantify the cytokines, study the immune cells, and MTB. But in our case, we focused on the neutrophils. And on the first day of infection, the granulomas were not formed, And on the 8th day of infection, we could clearly see the granuloma formations, and on the right bottom picture is the presence of neutrophils. We see many granulomas with larger size, but on assessment of the ability of this granuloma to actually eliminate MTB, we couldn't find the differences in presence or absence of neutrophils. But however, on assessing the function of neutrophil independently, neutrophils were able to phagocytose MTB, and phagocytosis capacity of these cells is enhanced by opsonizing bacteria with human serum. And also neutrophils produce ROS. The production of ROS increased after activating the cells with TNF-alpha. Also neutrophils induce the production of TNF-alpha and IL-6. Neutrophils play a role in granuloma formation, though we didn't find the differences in MTB killing with or without the neutrophils. And MTB opsonization increased the visibility of MTB to immune cells. Neutrophils induce the inflammatory response as they produce TNF-alpha and IL-6. These are the cytokines that mediate recruitment of the cell to the site of infection to actually fight the pathogen. And also neutrophils are bactericidal cells that they produce ROS. These are antimicrobicidal agents. And although we assess the function of neutrophils, but these neutrophils are essential in MTB granulomas, although we did not deduct the interaction of neutrophils with other cells of the immune in this granuloma. With all this, I would like to thank the IHA TB team, my supervisors, the immunology TB group, the blood donor, and University Hospital of Basel Blood Bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Veronica. So we want to entertain one question. Oh, okay, you have a question. Okay, Dr. Mrisho.
How could thank you for your good presentations. How could you make use of this information to the Department of TB at the Ministry of Health?
So far, the role of these neutrophils are not clear understood. So many research has been done. What we expect, it didn't happen. So if we could find something that could maybe the neutrophils enhance TB elimination, we could maybe do more research on host-targeted therapy, but that we didn't find. But we can explore more on these neutrophils because of their controversy in the world now.
Thank you very much, Vero. A round of applause for Vero.
Now I welcome Dr. Mohammed Rashid. Karibu.
Yeah, good afternoon. So I will pass quickly because of time. So I will be presenting our project, which is evaluation of mRNA-based COVID-19 vaccines for policy recommendation, the case of BIMVAC study. This is basically the trial on the vaccine, COVID vaccine, the original vaccine, and the new, which contain Omicron variant. So quickly, I will go through this. So as we all know that since the onset of the pandemic, this virus has been evolving. Several strains has been identified, the variant of concern. But among all of these, the Omicron represents the most divergent to date. So this Omicron is the most important according to its severity of the disease and how it escaped from the immunity. So the current standard of care in the low and middle income countries is the original one, the strain which was the original one found in Wuhan. So because of this, we have a problem with this Omicron variant that is not targeted with this original vaccine. So some vaccine which contain Omicron variant also has been developed by Pfizer and also by Moderna. But so here in this study, we will assess the one made by Pfizer. So the problem is that this Pfizer-made vaccine and Moderna-made vaccine, which contain Omicron, has been tested in high-income countries, where the population were mostly all of them were already vaccinated with the original vaccine. So there is no data on the population which was not immunized. So the population was already primed with the original vaccine. So we are doing this study in Tanzania and Kenya just to see how they would perform in the individuals who were not previously primed by vaccine. So they could be been infected but not primed by vaccine. So Basically, we have several objectives in this trial, but the key ones are that we want to determine the superiority of this of the immune response of this new Omicron containing vaccine against the when compared with the original one, but also want to see their safety profiles to assess and compare between the original vaccine and this new one. So the trial will be randomized, controlled, double-blinded. We will have two groups, which will be one group will be assigned to treatment of the original vaccine, and the other group will be assigned to the new vaccine. The study is multi-country between Kenya and Tanzania. For the Kenya, will be done at Kemri, and for Tanzania, we'll be doing the study. So the total number of participants will be 580, will be randomized at the ratio of 1 by 1, and we will give 2 doses of each vaccine between 28 days apart. And at different time points, we'll be collecting immunological samples to see how they perform. So the study for Tanzania will be doing this study in Dar es Salaam at 2 sites, and but of course all people in Dar es Salaam are eligible, and the population is unhealthy adult from 18.
So if you want to know more about the study, you have, I think you can always look for Dr. Mohammed's email and send him an email and or anytime. But if you have any question, please, from what he has presented. No. You have a question? All right, thank you very much, Dr. Ali. All right, okay, so thank you. A round of applause for Dr. Mohammed. Thank you very much. Umi. Umi, would you like to introduce Omari?
Now I'm welcoming our last speaker for the session, Dr. Omari Zuberi. Karibu.
Asante. So my name is Omari Zuberi, and I'll be taking you through the work that we did to establish the very first blood stage challenge model for malaria in healthy adults in Tanzania and in Africa. Okay, so just as an introduction, so blood stage CHMI, so when you talk about CHMI, this is simply a tool that we use to rapidly down select malaria intervention in a cost and time effective manner before field trials are conducted. So this is the very first time that a blood stage challenge has been conducted in a malaria endemic country. So the design of our study, we recruited 12 healthy participants into 2 cohorts of low and high prior malaria exposure. These participants were then challenged with malaria-infected red blood cells and observed inward for up to 28 days. They were sampled at different time points for immunological response profiling, as well as parasite dynamics. The participants were then treated before being released. So the safety, we are looking at the safety and the validity of the model. So the inoculum was safe. There were no major safety concerns, no SAEs, and all of the AEs that we saw were predominantly mild. So these were the parasite dynamics in the high malaria pre-exposure group. As you can see, there were 2 participants who demonstrated sterile protection. One of the participants did demonstrate a degree of parasitemia, but spontaneously cleared the parasites. And 2 of the participants did meet the diagnostic criteria, and they were treated. These are the parasite densities in the low malaria exposure group. All of the participants demonstrated some degree of parasitemia, and they were treated. But the time to the treatment diagnosis was considerably lower than in the high malaria exposure group as expected. So this shows the validity of our model. But we did have some major challenges when conducting the trial, and the biggest challenge was in sourcing the inoculum, but there is work being done by Dr. Ali and Enoch in developing a bank of our own indigenous strain. This is the dream team, the Kingani Clinical Trial Facility teammates, as well as the PI, Dr. Ali Olotu, and the collaborators from Oxford. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omari, for keeping to time. So do we have any question? One question, just burning. Okay.
No question.
No question. Okay, round of applause for Dr. Amari. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all presenters. That's marked the end of our session.
Lovely. A round of applause for us. A round of applause for us. All right, thank you very much.
Attention, please. We have sent a link, a Google Form link to your email. So we are kindly request you to fill it so that we can have your feedback. And this is very important for the next annual scientific conference. Thank you very much.
Sorry, we have to come back because there are more people on the speed talk. We thought initially the session have been separated, so now we'll proceed with the rest of the speaker in the speed talk before going to the next session. So we don't have the name here. Okay, we had this one. So I would like to call Dr. Ali Hamadi. We have Dr. Lueno. We have Dismas. Dismas is still sick. We have Johanna Mwakangelo or Mwakalengo? Mwalugelo, sorry. Karibu, Dr. Ali.
Thank you, Umi. Good afternoon. My name is Ali Hamad. Standing here on behalf of the team from Bagamoyo who are currently conducting this study. So I'm going to present the piperaquine phosphate project. This is a part of the between the IHI MMV partnership program to assess malaria, different malaria interventions. MMV, as we all know that MMV manage a large global portfolio of anti-malarials, and therefore IHI has partnership with MMV to assess different malaria drugs. The strategy is to have a setup which will enable to us, the team in Bagamoyo, to do a GCP compliant assessment of different anti-malaria drugs which are within the MMV portfolio. Through this partnership, we have started the first medication, which is piperaquine phosphate, new pediatric dispersible formulation, which is potentially to be used for seasonal malaria chemoprevention. Why piperaquine? Because this has been proven to be safe, has well tolerated, and also has longer half-life. For SMC, no food restriction are ideal, as food intake of young children before and after drug administration varies and cannot be controlled. So what we are going to do exactly is that we are going to conduct a study. This is a phase 1 clinical trial, which will include 60 adults, male and female participants in Bagamoyo. The study will have 2 parts. Part 1 is to assess the bioavailability and fasting condition, and the part 2 will be to assess the food effect under different feed conditions. And in this study, the part one, we'll start with part one. The part one will have two arms. The first arm will be hard tablet, and arm two will be the disposable granules. We'll conduct different assessment, the safety assessment, the PK assessment in different time points, and also we'll conduct the ECG, both single and triplicate ECG in different time points. After this, assessment will be done for interim review will be done to say whether we can continue with part two. The part two will be to assess now the food effect of these drugs. Now will be only the disposable formulation in this one. So the main issue here is to assess to maximize the bioavailability and to minimize the food effect. As I've said, the study has already started. We're expecting to finish the study, the last participant in December, and the follow-up to finish in January this year. I would like to thank the principal investigator, Dr. Florence Milando, who's not here, and the whole team, and especially Dr. Said Young. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. So, any question? Okay. So, a round of applause for Dr. Ali. So, next presenter, please.
So, our next presenter is Johanna. Johanna, help me with this Alfan. I failed even one.
Johanna Morogoro.
You are here. You wanted me to mention your surname as well. Karibu.
Thanks so much. Hi everyone. My name is Johanna Morogoro, as mentioned. Research officer at IHI, but also a master's student at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, University of Science and Technology in Kenya. And today I want to present to you my research project titled Impact of Livestock Management on malaria transmission risks in rural Tanzania. As it is described that livestock keeping has a different effect on malaria transmission risks, as it acts as a protective factor, but also it sometimes acts as risk factor for malaria transmission. So this study aimed at investigating in one of the selected village in southeastern Tanzania in Ulanga district. So this was conducted in Mineba village in Ulanga district, and different kind of households were selected, 20 houses with livestock and 20 without livestock, and different traps were used to collect mosquitoes. CD-slash trap and Proc-Pack aspirator were used to collect indoor mosquitoes, while human bited double net and resting buckets were used to collect outdoor malaria vectors. And these were some of the results where it showed that in indoors, most of the malaria vectors were found where the mean number of malaria vectors were found in houses with livestock compared to houses with no livestock. But also in outdoors, most of the malaria vectors were found in also in houses with livestock compared to houses without livestock, except for Anopheles gambiae mosquitoes. But also it was found that the presence and number of cattle, goat, and dog were associated with the increased number of Anopheles gambiae species, as well as Anopheles fenestus. But also it was shown that the distance between household and livestock shed was not associated with the number of Anopheles mosquitoes. But also, according to the blood media analysis we submitted some of the samples to the lab, and it was described that it was shown that in households, in livestock keeping households, most of the blood meal that was detected was the blood of cattle, but also in non-livestock keeping household, the most of the blood was human blood. So it showed that there is a risk of, there is a protective efficacy of livestock. When you keep livestock, you experience less human bites compared to houses with no livestock. In conclusion, livestock influence the number of malaria vectors inside houses, but also it reduces the human blood index. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any question? Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Ali.
Johanna, great presentation. So I wanted to understand, yesterday we heard about Anopheles fenestres to be like a very prolific transmitter of malaria. And I wanted to ask you whether the association you are seeing between, because what you have concluded is fenestres is also increasing, associated with more of having cattle. So did you adjust, is that a real correlation, true sort of a correlation, or this is through presence of humans in the household? If you understand, did you adjust for the presence or number of people in the household?
I just associated with the number of livestock only. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for the presenter. Thanks.
Asante sana, Johanna. Now I'd like to welcome Dr. Omari Rueno. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. My name is Omari Rueno. I'm presenting a collaborative trial between IHI and Bill and Melinda Gates and George Washington University, which is funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So it's a phase 1 trial where we are aiming to determine the pharmacokinetics of vitamin B12 in pregnancy. Okay. So we have 3 objectives. The first one is to understand the bioavailability of vitamin B12 in pregnancy. The second one is to identify the priority dose regimen, which you can test in phase 2 and phase 3 trials. And lastly, to identify the novel biomarkers of vitamin B12 that are appropriate for pregnancy. We are enrolling 40 pregnant women and 10 non-pregnant women for comparison purpose. For the pregnant women are those with gestational age between 25 to 28 weeks who are living in the Bagamoyo study area and who have no plans to move out of the study area throughout the trial follow-up. So that's the design. We are testing 3 doses. It's the multiple dosing trial, the 2.6 microgram, 10 microgram, and 50 microgram. As of now, we have finished enrollment of the 2.6 and 10 microgram, where we have enrolled 10 women in each group, and also 5 women in the 50 microgram group. So we remain with 25 women in total to finish up enrollment. Our outcomes are first is to understand the pharmacokinetics of vitamin B12 in pregnancy. The second outcome is to know the priority dose regimen that we can take in phase 2 and phase 3 trial. And lastly, the novel biomarkers, which we can use to reflect B12 status in pregnancy. This trial we are conducting right now is a unique opportunity because it has 4 components. We are assessing pharmacokinetics. We are trying to find the optimal dose we can take in phase 2, phase 3 trial. But we also have established a controlled feeding study where it's a nutritional science discipline where we are determining the cause and effect relationship between supplementation with B12 and the B12 biomarkers after 4 weeks. And we are planning we are taking this opportunity to extend the trial methodology to understand the dynamics of biomarkers of micronutrients, other micronutrients like iron, calcium, folic acid, and others. We are using stable isotopes to understand the pharmacokinetics of B12, and the stable isotopes are different from the radioactive isotopes because they don't have any effect on the developing fetus, and we are planning to use the same stable isotopes or different stable isotopes to test other vitamins like vitamin A, vitamin B1 to 6, vitamin C, and vitamin K. And this metabolic kitchen that meets NIH standards of metabolic kitchen. It has been set up with collaboration from the George Washington University and the people from the Penn State University. And we are hoping to have more controlled feeding studies of other micronutrients.
Thank you very much, Dr. Omar. So if you have a question, please, just one question. We have 3. So what we are going to do, I think Annette have not asked questions, so we give it to Annette only. So boss, if you meet him later, okay?
Dr. Omar, maybe my question is very small. With regards to the biomarkers, do you have specific biomarkers that you're looking for, or it will be a range of biomarkers?
So right now we are going to test with the conventional biomarkers, which are homocysteine, methylmalonic acid, and holotranscobalamin. But our colleagues at the George Washington University are going to test the omics. So we are going to test metabolomics, proteomics, and metagenomics to find the biomarkers that are not affected by the physiological changes in pregnancy. Because the conventional biomarkers that we are using are affected by changes in plasma volume, or the placental transfer of micronutrients from the mother to the fetus, or change in the amount of carrier protein in blood.
All right, thank you, Dr. Mar. A round of applause for Dr. Mar. All right, thank you very much. So have a wonderful evening.
Hi everyone. So I'll be chairing, leading this session. So I'm calling upon the following people: Ruth Shirima, she's here; Abdallah Mkopi, Dr. Abdallah Mkopi; Kasim Tani; Fadhila Kiwele; and Sheila Msangi. So we have a session with 7 minutes. Is it 7 or 8? Yeah, for 8 minutes. So please, let's try to be on time, at least for the barbecue. Yeah, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ruth Shirima, and I'm here to present my work with the title, The Use of Insecticide-Treated Eve Ribbons as a Protection Tool Against Populations of Mosquitoes that Transmit Malaria and Dengue. ITS and IRS are the co-interventions for vector control. However, mosquito resistance to insecticide limits the effectiveness of these tools. Most of the ITNs are pyrethroid-based, on which strong resistance has been reported, but IRS uses different classes of insecticide which are still effective. However, the total number of people protected by IRS has declined from 150 million in 2010 up to 80 million in 2021. Several challenges limit the effectiveness of IRS. The IRS require a lot of resources, which makes its implementation costful and logistically challenging. And it also requires cooperation from community members, so community acceptance, if community don't accept, it limits the implementation. Wall modifications such as plastering or painting of the walls after IRS also reduce the efficacy and actual coverage of IRS, but also some studies have observed that some mosquitoes do not rest on the sprayed wall, which also limit the effectiveness. But also, most of the temporary shelters, such as the farm huts, refuge and mining camps, are usually not included in IRS campaigns, which also reduce the effectiveness. So, to address these challenges, a simple but effective alternative for house spraying are essential, and one option can be the use of insecticide-treated eve ribbons, those previously used to deliver special repellents. And the expected advantage of this technology compared to IRS is that its implementation can be easier, so it can be cheap because lower quantities of insecticide will be required, because the only ribbon to place around the eave spaces will be spread compared to entire wall in the case of IRS. But also mosquitoes are targeted as they enter indoor, so large proportions of mosquitoes, including those which do not rest on the wall, will also be targeted by but also the farm huts, mining camps and refuge camps can also be included. Despite the proven efficacy of repellent-treated eve ribbons, no study has evaluated the potential of using eve ribbon treated with other insecticide. And so this study aimed at demonstrating the potential of using eve ribbons treated with a residual insecticide, pyrimethoxmethyl, for controlling malaria and dengue vectors in Tanzania, as well as its potential to address the challenges associated with IRIs. And specifically, we did laboratory assessment of the efficacy of Ivribon treated with different doses of pyrimethamine at different exposure durations, but we also did a semi-field evaluation of the efficacy of treated Ivribons against malaria and dengue fever vectors. And for the case of laboratory work, we did cone bioassay, and for semi-field, we did a before and after study design in the experimental huts using laboratory reared Anopheles arabiensis, Anopheles funestus, and Aedes aegypti. For the case of cone bioassay, we conducted 3 different activities. The first activity was cone bioassay on Ivribon treated with 1 gram per meter square pyrimethamine and 30 minutes of exposure, which is the standard dose and exposure time used in IRS cone bioassays. But for the case of this intervention, we are not expecting the mosquito to spend a long time on the eaves, so we decided to reduce the exposure duration to see the impact. So we exposed the mosquito for 1, 3, and 10 minutes and 30 minutes as a reference, but we observed lower impact at reduced exposure duration, so we exposed them again to different doses of insecticide and reduced the exposure time to see at what dose we can get higher impact at reduced exposure duration. And for semi-field experiment, we did 4 rounds of experiment in a before and after study. The first round was baseline, in which all 4 semi-field chamber with 4 experimental huts were controlled with no ribbon, and then we introduced ribbons treated with 2 gram per meter square pyrimethamine in the first and the last chamber, the 2 middle chamber remaining as control to monitor if there might be cross-contamination. But as well, we did another round of control and introduced the higher dose. For the first round and the second round, we did the experiment with Anopheles arabiensis, but for the second round, we did with Anopheles arabiensis and Anopheles funestus, and this is because we did not have enough Anopheles funestus for the experiment, as previously explained that this species is difficult to rear. So on the results, when we exposed the mosquitoes for on the Ivribon treated with 1 gram per meter square pyrimethamine and exposed them for 30 minutes, we observed 100% mortality in all the 3 species tested. But when we reduced the exposure duration, we observed a decline in mortality, especially at 1 and 3 minutes exposure. But when we varied the doses, we started to observe the mortalities above 80%, starting from 2 to 8 gram per meter square dose for both 1 and 3 minutes exposure, except for Aedes aegypti, where we at 2 gram per meter square, we observed 22% mortality at 1 minute exposure. But for the semi-field experiment, we observed a reduced biting risk in the presence of treated Ivribons. However, the differences were not statistically significant. The only significant reduction in biting risk was observed outdoor when using the Ivribon treated with 4 gram per meter square pyrimethamine. And the indoor and outdoor resting mosquitoes were significantly reduced indoors when using Ivribon treated with 2 gram per meter square pyrimethamine, and this is for the case of Anopheles arabiensis. But for the case of Anopheles funestus, we did not observe any significant reduction in indoor or outdoor resting mosquitoes. The recaptured mosquitoes in the semi-field experiment were monitored for mortality at 24, 48, and 72 hours. And to the left is the mortality of recaptured Anopheles arabiensis, and to the right is the mortality of recaptured Anopheles arabiensis and Anopheles funestus at 4 gram per meter square ribbon, and to the left is at the dose of 2 gram per meter square. And in conclusion, generally we observed, and the cone bioassays, we observed higher mortalities in Anopheles arabiensis and Anopheles funestus than in Aedes aegypti, but the mortality increased with an increase in dose or exposure duration. But at higher doses, the higher mortalities were observed even at reduced exposure duration. And in the semi-field experiment, we observed moderate level of biting reduction and mortality against the malaria vectors, and this could be due to limited surface area of contact as well as the short contact duration, because the mosquito use the eaves as they enter indoors, so they might not have had enough time to contact the insecticide. However, this suggests that vapor phase or fast-acting insecticide could offer greater protection, and therefore we recommend further studies to be conducted to determine the efficacy of Ivribon, as well as to identify the suitable insecticide or insecticide combinations that can be more effective, as well as to study the mosquito behavior around the eaves and to explore whether the mosquitoes contact the Ivribons as they enter indoor. And it is also recommended to conduct residual efficacy activity to know for how long the active ingredient lasts on the treated Ivribons, as we did not assess this in our study. And I would like to acknowledge my supervisors, Dr. Fredros Okum and Professor Lizette Kokoma, as well as the incredible support I received from OMC Group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruthie. You are on time. So we have 2 questions. If you have minutes, then we can have the last one. Quick questions. No? Thank you very much. So CD was asking me, what is the OMC group? So it's just our first mosquito project was called Outdoor Mosquito Control Group. So we named the group that way. So who's the next? Yeah, blow it up. Copy. Yeah, Dr. Abdallam Kopi. So Dr. Abdallam Kopi will have 2 presentations back to back.
Good afternoon. I would like to go briefly on study. My name is Abdallam Kopi. I would like to go through briefly with the study that we've conducted with other partners, that is acceptability and uptake of oral HIV self-testing among rural community members in Tanzania. This is a pilot study. Actually, we managed to publish this work this year, early this year, together with our collaborator. Actually, units 90, 90, 95, 95, 95 targets, they recommend that in every country, 95% of infected individuals to know their HIV status. Unfortunately, in our country, just we have only 52.2% of person living with HIV/AIDS age 15 to 24 years in Tanzania are aware of the HIV status. So in a systematic review, they revealed that oral HIV self-testing may help to reach more people for HIV testing. So the aim of this study was to investigate if oral HIV self-testing will increase HIV testing uptake in rural community homes in Tanzania. So this is a prospective community randomized trial conducted in Bagamoyo in 2 villages. Just one village was Zinga. This was an intervention, and control village was Kiromo. Where the sample size, because of the pilot only, there's 300 participants, 150 for the intervention and 150 for the control. We do the random selection, 50 household in each arm, so that to get the sample size in order to avoid the selection bias. The inclusion criteria for the participant is as the age of 18 years old, and we have to make sure that the household that you are going to recruit should be the male-headed household because of the culture of the Bagamoyo. And also we have to make sure that if we recruit a household participants, they never tested for HIV or last for HIV at least for 3 months ago. If they tested for 3 months, at least should not be not HIV positive, should be a negative, so that to make sure that all the participants are HIV negative. Method, we collected the data December 2029 and February 2020. And also we use the tablet open data kit or educate to collect the data set. Also we train the villages health workers for data collection. Actually the village health workers of data collection, they managed to collect the information at the community level, as well they're able to distribute the oral self-testing kit in the community. So they're able to reach all these participants in the intervention arm to distribute these kits. Also, we have to, because of the prospective studies, we make a follow-up of 1 month to collect information of accessibility, testing uptake, and testing results. And the primary outcome of this study was HIV testing uptake. And that's to define the proportion of the study participants who tested for HIV by any means during the 1 month follow-up. This is the intervention and control at the baseline. Actually, they are comparable in terms of the sex, marital status, and education. This is also able to compare because at the baseline, there's no significant difference between these variables. On acceptability, overall, we have 66% of the participants agree to test for HIV. Actually, they tested for HIV. They accepted they tested for HIV, but in intervention, 97%, 97.6%, actually the significant higher compared to the control. And actually, we can see that the participant in the intervention arm are 3 more likely to test for HIV compared to the control arm. On the uptake of the oral HIV test, they've 127 participants, and we ask their experience to use the oral HIV test. We found that more than 95% they can able to test for themselves. They tested for themselves, and only 3% the community village health workers help the participant to test. And also we ask how the difficulty of the test, how to test themselves. It actually 95% they say that it is somehow difficult, and no difficulty about six participants. They said there's no difficult, but actually they able, all of them they're able to test their HIV test for themselves. And the results, we found that results in the intervention arm, we found that only 6 become a positive, become the positive for the oral HIV test, because this is not a definitive diagnosis. We refer them to the Bagamoyo Hospital, and we found only 2 participants that are actually positive, and we link them for treatment. The conclusion, HIV self-testing seems to be highly acceptable with a robust uptake of HIV self-testing in rural population in Tanzania. Community health workers seem to be visible to distribute HIV self-test kits in rural setting. Actually, they reach all of the participants that we intended to distribute the test. And now we are looking for the fund to do the implementation research for the both rural and urban setting on large scale to understand accessibility, uptake, and the impact of HIV oral self-test in Tanzania. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kopi. Any question, reaction to Kopi? Dr. Sally?
Thank you very much, Dr. Mkopi, for this interesting presentation. So I remember some times back when we were talking about going for voluntary counseling and testing for HIV, there was a stigma attached. There was a stigma attached to it.
So did you detect any signs of stigma in this kind of a study? Because I can see acceptability was very high. Were there any like misconceptions or any misbeliefs in relation to self-test of HIV? Thank you.
No, actually we didn't do the qualitative to ask the stigma, although in the literature they say that the self-testing, HIV self-testing can able to reduce the level of stigma because it gives the high level of the privacy. So the people, actually the couples can able to test themselves, and we ask them if they can able to disclose their status to the partners. Actually, about 90%, they say that they can able to disclose for their partners. But unfortunately, in the pilot, we did a test in the pilot. During the pilot, we found the discordant results. The different results of the partners. One of the positive and the other is a negative. And so Dr. Omar said he can able to sort out because it's the person of the community, and they to send them to the confirmatory, and fortunately found that all of them are the negative. Actually, it was a bit difficult if we found the discordant results for the self-test, because these are who are two of them that are positive. These actually they are couples. They are couples, so they are all the positive. And when we refer them to the district hospital, they found the positive, and then they will link them to the care. Yeah.
Sorry, I have the mic. So can I ask a question? I was just thinking whether there was like prior counseling, although they were doing self-testing. Was there prior counseling?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, we follow the guideline. There's no actual proper guideline. They recommend Tanzania to do the self-test. In the guideline of 2019, the Minister of Health they recommend to do the self-test, and actually they say that the challenge of the self-test it is pre-counseling. Actually, we adopted this manual from the Kenya. We translate it in Swahili. We distribute them with their kids. They have to see to read them. If they found the positive or negative, what to do? If they're positive, they have to refer. This is not a definitive diagnostic test. They have to go to for the confirmatory test. So we have the booklet that we adopted from the Kenya National AIDS Control Program. They have the pre-counseling, what to do if you find you are positive or negative in negative results. Yeah. Yes, Ali.
Thank you very much. Nice presentation. So, number one was, do you think this, was there anything you did prior to the study in terms of motivating the community to take part, or this was a purely sort of study, you go to the community and you ask them to take part?
No, what we did in the community, actually we do sensitization in a control and intervention arm. We just sensitize them to test, and actually the intervention arm will distribute the kits, but there it is just only we motivate them to follow the standard of the care. And this you can find that about 95% in the intervention arm, actually they tested HIV compared to the 32% in a control arm. So we did a sensitization in the two villages before the intervention come in.
Okay, and then you talked about this discordant results. So how will be sort of your public health consideration when you want to roll it out? Because, you've already highlighted the challenge because these tests are not 100% sensitive, and you could have a situation where individuals are negative, but the test tells them they are positive.
Actually, I think we should be able to include in the pre-test counseling. We should ask them that it's not a confirmatory test. You have to put this text, this content to put in the pre-counseling before they're going to test. They have to find this text as well, that if they get the possibility of the test. Actually, we ask the couples because sometimes it's difficult if we cannot, you have tested the couples, and we found that they can share the information. About 90% they can share the information between these results. So it is very important, this contest, to put in the pre-counseling notes before they are going to test themselves.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mkopi. So Mkopi will have another presentation. I'll present on behalf of Samuel Lombura. So you have 8 minutes here.
Yeah, okay.
Back to back here.
He helped me very much. Okay, thank you very much. I'm coming again on behalf of Samuel Wambula. This is the research officer, also the data manager in a TIMS project. Actually, I'm going to present implementation of the electronic data capture in a large-scale programmatic trial in low resource setting experience from the TIMS project. Actually, to introduce to you that electronic data capture, that all of us we are aware that the electronic data capture system is a computerized system designed for the collection of the trial data in electronic format. And EDC, electronic data capture used in health studies, is becoming more common. In a large-scale programmatic trial like TIMS, the ECD can potentially collect high-quality data in a real-world setting in a timely manner. The TIMS project demonstrated the development of the ECD system in collecting large trial information. What the TIMS project, the TIMS is standing for the Tools for the Integrated Management of the Childhood Illness. And actually, the TIMS comes because of the problem. We have a problem in the under 5, and we're aware that 2.2 million of the children under 5 each year die each year globally, and most of the preventable treatable illness. Every day, millions of the caregivers take their children to the primary health care. That is a dispensary and health centers. And IMCI guidelines developed to support the assessment of the treatment in primary health care. Unfortunately, IMCI does not pick all the children with severe illness such as hypoxemia. That is a low concentration oxygen in children. Actually, the aim of the TIMS project was to reduce the morbidity and the mortality in sick children attending the primary health care facility, while supporting the rational and efficient of the use of diagnostic and the medicine by health care providers. This is a multi-country study that we studied. The country was Tanzania, Kenya, Senegal, and India. Actually, we have this randomized control trial with the mixed studies that was SPI, that service provider assessment. There's a qualitative studies, cost-effective studies as well, process mapping, and time flow. This all the studies comprise, but the backbone of this study was a randomized control trial. So the intervention was a pulse oximeter for the measurement of the oxygen concentration among the children, and also with the clinical decision support algorithm, that's CDCA, to help the clinician to assess during the consultation. And actually, this programmatic cluster randomization control trial, there are 3 arms. The one arm we will introduce pulse oximeter together with CDCA, and the second arm, it was only pulse oximeter, and the third arm was that is a standard of care, and we followed them to compare the outcome. That the primary outcome of this study is the proportions of the children with a severe complication, meaning that the death and hospitalization by 7 days. Actually, we implemented this study in 66 facilities in Tanga, Mwanza, and Tabora. Actually, we just go to the primary health care, meaning that dispensary and health centers only that are involved in this study, because actually we cannot, it is difficult to find pulse oximeter in a dispensary. That we introduce this pulse oximeter in a dispensary in the care center in 66 facility. 66 facility. And actually the content of the need to the EDCA, to actually we discuss with the partners that we have to be very good in a electronic data capture because of the geographical and the logistical content. Some of them the remote, and we have to make sure that if there's electricity or there's solar power, so that you can able to charge the data collection tools in like tablet. And also we see that we are asking to enroll more than 100,000 in a year, so that the sample size is very large, so that if we are not very careful, we can be easy to mess up. And also we see that maybe EDCA, it could be efficient, flexibility, and the cost effectiveness, and also have to ensure that data quality are within the timelines. Also, there's an interoperability, that meaning that they exchange this information, because if we collect different data, the clinical data, CDCA data, and research data together. Since it's auto, so there's a lot of complication, we have to be very careful so that we can able to collect good information. And also, this pragmatic trial, we have 5 data point, the point of data collection during the screening and the recruitment, data collection on the day 0, and also we collected data on day 7 and also day 28. It's also we have to, if children come for the reattendance, meaning that before 28 days we have to recruit as a new patient. Also, we collect the data at the facility for if they refer for hospitalization, also we collect this data set. Actually, the research data management system, it is comprised by ODK Center and the TIMS or packages. TIMS as a package was developed by our partners, Swiss TPH. This is also, it's worked very well, so that you can able to exchange this information easily, to send to the Switzerland and to get the report. Actually, as I said, this is TIMS package, developed, TIMS era package developed by Swiss TPH, at really work very good with ODK Central. And actually, the TIMS are a package, they automatically export all database from ODK Central in a format that is ready for the analysis, that is CVSS. Also automatically generate follow-ups logs and update the list of the participants in ODK form that are available to the research assistants. It automatically generate producible data quality and the monitoring report, and automatically send emails to well-defined users using the generated Gmail. So this is okay. This is how this is the EDCC can able to produce a report every day about more than 200 pages of the big report of the daily management report that the data manager can able to work upon and to see the information and share with the research assistants. Also, we have the control trial daily report of more than 200 pages. This also can able to help the study. And also the results, that's just last paragraph, last slide, that the results due to proper utilization of EDCT system, we found that less than 5% of the data required for the correction. We managed to achieve 80% of the target sample size, and the successful rate about 93% for the day 7 and then 20% for the day 28. And the conclusion that the adequate training was to help the EDC to work very well, and also we well define a responsibility of the team members. Electronic data capture, facilitate the real-time data collection collection, participant case report forms, and allow time to follow up. EDCTC can increase the data accuracy, decrease the time to collect data for the studies. As other studies within IHI can adopt the TIMS EDC system. Now the TIMS preliminary data analysis is underway. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mkopi. Yes, you still have some time in your clock, so 1 minute to Mkopi. One question, not one. Sorry. Yes.
All right. So, if I have to choose one question, I have 3 questions. But the question maybe I wanted to ask Dr. Mission is like, I was especially about this pulse oximetry. What is and this clinical algorithm? So I know you talked a lot about EDC system, but I'm interested about this particular device. So what is this algorithm? The end, I mean, the objective, I presume, is to improve the quality of care. So what are the plans if this is found to be effective? How are you thinking about incorporating that into the primary healthcare system of, collecting the data, providing feedback, and how will the data be managed? How will it be owned, for instance? Will it be at the facility level? Are you thinking about centralized systems? Just a little bit, if you could comment on. I know you talk about EDCT, but what's your vision about this particular device?
Oh yeah, this is a very important question. Actually, we collaborate with the PATH. Actually, PATH, they are the implementers of the distribution to make sure that the EDCA are working properly in this facility. Ifakara together with CPH, we are really evaluate. But now we are in discussion how to include the EDCA in primary health care, because it really it seems primary information it work very well, and also they say how they can able to incorporate in a health system in Tanzania, so that the clinician can able to use the electronic algorithm, so they can able to attend the children, and also they say the benefit of reduction of the antibiotic use because of the electronic antibiotic. Also, Dr. Musa is a peer of this study, can able to, he was involved in one of the discussion, can able to add some of this information as well.
So there have been conversations. This is the EDC, the electronic, the CDSA. It is a system whereby it supports the clinicians. It's an algorithm to support clinicians to make decisions, and it is implemented in this project TIMSI, but also dynamic. It is the same philosophy, and already we have had conversations with TAMISEMI or PureAlg, the ICT team at PureAlg, but also ICT team at Ministry of Health, but also the e-government, because any of these systems, if they have to go into the routine data systems of the country, e-government have to be involved. So we have taken them to the field to see the way because then at the primary health care level, you have what is called GotHomis. This is a system that is used to collect individual level data. At a higher level, when you go to other facilities or the district, they use the routine MTUHA or HMIS, which is just aggregated data. So if you want individual level data, you have to go to the primary healthcare facilities where you can. So we have had these conversations, and we think they are, because we have involved them, they have seen what we do. They are reviewing to make sure that the data ensures the security of the patients or the clients, and we hope there is a meeting in is it October, November, as pediatrics. This will be presented as well, and they are part of this presentation. So we are already working hand in hand with them to ensure that it is incorporated into the routine. Either they're talking to create an API to be able to integrate with the routine system. Yeah. For the computer savvy, API is just an app to integrate or to make two systems talk to each other.
Thank you very much, CD. It's always difficult to cut off CD, so apologies, guys. So, the floor is yours, Kasim.
Okay, good afternoon. Kasim Tani. I'll take you through a piece of work, maybe of different nature, on talking about the patient's willingness to pay for improved community health insurance and the medication packages in, sorry. Okay, as I've started in Mr. Toke, I'll talk about the patient's willingness to pay for improved community health insurance and the medication packages in Tanzania. Going to the issue is voluntary community health insurance. It has been increased used as one of the approaches which is popular to improve universal health coverage in low and middle income country. And Tanzania as a country, we are still making an effort to promote health insurance, and there are a number of issues going toward the more single health insurance for all, but we have not achieved it, as the issue is coverage is still a challenge. The aim of this study is to investigate the factor influencing patients' willingness to pay for out-of-pocket this medication, and also investigate various versions of community health insurance, means that various premiums in Tanzania when we are looking toward the, achieving different premiums that be acceptable or patients are willing to pay. What we did is we used a contingent valuation method techniques to elicit patients' willingness to pay for medication, ICHF or community health insurance as intended, or it means that as per now the premium of 30,000, and an ICHF premium with the additional package but of different premium packages, means that above 30,000. And in doing this one, we set a hypothetical scenarios where we asked the patients. This was carried out at the health facility. It means that we asked the patients who are getting out after getting treated at facility. It means that it was client exit survey. So we set a hypothetical scenario which asked the patients how much are they willing to pay if they are to go for a facility every month, and how much are they willing to pay for a premium. So we have a scenario for medication and scenario for insurance, and this CVM or contingent valuation method were derived. It means that the bits were derived from multi-stage processes where we reviewed the ICHF as the development of ICHF and the different relevant literature. And the analysis used the random utility method to estimate and to estimate the model, which was ordered model for the two models. Means that the model for medication and model for premium for insurance. And can start with the results. We managed to interview 1,748 patients in two districts, Kilombero and Same. And from what we found, it means that about 66% of the respondents were willing to pay a positive amount for out of pocket, and 75% of the respondent responded positive that they are willing to pay for ICHF as of now. It means that the 30,000 insurance premium, and also 77% declared to be willing to pay for ICHF, and it means that the ICHF, which is more than the current one. And when we adjusted for demographic characteristics, then you can start with the model for medical. For medication, it means that when we adjusted for demographic characteristics, we observed that patients enrolled in insurance and benefiting from user fee waivers demonstrated a lower willingness to pay for medication, while those with the non-communicable disease conditions and those who were seeking care from private facilities, they were willing to pay higher amount out of pocket for them to get the services. And when we observed the second model on the premiums, it means that the patients with secondary education expressed the greater readiness to pay for ICH premium, the higher value of ICH premiums, means those with higher education, and they're willing to pay more. And the patients enrolled in the private insurance, here the private insurance with the patients, someone could ask you, who are these? The one we saw, there's this insurance covered by NSSF, I think shipped. And those who are availing user fee, it means that having user fee, they were demonstrated that they are less likely to pay for the higher ICHF. From our study, we concluded that the finding underscore the needs for targeted intervention to address existing system deficiencies and enhance the availability of medication. As we saw, patients were willing to pay more for medication because the system has the challenge. Also, with the goal of improving the uptake of health insurance program for informal sector, we emphasize, we consider the health status of the people, whether they're NCD status or NCD or not NCD, because they are seeking more care, and also education level when we are designing the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kasim, for keeping time. Question? Yes. Can I start with Dr. Deborah?
Thank you very much, Tani. This is a good work. But I was wondering if you checked for the acceptability and the access. Once someone possesses ICHF card, how are they possible to access the health care and the coverage? Because that was also one of the hindering factors, especially in the rural areas, the coverage and how they access the health care.
Yes, we evaluate that one, but that was not from this piece of work, but from another piece of work also not presented here. The acceptability, it means that, okay, people who are enrolled into insurances and they are going to seek care, it means that they are less willing, because they have already insured, they are less willing to pay additional amount, different from those who are not enrolled. And we also asked when you were there, did you access all the services? Some of them, they didn't access the services, and the thing coming out, why didn't you receive all the care as per prescribed by the doctor? It means that, okay, when you go there, you register, you go for Mabara, you do whatever, then at the end you get medication. Why didn't you maybe get all what you are required as you told? It means that most of them describe that there were shortages of items that were for them, the shortage of medicine, so it leads them to get out. It means that, okay, they accessed it, but they didn't receive all the care they wanted.
Okay, thank you. Just a very short one. This is the interest of time. Sure.
Yes, I think follow up on, I think we share the same concern with Deborah here. So maybe if you could expand a little bit about that existing system deficiency, because some of the to lack and access to medicine may be related to that. And what did you find? Because we're having a different experience, and when you talk to the in charge of these facilities, they portray this image that even them, they prefer people who are paying and not people who are using this ICHF. So what could you say about that?
Yeah, what I can say from that, because, okay, when we are observing this, because I'm saying system deficiency, because, okay, or maybe for a duration of a year, maybe that I can make it, a facility is budgeting and working toward having the services at hand, but fewer facilities have ever breaking even when you are going to business, because, okay, every year there are MSD, those are allocated to them, they are setting budget, but the next year they require to have another capital for them to do the same thing. The issue is, okay, the issue to do with the increasing capacity of those who are managing the facility, because, okay, sometimes I can't say they don't know, but those who are running the facility, maybe they're not running as a business for them to have the services sustainable throughout, but they are just providing the service. So they are working. Next year they request the budget for them to exist, but for me, I perceive that if I give you 10 shillings this year, next year I'll just give you 5. If I give you 10 shillings, next year I give you 5, because you have to tell me what the other did, because they are reimbursed from the insurances, the people are paying out of pocket, and also they get in kind a specific amount from MSD, but the issue is we have to do more on capacitating those who are managing.
Yeah, Kasim, we need to cut you short. Sorry. You can sit there and explain more. So we welcome Fadil Kiwel, Fadila, and give an 8-minute talk here. So, I mean, I'm sorry guys, we still have like 5 presenters to do the session, so we really need to keep time on the questions. So, yeah, at least. Of course, you can email the question, you can sit next to the person who has concern and try to explain what you are talking about. Yeah, at least to save time. Yes,
research scientist. And today I'm going to share one of the work that we conducted in Chalinze district, Tanzania. And the title is Feasibility and Community Perception on the Insecticide-Treated Eaves Nets and Windows. So as we know that Tanzania has achieved 65 reduction in malaria cases across all the age group. However, the supplementary tools still needed. And in responding to that, the ITENs and IWs have been installed in 450 houses in Ipongwe, Mazizi, and Madesa. My colleague all yesterday presented the quantitative part of this study and has given a lot of information about it. So as for my part, I will present the qualitative part. So the qualitative was conducted twice, at the 6 month and a year after the installation. The methods we used is FGD and ideas, whereby 12 FGDs were conducted and 14 ideas with caps were conducted across the study area. The FGDs were conducted with the community members. Framework analysis was used to analyze the data following all the 5 steps, and MVivo 12 Pro software was used for management of the data collected. So what did they say on the intervention we implemented? Community said the intervention is easy to use. Once it is installed, you don't need to touch it, and it will protect everyone in the household. They also noticed the reduction of malaria cases as following the reduction of the incidences of malaria cases to household members. Also, they said it protected them from the insects like snakes, which were easily entering their household through the eaves. And moreover, they requested for the new design from the scientists of the netting to cover the doors, because some of the mosquitoes were entering the house via the door. On the durability, they said that the netting are good and they are strong, so they can last longer. And on the color, they said the color was perfect. It was the dark gray color. However, few said it could be better if there could be availability of variety of colors for them to have a loom to choose depending to their preferences. On the perceived adverse effects, few carpenters, it was only 2 of the 14 reported that they had a flu and headache for hours after the work, and there was no any of the cases reported from community members. On adherence, participants said they are ready to buy the net once available at the market, but it has to be at affordable cost. And they mentioned that low income, it could be the barrier for them to buy, regardless of the need or the desire to have the netting. Several challenges have been reported, and one of the challenge was about cleaning the netting, because the netting have been installed on the eaves and the windows, so it is difficult for them to take it off and clean. And another major challenge was they feared to accept the intervention because they thought that the intervention offered had COVID virus. Unfortunately, at the time when we were conducting the installation of the nettings, it was also the time of the outbreak of the disease. So some of the community members refused to accept. And also another challenge was they feared that the nettings will affect their reproduction capacity and causing male sterilization. And at the fourth challenge was some refused to test for malaria because the intervention went hand in hand with the testing of malaria as the baseline data and at the end line. But some they refused because they thought that they will be tested for HIV and not malaria. So these last 3 challenges were a real problem at the beginning during the baseline, and then we had to intervene with the social component, which successfully, it managed to reduce number of the dropouts. And during the when we conducted the end line, we had few refusals compared to baseline. So findings from this study shows that the study successful gained the support and adherence, which are very potential for the feasibility plan. And we suggest that the same intervention should be conducted in another setting so that we can see how the impact on in another area. And also we recommend that the community sensitization should be included when we are testing and implementing the new vector controls in the community. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge the support gained from the Sarah Moore and John Bradle, Zawadi Mageni, Jason Moore, Olu Kayedi, Rose Filippo, thank you, madam, and to all people from Pongwe, Mazizi, and Madesa, to my VCPTU team, we did a great job. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Fadila, for keeping time. So one question to Fadila or two, because we still have time from her.
Fadila, thank you very much. This is really good. I'm very much impressed with the methodology, especially these repeated qualitative interviews. It can be very cumbersome, but it's very good to validate the narratives of the participants. So I'm very much curious to understand if you went to the same people that you interviewed before, or you kept on changing the people that you interviewed, because with qualitative tracing, the same people can also be a bit tricky. And were there any observable changes in terms of the interviews that you did with the participants in the first stage and then in the other subsequent stages? Were there any changes in terms of opinions and perceptions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sally. Yes, we changed. We didn't interview the same people during the baseline and the end line. And those changes on the perception. At the beginning, as I said, we conducted 6 months after the intervention. There was a lot of, those who refused to have the intervention, they had negative opinion on it, like, why are you giving it the intervention for free? Actually, it is very good. So why are you trying to, to transmit COVID to us? And why, if we are going to the hospital and we are testing for malaria, why are you giving us for free? And we had one of the health provider who was like working at the health facility. They said, we normally pay this lady when we want the service. Why is she coming to us today and offering the same service for free? So we had those comments during the baseline, but as the team, we had to sit down and find the ways how to approach the community again, to sensitize them. We used key informants. We had to use some of the religious leaders in the community, and also we had some of the influential people to communicate with them. We attended the village meetings. So when we conducted the end line interviews, we had a very good, different comments. It was not the same as it was at the baseline. Thank you.
The discourse that you have just explained, it's really important, and it's actually missing in your results. So in the future, it's very important also to include, because you implemented these repeated interviews, it's very important that you also included this important discourse, the changes on perceptions.
Thank you very much. That is noted.
Thank you very much, Fadila. So our next presenter is Sheila. You know, Arnold in Mtora is building house for people for free. So, and people don't get into those houses because why are you giving us a house for free? So sensitization is very, very important.
Sheila. Today I'm going to present my MSc work titled Assessing Challenges of Proper Disposal of Old LLANs and Associated Alternative Uses in Southern Tanzania. So we all know that bed nets is the primary intervention for malaria control. However, we don't know what when the lifespan ends. Where do they go? Like how to handle them? So some studies have reported the misuse of these bed nets. Like a study conducted in Kenya by Santos reported on the misuse of these bed nets being used for alternative uses. For instance, like fencing the gardens, they are using them for chicken coops, fishing, and so ever. However, in 2014, the WHO provided some recommendations on how to handle these bed nets when they are not on use. First, they mentioned that these old LLANs should continue to be in use until when they are being replaced by the new one. Also, the user should not dispose them in the water bodies like rivers. Also, the national malaria control programs should be the one to collect these nets for disposal. Also, these collected nets and their packages should be incinerated in high temperature, as well as the national malaria control program should work with the national environment authorities to ensure that these recommendations are being taken into account. This study, we assessed the existing disposal practices as well as the alternative uses. We also assessed the knowledge for key stakeholders regarding the WHO recommendation of proper disposal of these LLANs. We also explored the perception and opinions of community members regarding the WHO recommendations. This was a mixed method, and we had 4 key informant interviews, and we also had the 4 focus group discussion, and we conducted the survey for 384 community members in Kilombero and Ulanga. So these are the results. We had to explore on the existing disposal mechanisms. The primary disposal mechanism was like, most of them were like, we just after replacing with the new one, we just leave it here and we don't know where it goes. But some of them reported that they were banning these nets. Others, they were using them for alternative uses. And also on the alternative uses, primary was, most of the people are using them for ropes or strips because they said these nets are firm, so they cannot easily be torn. Few reported using them for garden fencing and chicken coop. Regarding on the WHO guideline awareness, 97% were not aware of the WHO recommendations on the proper disposal of these nets. It's only 3% who were aware. Community reason for proper disposal of these nets were mentioned to be durability of the material, the steadiness, so it could fit well for alternative uses. But also some mentioned like poverty was also like a cause for them to use them for alternative uses. For instance, we saw the picture, people are using them for fishing. So like it's kind of like income generating. They can be used for income generating activities. Also, few reported on the limited awareness like they were not aware of the guideline on how to dispose them. On the perceptions and opinions regarding the recommendations, most of them reported that the guideline is good and it's very useful since it conserves the environment. Also, like it's good because the nets are embedded with the insecticide, so maybe it could kill the untargeted species. So it's good to follow them. However, few reported that the implementation of this guideline could be difficult since it needs some of the resources. For instance, one of the recommendations is to incinerate these bed nets with using the incinerator. So those facilities, maybe it's very hard to be in place. So that was raised up. In conclusion, this study revealed that majority of the stakeholders or community members and the key informers were not aware of the guidelines. However, they were willing to comply. They were willing to comply with the guidelines. So this study calls up for awareness creation and dissemination of these guidelines to the community member level, community level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Yes, Dr. Mrisho.
Thank you for your good presentations. I'm not sure whether you have communicated this message to the Ministry of Health, especially National Malaria Control Programs. And the second, are the national control programs one of those 97% is who do not know whether they were supposed to be the custodian of this, of these disposals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, actually, we have not communicated them to the Ministry of Health. However, we are going to present it to the National Environmental Management Council on November on their annual scientific conference. But also, like, yes, the malaria surveillance officers, the district medical officers, they were not aware of the recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much, Sheila. I apologize that you ran. So we go to the next round of session. So this is the last session which I was chairing. So welcome Mohammed. Mohammed username. Yes. So Mohammed for the next session.
So thank you very much. Our next presenter is Muongwe Mukisa. Please, Mr. Muongwe Mukisa. Okay. Then after Muongwe Mukisa, the next one will be Kennedy Lushasi. If we can come close here so that we can catch up with the time. Then the next after Kennedy will be Enoch Kesi. And then after Enoch will be Msaki. And the last one will be Dr. Annette Tumbo. So please get prepared so that we'll not lose time between the presenters.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, my name is Muongwe Constantine Mukisa. I'm from Uganda, but currently a master's student of public health at Nelson Mandela University, African Institute of Science and Technology, in collaboration with IHI, sponsored by the District Entomologist Project. I'm happy to be here and share with you some of my findings of my research project titled Assessment of 24 Hours Biting Patterns and Human Exposure Risk to Bites of Anopheles Mosquitoes in southern Tanzania. Why 24 hours? Currently, most studies and sampling protocols assessing residual malaria transmission focus on night observations and ignore the possibility of mosquitoes biting during daytime. There is limited information regarding 24 hours exposure to human exposure to mosquito bites. So these are some papers I've tried to extract. These papers try to study mosquito behavior during the day, but unfortunately most of them stopped at just early morning hours. The first paper tried to see, but you see that arrow up there just stopped at around 11. Even the second paper, but already mosquitoes are there. From that graph you can see that mosquitoes are biting during daytime. So because of the limited information, there is need for us to understand where and when humans are exposed to 24 hours biting mosquitoes for effective implementation of the projects. So, and therefore, this study aims to assess the 24 hours biting pattern and human exposure risk to bites of Anopheles mosquitoes in southern Tanzania to inform strategies for addressing residual malaria transmission and supporting the current elimination strategies. Specifically through the following objectives. Objective number 1 is to assess the 24 hours biting pattern and the malaria transmission risk of the wild female Anopheles mosquitoes. Then 2 is to assess the activities of household members in a pre-domestic area that put them at risk of malaria transmission. 3 is to assess the knowledge, attitude, and practices of community members regarding their biting mosquitoes and their malaria transmission risks. This study is a mixed method study involving both quantitative and qualitative. But for this presentation, I'm going to focus on objective number 1, which is quantitative. The study is being conducted in 2 villages of Prizamoyo and Minepa in Ulanga district, Chilombero Valley, southeastern Tanzania. And as you can see, most of the house type in these villages are mud walls or brick plain, timber frames with grass thatched roofs. And mainly, most of the residents depend on rice growing, which we all know that is also associated with mosquito breeding and high risk of exposure to mosquito bites. So study methods. In each of these 2 villages, 12 houses were selected for entomological surveillance activities. And after getting consent in these houses, we started collecting mosquitoes in mid-June. And so far, we have data for over 12 experimental nights in each village. Mosquitoes are collected using the double net method as modified by Limwango. So Limwango, I want to organize you for your contribution for this study. And mosquitoes are collected in and out 24 hours. And each of these houses are sampled weekly in a design of 4 houses per experimental day, 3 times a week. We do this for one village, and then we shift to another village. Again, we stay for 2 weeks, and we keep rotating like that. So each hour during the collection hours, the volunteers, as you can see, seated in the double net in the respective positions, the out and the indoor door positions, actively collect the mosquitoes for almost 50 minutes using an aspirator and transfer all the mosquitoes collected for that hour into a paper cup, which is labeled by site, time of collection, and the household number. Okay? So after collection, we give the volunteers a 10-minute break before they come back for next hour. So in the morning, at the end of the experimental day, mosquitoes collected per hour are identified morphologically, sorted by taxa and sex, and visually classified according to feeding status as fed, unfed, gravity, and then after that, the mosquitoes are taken to the laboratory, and at the laboratory, all the unfed, the fed, and the partially fed are dissected for age grading following the turnover, so that for us to estimate their transmission potential as depending on parity. So after that, the data is entered and analyzed. So our data is analyzed using our software, and all our graphs are being generated by ggplot2. So what I'm going to share with you now are our preliminary results. So from our results, we have been able to observe that almost every hour across the 24 hours, we are able to collect mosquitoes, both indoors and outdoors. This graph here, and we are concentrating on the primary vectors. Yeah, on the primary vectors, Anopheles arabiensis and Anopheles fenestas. So that's how you can see that generally the mosquitoes are biting both indoors and outdoors. So this is for fenestas, also biting both indoors and outdoors. And you can see that during the day, the peak is around 11, from 10 to 11. And also during the night, you can see that the peak is slightly before midnight, meaning that the mosquitoes are biting before people go to bed. So there is high risk. And most of the mosquitoes we collected, they were 70% were unfed, meaning that these mosquitoes are not coming by accident, but they were actually host seeking. Okay? And then out of the mosquitoes we have dissected for parity, 80% are paras, meaning that these mosquitoes have lived long enough to allow the development of the mosquito, the parasite within the mosquito, and therefore they are able to transmit the parasites. So I think, but in addition to that, we also collect out of Julex, and I think this can be a very important message for us to communicate to the community about sensitization, because a bite remains a bite. You cannot identify whether this is Anopheles or it is a Julex. So I think this will be very important for using it for sensitizing the community. So take-home messages that mosquitoes now bite 24 hours, both indoors and outdoors. So we need to be vigilant, and there is need for increase community sensitization regarding exposure to mosquito bites 24 hours. And finally, new approaches and tools targeting day-biting mosquitoes are needed. Thank you for listening. I just want to acknowledge my supervisors, my OMC team, my field team, and the Court 5 colleagues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwongwe. Thank you. Yeah. So, any question? I will take 2 questions. Okay, Dr. Jerry.
Thanks very much. That's very nice and quite alarming. So that's a surprise. It's not, there's a comment not just directed to you, but for all the entomologists in the room. Biting rates are tricky in how you represent them, because for some things, you want to get an absolute simple arithmetic mean, which is what you've done, which is fine, okay? Because nobody gets bitten by a log transform mosquito. They get bitten by real numbers of mosquitoes. And to calculate exposure, you got to make sure you don't dampen those down with log transformations, okay? But, you know, Gaussian statistics, the normal distribution, also doesn't apply. So for situations like this, I'll plot the mean, but I won't plot confidence intervals based on a Gaussian. You can see the way that your values go below 0, because it doesn't match the actual distribution of the data. So it's it's a tricky, it's neither of the statistical approaches available to you are ideal. So and for lots of other people as well, it's a question that's come up many times over the year. You know, statistically, to get a more representative mean, you'd use some log function like Poisson or negative binomial. But for something like this, nobody gets bitten by a log transform mosquito. So it's actually it's misrepresentative of exposure patterns when you do that. So that's just a hint, and we can talk about that later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment. There was another question. There was a hand here. Yes. Dr. Deborah, and this will be the last question for this presenter.
Thank you very much. I was wondering the biting habit of culex. You have shown that they are biting during the night. So I was wondering if you checked if the same strains or what, because my understanding was the opposite.
Yeah. So we are also surprised to see that because that the mosquito culex are also biting during the day, and not only inside but also outside. And we found, though it is not our interest, because our interest is the malaria vectors, but I think it is also very important because at the community level, when they experience mosquito bites, they cannot tell whether this is Anopheles or this is a culex. So I think we can use this information and try to strengthen sensitization regarding malaria transmission.
Thank you, and a round of applause for Mok. So our next presenter was Kennedy Lushashi, but will be represented by Dr. Maganga. So Dr. Maganga, the floor is yours. I see people smiling. They remember the story of Maganga with the motorcycle. Yeah.
So my name is Maganga Sambo. We know the focus of this of Ifakara was on human health, but our team has been focusing much on animal health. And this focus is because over 60% of outbreak in human is from animals. So we are focusing on zoonotic disease because if we can control and we can reduce all outbreak in human health. So that we have been focusing. And one of the diseases that we can focus, and a good example on this approach is called One Health, is rabies. So if rabies won't work on One Health approach, it's almost impossible for other diseases to work because, I'm saying this because for rabies, 98% of outbreak of rabies is because of domestic dogs. So if we control outbreak in domestic dogs through mass dog vaccination, automatically we can control 98% deaths in human. So the 2% is from other animals such as jackal and cats and the other mammals. But this transmission from these other animals are getting the disease also from domestic dogs. So the domestic dog transmit rabies to human, but also transmit rabies to other animals. So our focus is how we can demonstrate the importance of One Health approach. And I'm presenting this Kennedy's his work in Pemba. And it is the only place where we were successfully eliminated rabies in human through mass dog vaccination. And so we have been using contact tracing and whole genome sequencing to track the elimination of dog-mediated rabies in Pemba. So you can see the just trying to, oh. So, and this is the reservoir of rabies. And continent in red are the continent where they contributed to over 95% of deaths. So most of deaths are in Africa and Asia. And you can see the reservoir in Africa is domestic dogs. Although in some parts of Africa, other animals are contributing acting as reservoir for rabies. So as I explained it, globally we estimated the human deaths is over 59,000 deaths globally of rabies. And I was lucky because I'm the one who coordinated for this study, and my supervisor was the one who estimated for this study. So I will be showing the importance of mass dog vaccination to control the disease, and because rabies can be prevented by administration of PP for people who have been exposed to rabies, but these PP are super expensive and people have been struggling to get access to PP. So the only cost-effective method is through mass dog vaccination, because the cost of vaccinating dogs is very cheap, and my friend Christian has been explaining on the importance of mass dog vaccination. So, so in Pemba, the history of rabies in Pemba. So in 1909 and 10, the World's Animal Protection, formerly was known WISPA, conducted mass dog vaccination, and luckily a year after, and then Bill and Melinda Gates funded project was introduced in 5 districts in mainland and Pemba in Ireland. So, and we were lucky also at Ifakara because we were the parts of the team that was working with this big project. And this project was in Tanzania, South Africa, and in Philippines. So just to say a little bit, so WHO, World Organization for Animal Health, Global Alliance for Rabies Control, and FAO, they, in year 2015, they came together and realized that rabies can be eliminated, and they form a coalition to ensure that we have support to have 0 human deaths by rabies by year 2030. So that is the global goal that we are focusing as rabies team, and our team at IHI has been focusing to ensure that Tanzania is achieving this goal. That was Kennedy's research gap and his research objective. But I will focus much on data collection. So we have been doing contact tracing. Contact tracing have been very useful during the COVID-19. And for us rabies, we started a contact tracing since 2008. So Fredros was explaining how I was, the story about the motorcycle. So the motorcycle was actually to do the contact tracing. So the contact tracing, we trace back to the people who are the bite victim and trying to see the bite circumstances so that we can decide if this was rabid, the bite was rabid or was from the normal or bite. But if there is a chance we can find the attacking animal, we had an opportunity to test it to confirm that if the dog was rabid or was not rabid using the rapid diagnostic test. However, these RDT are not confirmatory testing. So what we have been doing, we have been using this device, and this device will to confirm if the attacking animal was rabid or not rabid. So this is a very small device which you can sequence your sample to know if the disease or if it was rabid or not. And this you can just pack in a suitcase. And we normally call it a lab in a suitcase. We have been implementing. We have been using here at using our suitcase. So just this is just for to confirm if the attacking animal is rabid or not. So, and then I will little bit explaining about the genetic analysis. So we have been using the rabies group, and this is bioinformatics software which have been developed at the University of Glasgow. So it's very important there. You can you can use for other diseases, or at least using this bioinformatics software. And this is very important point that I want to highlight. So when we started the project until this year in 2015, so we were able to eliminate the disease. And then the GET funded project was phased out during this period, and then we can see there was a surge outbreak both in domestic animal and human. And we observed the 2 deaths. The only deaths we observed was prior to the billion GET, so there was a surge in cautions because the mass dog vaccination stopped. And this probably is calling us all to have a sustained resource to ensure that when you reach control, you have to ensure that you have to ensure that you still doing intervention. Otherwise, there should be an incursions. So. And then during this time there was the shortages of PP, but when we realized that the outbreak was high, the government of Zanzibar decided to offer free PP to bite victims, but also to have mass dog vaccination for free, and this was for free. So this also is very important finding from Kennedy, that there was a lot of lineages that were circulating in Pemba, and we found that most of these lineages were originated from islands, and this is the same challenge that Zanzibar Elimination Program, the ZAMEP, is facing, because they reached to almost controlling malaria, but there is a lot of reintroduction of malaria from the mainland. We found the same in Zanzibar as well, that most of rabies were reintroduced from the mainland, probably maybe from Tanga or somewhere. And this was advantage because in mainland we collected a lot of sample, and we found that the lineage was from the mainland. I'll skip this. So in discussion, in conclusion, current surveillance enable that we have been doing using the lab diagnostic test, and we can easily confirm if this was rabies or not rabies, have enabled us to easily to respond to any outbreak. And genomic data of 2 incursion, genomic sequences of the source was facilitated because we have a good samples from the mainland. And then we have now able to develop the response system. We have been involved both from the team from Minister of Health and Minister of Livestock to ensure that we can respond quickly to when there is an outbreak. Asanteni sana. Kennedy would like to.
Thank you.
Kennedy would like to acknowledge his supervisor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maganga. You can just stay there for the questions. I will take, I see only one hand, so I'll be only 2 questions again. I will start with Dr. Grace.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I just want to get a bit of clarification. When you say elimination, my understanding that domestic animals are not reservoir, rather than being infected by maybe fox or bats, because those are the reservoir, they are carrier of the viruses. So it means the prevention has to be continuous, because these wild animals, they're always in the forest. So in one way or another, they will get encounter with our domesticated animals, and there's be a resurge of the infection. So I think I just wanted to get clarification on that by saying there's elimination. I would say there's control, because the prevention has to be continuous.
Thank you. That's a very nice question. Also, I was not using the term eradication, because we know that we can't eradicate rabies because the reservoir is on wild animal. But I explained it from the beginning that when I say elimination, I mean that we can eliminate rabies in human, because if you control the disease in domestic animal, automatically there will be no any transmission of rabies from domestic animal to human. Same, there will be no any transmission of rabies from domestic dogs to wild animal who are the reservoir of the disease. So it's possible to eliminate and to have 0 human rabies deaths, to eliminate rabies in human, but it's impossible to eradicate the disease. Thank you.
So, thank you, Dr. Maganga. The next question is from Dr. Uloto.
Fantastic presentation. Clarification. When you showed that graph where there were no cases, was it because you stopped looking, or was it because the program got phased out and therefore did not have the means to sort of closely monitor? Just for clarification.
Thank you. Because the project ended and then we didn't maintain mass dog vaccination. And it was eliminated in in Zanzibar, but the disease was reintroduced from the mainland. And because there was no any mass dog vaccination in the area, and then the incursion was there, but the surveillance, we still do the surveillance. Now, like other districts in the southern east part of the country, there's no any intervention, but we are still monitoring. So we are still establishing the surveillance to know what is going on. Yep.
Thank you very much, and a round of applause for Dr. Maganga. So the next is Enoch Kessi. The floor is yours. Please, 8 minutes of presentation.
Thank you. Excuse me. My name is Enoch Kessi, a research scientist at Ifakara Health Institute. And today, I am going to talk about a project that is aimed at adapting a controlled human malaria infection for early evaluation of transmission blocking interventions, particularly vaccine. So this is a prospective project. We have already obtained all the approvals, so we are ready to start, and so pretty soon we will be underway. So we have seen this in previous presentation, that malaria control comes in different forms and different approaches, being vector control, case management, of course, intermittent preventive treatment. But we know that these approaches have been hampered by emergence of insecticide resistance and antimalarial drug resistance. And so an alternative approach that circumvent these hurdles might help in boosting our progress towards malaria control and elimination. So a quick overview, on that on the clinical phase evaluation of interventions, particularly drugs and vaccine. So after the preclinical stage, a vaccine usually goes through phase 1 to phase 3 of clinical trial for evaluation. But we know usually phase 2 and phase 3 are very large and expensive, time-consuming studies. So there's usually a need for a tool to down select these candidates vaccines early on before they move up the stages of these development and evaluations. And of course, in malaria control, in malaria vaccines, we have 3 main types: the pre-erythrocytic stage vaccines, blood stage vaccines, and transmission blocking vaccines. And of interest to this talk are the transmission blocking vaccine, which usually is aimed at stopping the transmission from human to mosquito. And currently, we do not have an in vivo tool for early evaluations of these candidates vaccines that are under development. So, controlled human malaria infection usually entails the intentional infection of healthy individuals with malaria parasite, either by injection of sporozoid or from a mosquito bite, or injection of infected red blood cells. And usually the infection is monitored by lab test, and then this participant will be treated at a predetermined point. So this study aimed to adopt this model for evaluation of transmission blocking vaccines in endemic countries. So it's going to be a randomized clinical trial, phase 1, and we will enroll 24 male adults between 18 and 45 years old from Bagamoyo district. And then we will challenge these individuals with 1,000 infected red blood cells. And then we'll be monitoring the infection, how the infection progresses by using PCR. Once the parasitemia in these individuals reaches 500 parasite per microliter, we're going to randomize them into two arms. And in one arm, they'll receive 480 milligram of piperaquine. And the other arm, they will receive doxycycline 100 milligram. Of course, we'll monitor these, and then in case there's a recrudescence, they receive another subcurative dose at 250 parasite per microliter. And we'll be doing skin feeding to assess transmission of gametocyte to mosquitoes at day 14, 21, and then 28. These participants, of course, will be admitted before they are challenged, and then we'll observe them for 28 days. Once they hit day 28, they'll be treated by using ALU and low-dose primaquine. Objectives. So the main objective, of course, is to assess the safety of this model in endemic countries, particularly in people with low malaria exposure. And then we also are going to assess the gametocyte infectiousness following the challenge and the use of subcurative dose. So I have to insist that the subcurative doses we give is basically to pressure these parasites to make more gametocytes so that we can have more infection. And once we have infections to mosquitoes, we can use this infection to basically assess the effectiveness of the transmission blocking vaccine by how much they are going to, of course, prevent the infection of the gametocyte to mosquitoes. So another, of course, one of the objectives is going to be to assess the infection of these gametocytes. We're also going to look at the prevalence of the gametocytes in these individuals following those subcurative doses. And then, of course, we're going to look at the dynamics of the gametocyte development, including sex ratios. And of course, we will also look at how the naturally acquired immunity affects these dynamics, from of course, the prevalence of gametocytes to the sex ratios and how these gametocytes are transmitted to mosquitoes. So we strongly believe that this model will provide several advantages, including the fact that if we're going to establish this in malaria endemic countries, it means that evaluation of these transmission blocking vaccines is going to be conducted in the actual target population, the eventual target population of these interventions. So we know that the evaluation will consider the immunological background of the target population versus, contrary to when these evaluations are done in European countries where basically participants are not exposed to malaria. So this will allow that down selection of the most potential vaccine candidates. So meaning that it will accelerate development of these interventions by allowing only those potential ones to be developed further. So you have 10, 12 candidates, you can subject them through this model and come up with maybe 2 or 3 that are more promising, and they can be further developed. It will save millions of funds, of course, and we know that it has been used. The model can also be used to study malaria immunity. I would like to thank Dr. Olotu, my PI, for the opportunity to be part of this study, and of course for his guidance throughout, and a lot of people at IHI Bagamoyo site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for being on time. So, questions? Yes, I will start with this one. So, please.
Okay, thank you for the next presentation. So, considering that this type of vaccine has having so many challenges that people are raising, so I want to speak about one, which is that it doesn't provide protection to their specific vaccinated person, rather provide protection when a mosquito bites. So assume this goes to the implementation stage. How would you foresee it community accepting such a vaccine where you tell somebody that you'll be vaccinated, though we are not protecting you, rather we are protecting a mosquito transmitting a disease to another fellow?
Thank you. Please thank you. That's a good question. So I have to point out that transmission blocking vaccine have several advantages, and one of it being the fact that there's a biological bottleneck in the number, particularly in the number of parasites that are in the mosquito at that stage compared to the number of parasites in the human body. And it's been predicted that it would take less antibodies to basically neutralize this the amount of parasite in the mosquito compared to millions of parasites in the human body. So you have about 15 to 20 oocysts in the mosquito at one particular stage. So that's one advantage, that there's a biological bottleneck in the mosquito stage which could be exploited. And the other thing is that these transmission blocking targets are rather more stable. They don't mutate as much as the other targets in the asexual stages of the parasite. So meaning that you have one vaccine, you have a chance of this vaccine being effective or being efficient in many more strains circulating around, but for a longer period of time compared to contrary to vaccines that target this asexual stages of the parasite. So to come to your question, yes, it's expected that it will not protect the person that receives the vaccine, but rather prevent the infection from going to the mosquito and to the next individual. So I think this is something that can be conveyed to the community, and we know that the plan is to use transmission blocking vaccine in tandem with other vaccines, says the ones that targets the sexual form in the human body. So we don't expect that they'll be used solely as transmission blocking vaccine on their own, but they can be used to contain infections, and especially when you have an eruption of a new parasite, say that has some kind of resistance against the antimalarial drugs. So they can be very useful to contain such strains and prevent it from spreading.
Thank you, Dr. Enoch. I think that is clear. So next question from Dr. Jerry.
Just thinking about your participants, it doesn't look like a whole lot of fun to be one of these individuals. So just two challenges. First of all, how do you recruit people? Because I haven't seen anything like this really since kind of the malaria therapy days. But secondly then, particularly in a low-income environment, I presume you have to give people an awful lot of compensation for time and discomfort. How do you avoid inducement to participate into something that people would normally say no to?
Thank you. I mean, that's a good question, and after I speak, probably someone with more experience might add up. But I believe there has to be compensation for people's time and inconvenience. We cannot avoid that. We want to admit these people for 31 days at least. You know, it might go beyond that, but we don't really anticipate that. So we will come up. So I've read a little bit into that, and they recommend minimum wage calculated by the number of days, and then that should be fair, you know. But then we are also going to target people who have minimum of secondary school education, and that's purposely to make sure that they do understand first the risks associated with the study, but they understand the significance of the study in terms of the opportunity that it may provide for malaria control in the future. So yes, there has to be compensation, but we are targeting people who do understand what we're going to tell about them, the significance of the study, and realizing that we are not really doing this per se. We're not paying them so that they can participate, but rather we are paying them to compensate for their time while also making sure that they understand that we have to do this. We need to do this, and we need people who who will understand and be ready to participate. So, I mean, there has to be a balance, and Dr. Lotu can talk about this, because we've done this before at IHI Bagamoyo. Several studies have been done, and they've been pretty successful.
Thank you, Enoch. I think this conversation can continue, because this is always complex topics, especially for some people who have not been involved in the clinical trials. But I think because of the time, we'll stop here for this presenter, and a round of applause for Enoch. So yes, our next presenter is already at the stage, Mr. Dickson Msaki. Please, you can continue with your presentation.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, so my name is Dickson Msaki. I'm a computer scientist and a researcher with a background in ICT, currently working on mosquitoes, and I can say I enjoy working with mosquitoes. So the background of this study titled, "Is it a malaria mosquito or not?" comes for a motivation that we have a number of disease-transmitting mosquitoes, and we need to identify these dangerous mosquitoes so that we can tell those that are able to transmit disease, example here the case is malaria, and those that are not able to transmit malaria. So we're exploring the application of machine learning to see if we'll be able to tell the difference between these mosquitoes using the sound they made when they fly. That means their wing beat frequencies. So this is the presentation content. I'll take you from the introduction to the conclusion. So starting with a brief introduction for the global malaria challenge. So malaria is still a major problem in public health in many developing countries, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. And the World Malaria Report released in 2022 estimated that there are over about 247 million cases worldwide, and this amount to deaths of about 620 worldwide. And of these cases, 95% of them happens in Africa, and we understand we are in Africa. And there are a lot of work that has been done to take control or to mitigate the effect of this disease, and most of them in vector control. We understand there are LLINs, IRS, and LSM. All these are vector control techniques which are used to mitigate the effect of these diseases. And we understand the major vector of malaria is a mosquito, and there are a number of mosquitoes.
Hey, hello. So while technology is actually taking place, I have one announcement. To the evening, we're going to have a barbecue night, and this has been supported by CED. Kama nisingesikia hayo makofi. So the organizing committee will be distributing coupon for the drinks. So make sure you get one, please. If you don't show up.
Okay, let's continue.
Yes, so we are here still in a bit of a background where I was explaining that the mosquito row in this disease transmitting, and as I was saying, mosquito is the one that is transmitting diseases, and in Africa there are a number of species, I mean anopheline, about 70, which are implicated to transmit malaria. These include Anopheles gambiensis, arabiensis, colutsi, funestas, nili, musheti, and others. These are the primary vectors, and we understand there are other secondary vectors which include Zimini. In the process of understanding the distribution and number and the species of these mosquitoes, we need to conduct mosquito surveillance to understand the numbers, distribution, and the species, thus facilitating more efficient intervention. And once we understand their numbers and the distribution, we'll be able to tell if our interventions are working or not working, and in turn we'll be able to work more efficiently in reducing the burden of these diseases. And just to show you
there is a technical problem. Just a minute.
Yeah, so Dickson ana bahati mbaya, kina imani teknolojia itakaa vizuri. And actually ni mtu aitiwe, so mbaya. Acha imsumbue. Si etusu. So I also have another announcement. You are kindly requested to fill in feedback form that has actually been shared, and we will appreciate if you will get this feedback today. This is a request, a polite request for you to fill in those feedback forms for us to make it better for the next time. Thank you.
Attention please. So we are continuing with the presentation. It is taking a little bit longer because of the technical issues, but I hope this time it will be smooth. Please.
Yes, so apologies, we won't be able to put it in full screen mode. We'll have to proceed like this for now. So I just wanted to show you some pictures of different mosquito species that are available for those who are not mosquito people. It's hard for them to tell the difference between different mosquitoes. So we have the first picture. I have about different 4 species which were included in the data collection part, and we have malaria transmitting mosquitoes and non-malaria transmitting mosquitoes. You can see on the first one, which is called Anopheles gambiensis, which is complex. That mosquito has distinct features, including pale spots in the wings and also in the legs. They are speckled. And you have another that is a malaria transmitting mosquito. We have another one which is a Mansonia. This is not a malaria transmitting mosquito, but they have scales on their wings. And we have another one which is a Culisan mosquito, and you can see their wings. They are totally plain, no scales, no spots, no whatever. And you can see the last one, we have the funestas, which have all heard about this mosquito and how dangerous it is. And we can see some pale spots on the wings and other features. So the way these mosquitoes, you see, they are different is the way also they are different when it comes to the beating of their wings. Unfortunately, I will not be able to play some audios, but these mosquitoes fly differently, beat their wings differently. If I was able, I could play some audio here, but at the moment it's not possible. And this brings us to the main objective of this simple experiment, was to explore the application of machine learning techniques in differentiating between malaria transmitting mosquitoes and non-malaria transmitting mosquitoes using their wing beat frequencies. And to do that, we did a data collection from wild mosquitoes, and this we generated audio data using devices, and here device is just a simple mobile phone, because we were interested in seeing how a mobile phone will perform in this process. And we analyzed this data using Audacity software, which is basically an audio editing software, which you are able to load your audio file and do some cleaning based on it, because it's able to understand, it's able to see different frequencies, and represent the data, represent the audio form of these wing beats. In the data pre-processing step, which is an important step when you're building your model, you have to undergo first the data cleaning, where here we were just removing mostly the background noises and the noises which are not of mosquitoes, because some of the audios were recording at night, and we were capturing some audios which are not mosquito related. We also did resampling of the audios. Then we went further and extracted these spectral features and these fundamental frequencies. These are just harmonics from which are generated when a mosquito is flying. Then we went further and prepared this spectrogram image. This is just a representation of these frequencies, so that we can be able to build, to further use them in building our model. During the data pre-processing step, we also plotted some plots here. These are mainly histogram, just to see how different features are visualized. And for this, we were able to see the duplicates, we are able to see the outliers in our data, and we use the proper statistical techniques to remove these things, so as they could not create issues when we are building our model. And now to some part of the results. We plotted the fundamental frequencies of the different species which we included in our dataset. Our dataset had those 5 species, as you can see from the diagram, and from the diagram you can clearly see we have distinct fundamental frequency for different species, but you can see there is an overlap there in the middle, and the overlapping species, these are mainly the Gambi female, the Funestas female, and the Culex female. But those others, you can see a clear distinction between their wing beat frequency, which was good. And basically this overlap that you are seeing here later on made us to see it was a bit hard to tell the big difference between differentiating those two mosquitoes, because we have the malaria transmitting mosquitoes, and we have the one which is not able to transmit malaria, which is Culex, and this was creating a bit of a struggle for our model, but we are still in the process of finding a way to improve it. Now when we come to the models that we were able to build, we only tested these 4 models: the convolutional neural networks, the random forest, the support vector machine linear, the logistic regression. And from that representation there, you can see there is very small differences in terms of performance from the 4 models that we evaluated. And from there you can see the logistic regression was able to perform better comparing to other models. Now also presented the data using this Confucius matrix, just to see how those accuracies can be further translated. You can see the true positive and the true negative percentages, and basically here you can see the numbers. Those numbers are from the test set that we were able only to use because we have a big data set. The data set was comprised of about 800 data points, but after splitting the training and testing set, for the testing set comprised of the 20% of the whole data set, that's why you see the number here is a bit small. And you can see in overall the true positive, they are about 81%, and the true negative, they are about 69%. And coming to the conclusion, I'd like to conclude into these 2 aspects, where is the technological advancement and the community engagement, where in the advancement, the machine learning techniques can be used as an alternative to traditional mosquito surveillance method by enabling or coming up with new techniques or traps which will be able to use, to implement these machine learning techniques in identifying these mosquitoes. And also on the community engagement part, there is a potential use of accessible mobile devices like smartphone. As I said, this data was generated using a simple smartphone and could empower local communities in disease prevention efforts. I would like to acknowledge Ifakara Institute. This data was generated as part of the Hamburg project. And my supervisors, Dr. Kaindo is the PI of the project, Winnie Ponzi and IHI colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dixon Msaki. I'm taking 2 questions and then we'll go to our final presenter. So, yes, I see 2 hands there and there will be our questions for this presenter. Can you raise again so that I can see where you are?
Congratulations, Dixon. It's a nice presentation. I have a question on the overlap of the frequencies, because you said the overlap is between the female vectors, of which they are primary vectors of the malaria. How do you account for that?
As I said, that is just part of the experiment, and we included the Gambe, the Funestas, and the Culex. And upon extracting those fundamental frequencies, we see there is an overlap for the female part. Maybe their frequencies is a bit close, so at the moment we're still trying to understand how, if there will be a possibility of to show a clear separation, or there's just no a clear separation between the two. So it's still a work in progress, and maybe in future we'll be able to tell.
Thank you, Dixon. There was a second hand. Yes.
Yes. Yes, Dixon, thank you very much for the nice presentation. It's just a general question to you or any senior entomologists in the room. Let us forget the issue of machine learning there and focus on the quality of the data that we are using to train the machine learning. And this is just based on the informative presentation that we have received from Ismail Nambunga this morning, that mosquito body size vary with geographical location. So it's probably Anopheles funestas of Ifakara might have the different body size with Anopheles funestas collected maybe in Katavi or any other area. And the issue of wing beat frequency primarily is determined by the length of the wing. So the body size of mosquitoes is the key determinant of the wing beat frequency. And their body size seems to be kind of zigzagger. There is no any biological differences between the wing beat frequency of different species, given that their size will differ based on many factors, including temperature, geographical location, and so on. So I just want to question the feasibility of using wing beat frequency to predict species of mosquito. Is that a feasible thing, or is something that still have a lot of questions in the back? Let's forget the machine learning stuff, because if you train anything, machine learning model could do with 100%, but the data is wrong.
Yes, maybe I'll try to answer for the best of my knowledge, but I will ask our fellow biologists to assist in case of further explanation. Yes, we understand that mosquitoes exist with different body sizes, but here we are just, at the moment we have this specific experiment, we didn't look further. I mean, we did not went further and measure the length of the wings, but at the moment we're currently using a separate technique which is a bit similar into this, but now we are making sure to capture this additional information, which is the wing length, and later on we'll be able to see the relationship that exists between these these wing beat frequencies and the wing length of different mosquitoes. But coming to size, if a mosquito is large or small, the wing is longer or shorter. This wing beat frequency is about the number of times they flap their wings. So I believe even if they are older, they are bigger or smaller, I think the number of times they flap their wings is similar. This is my thinking, but I'm still there to confirm.
Thank you very much, Dixon. And yes. So our final presenter, if I'm not mistaken, will be Dr. Aneth Tumbo, and the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. I think I'm standing between everyone and the Mbuzi, so I will be very, very quick. with my presentation. I just want to take you through, I think, the subject of vaccines is something that has come to be very, very important, particularly for us in Africa, where individuals do not know what diseases do they have. We can say we are looking on malaria, but most of the individuals that come to our hospitals are probably infected with something else. So for me, the understanding of immunity is very important, particularly in the context of co-infections. We've heard a lot over the last 2 days about the malaria parasite. What we know is very complex. It has several stages, and that in these different stages, different antigens are being expressed, and these forms the target for different vaccine strategies. We've also discussed a lot about several vaccine strategies that our institute is undertaking. As you can see, we were all involved in P27A, whole sporozoite, and the RTSS vaccines, which we were all evaluated in Bagamoyo, and now we have the R21, which we saw or we heard Dr. Ali speaking yesterday. But there is a major problem in that all these vaccines are subunit vaccines, which then have very suboptimal protection. So we need really vaccines that would move to 75% with this WHO cutoff point. The whole sporozoite did show some promise. This is different from what subunit vaccines are in such a way that the entire parasite stage, the sporozoite, is being used as an immunogen. And the strategies are many, but the key 2 strategies that I got to work with were the irradiated whole sporozoite, which is non-replicating, meaning the sporozoite has been weakened with irradiation to allow it to infect the liver but not replicate. And on the other strategy is that you give the sporozoite and then you give a drug, and the idea there is to allow the sporozoite to grow all the way going through the liver stages, but once it comes into the bloodstream, the drug that you drank is sort of halting the growth. So both 2 strategies have been tried in Africa, and we have seen different responses. And there you can see the individuals in the US are quite different from the Tanzanian, Mali, and Equatorial Guinea. And also, different age groups are also inducing different responses, with the highest responses being in infants compared to the rest of the groups in our settings. So we really are looking into what is causing all this variability in responses, but all these studies were done in healthy individuals. But the HIV individuals, which also presents a very important group in malaria elimination, was not left out in such a way that I would say live vaccines, there used to be a very huge discussion, why would we use live vaccines into already immunocompromised populations? So we embarked with a study which allowed us to investigate vaccine responses in HIV positive and HIV negative Tanzanians who were then vaccinated like 3 times and then challenged with a real parasite which was not weakened, the real sporozoite parasite. So, and then we evaluated the responses in such a way that we look for vaccine efficacy based on who will get sick and who will not get sick. And then you will know for sure which one, if the vaccine is working at least properly or not. So for longest time, we use different methods. For example, the ELISAs, then we have the CHMI, which is like if the parasites are there or not. We use qPCR and microscopy. But quite interesting, I'll jump that one while I go. So also the qPCR, like I said, and some Luminex. But I will focus my presentation, the rest of the presentation on the antibody profiling, which is the humoral immunity. But in this case, we use protein arrays, which have then 262 antigens. What you have, mostly people would look at one dimension, which is either the SACSP or maybe 3 or 5 antigens, which are quite limiting. But in this case, we looked at 262 antigens from the proteome of the parasite. And there we saw, at least in HIV positive and HIV negative, you can see a trend whereby HIV positive have a bit lower in a number of the antigens that they are recognizing compared to the HIV positive. But then this was not enough, because then you want to know exactly are there any antigens which predict at least responses in HIV positive to that of HIV negative. So we went and looked into what antigens are these. So to your horizontal side, all these are the 267 antigens, and to your vertical, this is the response, the magnitude of response. So out of 262, what we saw was that the CSP and the MSP5 were the only antigens which were quite pronounced in both groups. And unfortunately, there was no statistical significance between the HIV positive and HIV negative, and this is because of the numbers, like you can see. So then further to this, we wanted to understand what happens now in individual basis. Is there anything that could explain to us why are we seeing sort of more or less similar responses, but again marked protection between the two groups? And there what you can see, this is what we call heat map, but there we saw there were very pronounced individual responses independent of HIV positive and HIV negative, and very few novel antigens were detected upon the CHMI. But quite interesting is that there was an immune imprinting. This is something that it's something like if somebody has seen the pathogen early on in their life, and then you bring in a vaccine or anything which has the same significant, highly significant, the same antigen, then this person will not expand this immune response, will try and maintain the same immune response. So it's the same thing my colleagues were speaking about. Okay, what is happening? The vaccine responses in Africa are not working, but if you come with a protein which already we have been growing in an area where we've been exposed for a longer time with malaria, and then you come in with a antigen which is more or less the same of what we've seen, the immune system will not expand, or the B cells or the ontogeny of it will not expand widely. So with this, we can say that there are diverse humoral responses in HIV positive and negative Tanzanians. However, only CSP and MSP5 were recognized in this case, and definitely individual antibody profile at baseline are the same. That remains comparable after vaccination. But what does this tell us? So with this, with these results, it's very important for us to look for other strategies when we want to vaccinate individuals in malaria endemic countries, because then we cannot say anything that, or any vaccine that is made, let's say in the US or in Europe or somewhere else, can also work in our settings. So it's imperative for scientists and many of the young scientists here to take up the challenge and really start thinking, how can we design vaccines in tailoring our areas and at the same time tailoring certain groups, because in a long run we are moving into something called personalized medicine and everything. And with the advancement of AI, I was very happy, like during this conference, like there was a lot of technological advancement being talked about, and it's my interest to be able to use the data and then try and apply it to the machine learning and the machine learning groups which have already progressed further. Probably then we get few markers that we can try and design the vaccines that are imperative or are tailored to our population. I would like to thank everyone. It was a lot of effort from everyone. And again, I project the picture of the immunology lab. I am a second generation immunologist, yeah. So now we have third generation. We are looking into having to become a center of excellence for immunology in Tanzania, and we would like to encourage many young scientists. If you have interest in immunology and if it's something that you would like to pursue, we are very open, and we would like to be able to guide people into that, so that we can also have we can also generate new ideas that are fitting to our settings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Annette. Put together your hands for Annette. Yes, Annette. How do you feel that you are the last person to present in this event?
To be honest, I was not planning to present anything, so some few people chickened out, so I had to jump in. That's the honest truth. But it feels good, and it feels really nice to be able to see the type of science that is going on in the institute. And I literally feel a bit older. I see like the institute is very young. so yeah, I would say it's quite nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So before we go to the question, I will take two questions. I just want to ask you, Annette, if animal could talk, which one do you think could be the smartest?
Say the dove. I like
Dove.
dove.
Why dove?
I think the dove is quiet and is I would say humble.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I like.
Thank you very much. So I'll take two questions.
No.
Sasa Annette, unachagua watu wa kuuliza maswali kweli?
My dear Annette, I'm sorry. I don't mean man. I have two quick
Yeah,
questions
sure,
actually.
no problem.
So number one, I didn't get the age group. What age group are you looking at here?
This one, for this particular study, we had young adults. This is like 18 to 45.
18. Okay. So my first question was whether we expect any differences in these expressions in children. And number two, at the end, you were proposing alternative vaccination strategies, and I'm not sure if you mean that HIV-infected persons need a different kind of vaccine vis-a-vis the non-infected persons, or if you meant it differently.
Okay. I don't know if I got the first question. I answered the first question already. 18 to 45. Is this okay? Or what was
Yes.
the
So
question?
in the 18 to 45, you could see a diverse expression in adults in the antibody responses, right?
Yeah.
Would you see the same if these were kids?
So this is a very good question, because what I would expect in children is that they have not been hugely exposed to malaria in this age of 1 to 5, right? So I wouldn't expect much variability there. Probably they would be all clustered, let's say somewhere somewhere. But we do have another cohort which we have not analyzed yet that included healthy healthy infants, children, all the way to older adults. And it will be interesting to check for this because the arrays are quite expensive, and we were looking into different collaborations. Maybe if we test that one, and I know my colleague Catherine Mkindi is working on more or less similar, but into the T cells. So probably once we get those preliminary results, we will be able to sort of extrapolate what we can expect within humoral immunity for these ones. But if I have to repeat, I would repeat the same to the children. And with the RH5 and maybe different vaccines side by side to just see what happens there. And then on your second question, what was the second? What do I do? Yes. So the HIV are already immunosuppressed, right? And then you are bringing in malaria, which is hugely an immunomodulant. So there you would really expect different. We don't know at what point does the immunomodulation really start, and then plus the layer of HIV positive, being HIV positive. So in a long run, yes, I would expect differences, but it would be, this is in an experimental setting. It would be nice to go into the field and really know. Here you know when the malaria is in, but you don't know exactly when the HIV is in. So I don't know now if the machine learning can now start to read and try to predict where maybe the age of the infection somewhere. Yeah. And then vaccine strategy that I'm talking about, because this is a whole parasite. You would want to have, you have now the messenger RNA, you have the DNA viruses, DNA strategies, the nanotechnology. So I would say which cells, for instance, like I know the CD4 cells are the ones which are mostly depleted in HIV. Can we get the immunogen to the CD4 cell? Say using a nanoparticle and have it, the antigen delivered there. So these are sort of strategies that will need to be implemented.
Okay, last question. No one.
Okay, we can
Oh,
give
okay. Put your hands together for Annette. Thank you very much, Annette. So we're done with the presentations, and now we need to wind up. Actually, I need to call CED to close up. But before that, in the next 3 minutes, we were expecting to have a football match between a team from Dar and Bagamoyo against Ifakara team. But looks like time has gone. And I know team wa Ifakara walijiandaa sana. Nimepata hizi habari. So it's like imekuwa bahati kwa timu ya Dar na Bagamoyo, mkichezea sana kichapo leo. But I just need 3 minutes for the following challenge. Ali, please. Yes. And Fredros, please. Just come forward. And Fredros will be representing Ifakara team. Ali will be representing Dar es Salaam and Bagamoyo team. So Ali, if you can choose 4 people from Dar and Bagamoyo, and Fredros 4 from Ifakara. Yes, I will. I will. Simple. It's just simple. Yeah, just, okay. It's a challenge. Just choose 4. It's not a soccer challenge.
All right. He just stood up so you can join me. Yes. Umi. Yes, I'm selecting people from Bagamoyo and Dar es Salaam. So, you're number 1. Number 2, people, I cannot see people here. Yes, please. Okay. From Dar es Salaam, Zawadi, yes. From Dar es Salaam, Zawadi. Zawadi. How many? How many?
Four. Just 4.
So we are
4 enough?
It should be total of 4, isn't it?
You're gonna be 5.
Excluding me.
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'm the only man. Okay, so so Dr. Mrisho, please.
Mrisho.
Karibu.
Okay. So for Ifakara?
So that.
So the Ifakara team, you've seen the dad Bagamoyo team. May I have volunteers to match this team? Ifakara, please, volunteers.
Jamani mnaniangusha.
Come on.
Ifakara.
Do you feel like you can match the team? Come on.
Yeah, Rukia is here.
Rukia is here. Another 4. Another 4.
Yes.
Come on, another 3, eh?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
Maganga.
okay.
Aleki,
Yes.
last person.
One last. Probably a girl. Yes.
Right.
Thank you. So we are going to finish this in style, eh? So I'm going to explain this. I have 3 items on board. First is a wall. Do you know a wall? A wall, ukuta. Sasa ishara ya ukuta ni hivi. If you do this, is a wall, ukuta, sawa? Ishara ya pili ni mshale. Ni mshale, sawa? And the last one is rabbit, sungura. Ukifanya hivi ni sungura, sawa jamani? Sasa sheria iko hivi. The rules. An arrow can kill a rabbit. A rabbit can jump a wall. Sawa? And a wall can stop an arrow. Kila kimoja kina defeat mwingine na kinashinda mwingine, si ndio? Yes, kwa hiyo kama I will ask them to go and discuss which sign are they going to show. So the sign that will win, we will do this for 3 rounds. So those who will win, and then we will term them as a winner for today. So Ifakara team and Da and Bagamoyo team, are you ready? Sawa. So you go there and discuss which sign are you coming to show us. Yes, one of it. Don't mix it up. Okay. I think time is up. Time is up. Jamani, huu mjadala mbona mrefu? A very, very long discussion. Time is up, jamani. Ali and your team, Fredus and your team. So you line up here. You look this way. Line up. Look this way. You come close because we are taking the video. Just come. Come close. Come close. Come close. Okay. Sasa mkurugenzi atakuwa ndo judge. Yaani hapa hakuna mtu anapona. Mkurugenzi atatuambia timu gani imeshinda. Timu ambayo imeonyesha ishara ambayo ya kuipita nyingine ndio imeshinda. Kwa hiyo mfano timu moja kama ikionyesha ukuta, timu nyingine ikaonyesha sungura, timu ambayo imeonyesha sungura itakuwa imeshinda kwa sababu sungura ana uwezo wa kuruka ukuta. Timu moja ikionyesha sungura, timu nyingine ikaonyesha mshale, ina maana timu ilionyesha mshale itakuwa imeshinda kwa sababu mshale una uwezo wa kumuua sungura. Sawa jamani? So I will count up to 3. Sawa? Okay. Hey, discussion zimeisha jamani. Time is up. Okay. Oh yes, I will, guys. Are you ready? Okay, so unaona wote? I will count up to 3, okay? Na naomba muonyeshe wote kwa mara moja, no delays, okay? 1 2 3. Ah! Oh. So it's draw. You go there again, and you go there again. Discuss the last one. No. Query. The next one. Okay. So this was a draw, eh? No winning team. So the last one. Okay, you just come here. Come close, okay? So I'm going to count again up to 3. Again. 1 2 3. Ah! So, okay. So they have taken 1 round. So we are doing the last one. Last round. Yes. Last round. Okay, you go there. Go there and discuss. You go there and discuss. Last round. Last round, please. Last round. Eh? Hii ya mwisho. Kama wakishinda hawa draw. Sawa. Wakishinda hawa wameshinda. Okay. Woo. Jamani Ifakara ombeni basi. Pigeni dua, please. Okay. So sorry. Jamani haya, Bagamoyo and dua, please, dua. Debora unafanya nini? Piga dua kidogo. Okay. So, this is the last one. Last one. So, are you ready, you guys? Are you ready? Okay, I will count again up to 3. 1 2 3. Ah! They have taken the game. Ndio. This sungura. Nyinyi mwacha ukuta. Wait, just wait. Okay. Mkurugenzi. Okay. Mkurugenzi, umeangalia vizuri. Hao umeonyesha ishara gani?
Sungura.
Hawa sungura. Na wale kule?
Na umeonyesha sungura pia.
Kwa ni draw. Sasa kama ni draw, walishashinda moja. Kwa these are the winners. Congratulations. So I would like to welcome CD to close up. Thank you.
Asante sana Faraji. Unajua timu inapocheza nyumbani chances kubwa za kushinda ni kwa sababu una mashabiki na vitu vingine. Kwa hiyo kwa timu ya Dar na Bagamoyo, don't worry. Next time. Yes, this has been 3 very short days, not long days. Can you hear me? 3 days have gone very fast because we had very good and stimulating conversations, very informative. And I would like to, can you hear me? Nasikika? Number moja, I would like to congratulate the team. They've done a superb job. They've done a fantastic job in the last 3 days to pull together a program that had almost 80 presentations. I know some were speed talks, lakini tumefanya presentations kama 80 hivi, plus 2 panel discussions. So you can imagine in 2 days to process 80 plus talks, different from mosquitoes, CHMI, mid-infrared spectrometry na mambo kama hayo. Umepresent Msaki hapa mwishoni, but also immunology and the like. So we have time to process this information in the next few days. Lakini I think we had the opportunity to network and know each other, to know who is working on what, which I think was also one of the aims of this 3-day presentation. During the presentations, one of our senior scientists noted something, and she just wants to give her piece of advice next time you have an opportunity to do a speed talk. And this is none other than Fatuma Manzi. Fatuma Manzi tulikuwa naye hapa miaka ile zamani sana. Karibu Fatuma. Something she has observed, she wants to give you some piece of advice. To give us.
Asante sana. Habari za jioni. Nikafikiria kwamba kuna issue. Who know the theme of this meeting? Shirima. Who is Shirima? Young scientist, I need one to say. Sheila, what is the theme of this meeting? Yes, knowledge translation for health impact. I know some people would wonder, they just know their presentations. So, maybe we have achieved, maybe something should be done to reach there. My thinking, in health system we have a training on elevator speech or elevator pitch. You have to introduce yourself to what you are contributing to public health. Some will say, I'm working on mosquito. I work with Ifakara Health Institute, working on mosquitoes. Or I have a project in Bagamoyo, we are working on vaccine. Then what is the public health value of what you do? So we should be able to say our work in a short way and to the extent that we are contributing and showing our value in public health. So I think people should go back and read about this elevator speech. You have to give short description of your work, and then the person can ask for your business card. Do we have business cards here, young scientists? Yeah, because you just say what your public health value, then people can ask, can I have your business cards? So that they can inquire more about your work. So if we are invited, because we have this Tanzania public health meeting conference, how are we going to present our mosquito work there? So we should have a way to show that my work at the end of the day will contribute in the fight against malaria. Or if you have have stakeholders meeting in villages, you have to explain in such a way that they get the concept as you are starting so that they are ready for the intervention. That is something I said we have to go and get practice, not only read, practice within your work, within the thematic area you are working on. How can you present in a very short way for a common person? Because yesterday at some point I was saying the next mosquito. Sorry to say that, but you know the message is not reaching a common police maker. Our theme is knowledge translation for health. So we have to be able to communicate in a very short way, not to link yourself direct to the senior person, but yourself as you stand. How are you contributing to public health? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Fatuma. So do you have a link for this piece of Fatuma? Do you have a link or text that you can share with the organizers here so that they can send it out to everyone? So so there are a few key things that I picked during this meeting. So there are some good things and some things that we need to work on. So one of the good things that I picked from this meeting is the quality of the presentation of the science that was presented here. It was fantastic. The second thing, for me, it was the confidence of the presenters. I remember there was this young man who came here and said, I'm the youngest scientist, I think. That's what he said. And he was presenting something on onco. Alikuwa anaitwa nani yule kijana? What is your name again? Isa. Idrisa. Yes, I just enjoyed your talk. Nikaa namwambia Sali, huyu nikimpeleka glass kwa mwaka moja si atarudi anasemaje, anazungumza vipi? Jiandae. So those are the two things that I really enjoyed, or at least I noted. But the things that did not go as we wished, we had a few glitches with our communication. I know the communication team, the first day they spent almost, they left here midnight to try and make sure that we have good visuals and everything. But sometimes when you do these things, they fall apart the next day. But I know we'll do better next time. They've tried. But I just wanted to highlight that it is something that we can prepare better next time. The other thing I noted was issue around timekeeping. We did not keep our time well. Some of the presenters had to be cut short before they had to say the key message. And as you know, when you go to conferences, international conferences, you'll be treated that way. So this for you guys is a lesson for those who went over their allocated minutes. So try and practice, because if you practice, then definitely you'll be able to manage your time and deliver your message within that 5-8 minutes that you are given. Tunakwenda kwenye mikutano, and I just wanted to also note that there's a big meeting coming, the ASTMH. For those who are going, I know Ifakara is always represented by quite a number of scientists. Ali and Kaindoa are coordinating Ifakara staff who are going there, so that, one thing is to make sure that we do prepare well. And also, the other thing that I wanted to also mention is the branding. I'm always very sensitive with the branding of Ifakara. Colors. It's green, black, and some white. And a variation of that. I mean, it can be a lighter green, but I've seen presentations with red, and I was like, mi sio mtu wa Msimbazi, lakini I was like, hawa ni wana Msimbazi au nini? No, on a serious note, yeah, on a serious note, you can think this is just the presentation, but it matters a lot for people who have an eye or pay attention to your brand. Sindio? We say always, one of the things we want to do with in the next strategy is the visibility and branding. So pay attention. Bilal atatusaidia kutengeneza template. Kuna template niliona Ali Duchu katumia template ya zamani kabisa. Somebody else is with nani template ya zamani kabisa. Then I was like, hivi ISO tunayoizungumza ni is a way of living. Kwa hiyo vitu tunavyovifanya mimi kama mkurugenzi naviona nasema hawa watu kweli hawaoni. You should pay attention to this. I pay attention to them. Sawa jamani. Swali lingine nipenda ni our social media engagement. Very few are participating in the branding or in the visibility, and part of the visibility is also through social media engagement. I know some of us, either we do not have social media accounts or we have challenges on how to tweet or to, I don't know, to X these days. I don't know how to post or repost. But I think it would be good if we can have those who are conversant to do a small short course, even online, and then teach people how they can do this. It's good for your personal branding, but it's also good because people know what you are doing, but it's also good for institutional branding. Sawa jamani. These are small things, lakini zina kuongezea visibility wewe kama mwanasayansi. Sawa jamani. Okay. So we also launched the scientific report today, and thank you to the team that was behind this this task. And lastly, we were advised this morning that we should go out there and have fun. So jamani, ilikuwa fun ya kucheza mechi, but we also have this fun this evening to have dinner together and connect, talk, cheka kidogo. Sijui kuna mziki. Nasikia wewe huwa ni DJ. Kaindoa. Kwenye event utakuwepo, lakini mziki utakuwepo. Yes. No, let us go there and have fun. Asanteni sana. Tumeairisha until next time. Tumesema kwamba this event we are calling it an annual scientific, and we are going to really mean it. Kila mwaka tutaweka budget na tutafanya vikao hivi. So jiandaeni. Asante.
So this marks the end of our meeting, and we are now allowed to go. But the venue for the barbecue night will be at the main house. I hope all of you know where is main house. So you are all welcome, and thank you very much.